Whatever. I'm here. Hooray, I'm here. Any which way. Thanks for being here, everyone. We are going to do the Reverie Roundtable in just a moment. It'll be great. There's technical difficulties have been getting in my way. So it is what it is. But we're here. Got my way last week too. So. All right.
We have a special ire for DC.
Hey, Prime, is there a StreamYards link that it's not popping up for me?
It's in the.
It's not in there.
I definitely said it. Not that it matters because I sent the same.
Probably put in the wrong one.
Oh, maybe I did. Fuck.
I'm in an old link, and I'm just hoping that is the correct link.
Oh, I did. Hold on. Hold on. No, wait a minute.
You posted it, but there's no link to the StreamYard in the.
Oh,
in the
it's this, guys. It's literally the same link every time. Like literally the same one every single time. Every time.
Oh,
well, that's
my bad.
That's what I said. You know.
Yeah, I didn't.
Okay,
I didn't
let me.
Went into an old one.
I didn't know that. I'll go on the old one too then.
Yeah, let me go. Fine.
Whatever. I just sent it. I didn't finish. I'm gonna drag the cursor down far enough to grab it. But there's the link again. Like bookmark it. It's the same link all the time. But hold on. Let me get you guys on screen. I hope you all are doing well.
Yeah, it was a beating last night. I gotta say, like, even people like that, aren't huge fans of yours, were like in the chat, were like, "Holy shit, this is the worst ass whipping I've ever watched."
I'm look, as much as it's not my passion, don't try and bring me on for a conversation about economics unless you want to lose, or you have somebody that really understands econ. Like, if you're just a general political streamer and you bring me on to discuss economic issues, it may not be the thing I'm most passionate about in my life, but in terms of my ability to discuss and outclass you, that's probably it. And it's mostly because the overwhelming majority of streamers in this space have both zero formal and no like personal or amateur reading or understanding of econ. Like, a lot of people that are political streamers will like read books and articles about politics and political philosophy and like things like that. But unless they're like a Kano boy or something, unless they went to school for it, most of them have never picked up a book about economics in their entire life, unless it's something stupid like Freakonomics or something, right? Something that is just widely debunked as like nonsense.
Yeah, I had Thorne on the other day, and he was an economics major in college, and now he does like real estate, and he was like very quiet, but like he did get some good ones in. But it was interesting because he was saying afterwards, he's like, I am very amazed by like the lack of understanding of basic theory. Like he's like, I didn't even want to say anything because it was just gonna be an argument, which I was like, well, it is a debate panel. He's like, no, not the good kind, because we would have been just arguing basic topics, because it's like they don't seem to understand even stuff. And he's like a lefty, so he was just like, I'm very surprised in the debate space how like little understanding of basic economic principle there was.
Yeah, like they just memorize a couple words. They're like labor participation rate. Yes, I have the word now, and it's like,
so you were on someone else's. That's cool. Oh my god! Sorry,
it wasn't a big deal. It was like me, Tom Foolery, Connor, and some guy leader.
He was taking out the class.
But Admiral Gibbs has a hard on for anybody that can destroy Connor.
I was supposed to be on there, and they were like, "Well," and I warned leader beforehand. I was like, "Yeah, I mean, if I go on there, homie's gonna slur, because he always does." And then he was like, "Oh," he's like, "Let me check." He's like, "Oh yeah," he says he's definitely gonna snap if you go on there or whatever. And I was like, "I knew it." But he's like, "It's called running away. I'm sorry that we unmasked the Klansman," and now he's crying. Like, oh no, fuck that boot.
So, okay, I'm just like dealing lots of things here. But I think that in this space, people don't like, they don't discuss economics, and like they're not challenged on it, like I think it happens to us all.
They discuss it all the time, though. That's the problem. That's the real problem, is that like they talk about it all the time.
They're not challenged on it, right?
Well, not only are they not nobody reads any economic theory. Like, I see plenty of people that read communist theory, socialist theory. Out of the libertarians, there's a lot of libertarians that read libertarian theory. There's plenty of people that read legal theory. There's plenty of people that read theory in these spaces. But when it comes to econ, it's like, it's basically the people that have econ degrees are the only people that have any knowledge on econ whatsoever.
Also, I mean, even though then, right? Like I see some people with.
I think it's just boring for a lot of people.
Sure, but I see people with some econ degrees, and like even then, I'll give them a little more credibility because at least they're like well versed in the theory. But like a lot of people will be arguing they don't have the econ degree and they fucking don't have 2 pennies to rub together, and I'm supposed to trust their economic advice. They're asking for more handouts, and that's their economic theory. So I don't respect you like at all.
Like there was a point in the debate where Leader was talking about like small business owners and tariffs, and he was like. And I know that the small business owners, they're like struggling and they're thinking, how am I going to order my parts and things like that. I was like, most small business owners recognize that tariffs and shit like that and stock prices affect big businesses way more than them.
Yeah.
They see the fake economy. They see all these regulations. They see all this. It's like, dude, I don't think you understand what a small business owner thinks about business at all. Like, and it's not like I'm trying to insult them. It's just like, they've never run a business. They don't know anybody that's ever run a business, and they read what they read on like the New York Times, which is like lying every other day.
Well, he goes on that. Then the Leader said that, and then old fucking Nazi Points decided he was going to talk about ag, Nazi and I was like, let me hear about ag. Let's hear about it. And he's like, well, all these illegals are keeping prices down. I'm like, okay, well, who's employing those? Monsanto, other major corporations like that. Who's employing? So like there's a local ranch here that's corporate owned. I think it's the name C&W. They have about 40 people working for the same price I pay 2 legal workers. Right, so like, who do you think's got the comparative advantage? The guy that's got
because they have the lawyers to protect themselves.
Right, they got the 40. Or they got
most
40
of the
illegals.
fees.
That's an advantage.
Most of the
fees. I got 2 guys.
But here's the other thing: is that like when you get prosecuted for like hiring illegals, you don't go to jail. What you do is you have a regulatory agency that comes in, accuses you of it, and says, we're going to put you in jail for 20 years, or you're going to sign this piece of paperwork, and you're going to pay $5,000 per infraction, because that's the limit, and then you're just going to admit fault, and then everything's going to be okay. And then big business goes, oh, I made $2 million by hiring these illegals and I have to pay $35,000. Here's your check, government. And the government goes, we did a good thing. And then the small business knows that they can't afford $35,000 in government fees or the lawyers to fight these fights. It's like, so the way regulations are made, they're designed to protect big business and agriculture so they can hire as many illegals as they want. And then small businesses in agriculture, if they do that and they get caught, they're going to be in serious fucking trouble that's going to cripple their business.
Yeah, I mean, it's all of that. I mean, and there's more to it too. Like also with like how they lobby,
sure.
And they have the trade, how they have the seed laws and shit. And like, it's so I'm just sitting here and he's talking about it, and I'm just like going, bro, can you just tell me what experience he has in the ag industry? Like, I don't pretend to know military tactics. I wasn't in the military, right? Like, if I'm not going to sit here and tell you how to go door to door, but I will tell you how to like run a business, right? Like, because I've done that. I've worked on a ranch. Like, it's just like, I don't want to say.
I'll tell you how to go door to door. Don't let women do it. Women can only be team leaders.
Yeah, I don't know.
Do not let women go door to door in war. It's the worst thing ever. It's how you get soldiers killed.
I don't know. It just is like I feel like he's like kind of a microcosm of like the bigger issue, which is you see a lot of
good team leaders though,
just like speaking like they're like on like the surface level, and then they speak it as if it's the word of God. Like, oh, well, this cursory thing, whatever. But I think you made a good point about people understanding trickle down economics now from the left. All of a sudden, now that tariffs have come around, that has been a very entertaining arc.
It's that to me is the best part about the entire discussion on tariffs is that like everyone on the left now magically understands that like if you tax one segment of the economy heavily, that increases price, and that when the price of production goes up, that means less job opportunities, that means a slower economy, that means that the poor people in the country end up paying, even though they're not the ones paying the import. It's big business that's paying the import, but businesses pass those price on to the consumer. And then and then like 10 seconds later, they'll be like, and that's why we need to tax the rich. And it's like, oh, okay, so everything you just said was just political bullshit. You don't believe any of the shit that you said because you just think contradictions exist in reality. Got it.
Great stuff. Crazy. It's
just like, I just anybody that says tax the rich just like should not be allowed to talk about tariffs as anything other than amazing and beautiful. Like you're not allowed to be against tariffs and be for tax the rich.
I saw that talk with you and Jay Dyer. How did you not lose your mind. I would have lost
I
my
think
mind.
you're using the
talking to
wrong
that guy.
microphone.
You're using the wrong mic. Yeah.
Jesus, come on.
But
Oh,
we
you
can hear
debated Jay Dyer? About what?
I also saw the Jay Dyer debate.
It was so he wanted to debate
I like
tag versus libertarianism, and so I kept DMing him and was like, yeah, fine, set up a debate. And then he just kept being like, hop on
better?
Twitter. Yeah, you're
Way
good.
better?
And he was like,
Wait.
just hop on Twitter. I was like, all right, fuck it, I'll hop on Twitter before stream. And so I did, and it was an exercise in futility. He just constantly interrupted. He would wait for me to like not say a word right or something, and would immediately be like, you're a complete fucking idiot that doesn't understand anything ever. Oh my God, why am I even talking to such the dumbest person on the whole fucking planet? Let me explain something to you for 10 minutes. And then like at one point I said, obviously knowledge is, and he screamed and interrupted me.
Oh, he's
I was
gonna
like, what
freak
was
out,
my
yeah.
argument? I was like, what is my argument? And he was like, I'm interrupting you because you're making dumb arguments. I was like, dude, I said 3 words. You have no idea what I was going to
No,
say.
you can't,
I
you
do
can't say
blame you a
knowledge
little bit,
exists
though.
without a lawgiver, okay?
But I didn't
blame
even
you
say
a
that
little-
yet.
Scott, I do blame you a little bit. Like, what did you expect? Like, you were asking Jay Dyer for a debate after seeing Jay Dyer. He acted exactly as he liked 100% in line with how he always debates. So I don't know what you were expecting.
Yeah, no.
Wait,
Like,
hold on,
I'm
I'm
not,
actually
I'm not
curious, though,
saying
like, what's
I'm not
the-
saying like I feel defeated or like, super upset about it. I'm just saying like he asked me how frustrating it was, and I'm just describing how a Jay Dyer debate goes because he's
He's
just like
so
he's just not a good faith person. That's
He's like an
concerned with truth.
upgraded Darth Dawkins, kind of.
no, I think Darth Dawkins is actually a lot better. To be
You think
honest with
so?
you.
Wow,
Yeah,
okay. I've debated him, and I'm not
but I've
sure I
also
can say
known
that.
Darth for like
Jay Dyer,
fucking
I'll
8
give him
years
this.
now, right?
He's
So
an
maybe I'm
intelligent.
biased.
He's an intelligent person. He's just incredibly bad faith, and then the funniest thing about it is right after the debate, somebody sent me a clip from one of his previous debates that was like a similar debate, and then quoted, and in the quote, everything he was attacking me for were things that he affirmed in another debate like 6 months ago. So everything that he was like, you fucking idiot, how could you believe that, were things that he himself had said. He had made the exact same arguments that he was screaming at me for being stupid for making. And he was just like, yeah, I mean, the dude, I mean,
Wait, I'm
like, there's only,
curious.
I did it. I just did it because it's, mostly because I called him a pussy for not having a
It's a
conversation
good
with
amount
real
of clout as well. He's got a
libertarian.
pretty big. He's got a big.
Oh no,
pretty
so
big
I'm
audience.
I'm curious. Like, so you said tag versus libertarianism, right, or something like what's the contradiction there? Because I mean, tag. You mean by tag? I'm sure you mean the transcendental argument for God, right? It's like what's the contradiction, or like what's the like why would there even be a disagreement? I don't understand.
Well, I mean, so both those two things can be commiserate, right? You can have both
Yeah.
of those. Those don't necessarily contradict, right? But tag is the basis by which the ortho bros set up the idea that libertarianism and everything is invalid, other than like what it is that the that the ortho bros say is right. Once they say that God is right and their interpretation of God is right, then you must follow, not because they're also against sola scriptura, right? So don't follow the Bible, but follow
based.
the Greek priests' interpretation of the Bible. And then when they say that we need to like kill all the gays, then that's right. And libertarianism has no place here because libertarianism can't say what is good or what is evil, or it can't say anything unless you believe in an absentee father figure that judges you for masturbating in your bedroom or some shit. I find them to be funny, but yeah.
Okay.
That's interesting.
Oh, sorry. Did you? Was there something else you guys wanted to say on this?
No, I just think I've never heard
No.
a disagreement from like about centering on libertarianism from people with the tag argument. I hadn't considered that these things might conflict.
Well, I'm mostly objectivist, right? So my framework would go against Christianity.
Yeah, okay.
But like in terms of like the actual like libertarian ethics, they're commiserate with Christianity, just not the ortho bros interpretation of it.
Ironically, all my friends who are ortho bros, and I have a lot of them, as it happens, they all have opinions on who the next pope should be.
Well, I mean, according to the Ortho Bros, the Pope is, the Cardinal of Rome.
Yeah, that's right. Not just, well, no, the Bishop
That's
of
true,
Rome,
yeah.
but,
Bishop of Rome,
Bishop,
sorry.
yeah.
yeah. But yeah, and they also acknowledge the Pope's authority. Like that's why they haven't had a church council in like 1,000 years, because they can't hold one unless the Bishop of Rome is present. and we won't go. So they're just kind of stuck with an 800-year-old church council.
Okay. Interesting. Before
Is this everybody?
No, there's supposed to be 2 others joining, and they are
Grid's
not
on
here
his
yet.
way, and Tyler's also going to be here late.
Yeah.
Just to be clear, as far as like Christian interpretation goes, I think Ortho Bros are usually pretty good. The problem is tag is just a unfalsifiable argument to begin with, and so whenever I see like a tag argument going to happen, it's just not interesting.
Bro,
right?
I don't know
There's
what you're talking about, bro. You use words and grammar, and that means that you must believe in God.
Exactly. Yeah, it's unfalsifiable.
And it's not a God of the gaps, okay? Because reasons.
Why do you think it's called?
You're not just
better
a God, but this specific
you
God,
better
by the
you
way.
better justify your position, okay? But only the only way epistemic justification even works is if you believe in God, because reasons, because grammar, bro.
DB, you going to say something?
No, I just said, and not any God, like that specific God, like their specific version of the Christian God is what you have to believe in. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're missing a few steps.
Yeah. So I wanted to ask, before we get started proper, about I got to do like a regular check-in, with Lactoid in particular, to see how you're feeling about Trump. Just like, how are things going, buddy? You doing all
I just want
right?
to say, the White House lo-fi was insane. Was an insane rollout. Whoever's running that fucking White House Twitter account,
Wait, White House lo-fi? Wait, what?
I don't know.
the MAGA lo-fi, White House really like on the White House.
I got it.
Twitter.
I'm gonna check this out real quick. Give me a second.
Hold on,
Yeah,
hold on,
what?
Before you do that, the more important question.
I'll find it for you guys. Don't worry about it.
No, this
Yeah,
is more.
You talking about the I don't know answer?
I don't know. Hold on. So, guys, I want to focus. Lactoid. So, yeah, where are you right now?
What?
With your
Video is unavailable.
vote?
Well, hold on. It depends on this lo-fi. Give me a second.
Okay.
Oh, I've
Yeah,
got a
right?
worse
Like,
one.
hold on.
Well, I thought you were talking about the I don't know answer he gave, right? When the reporter asked him if the president is supposed to
trying to
defend the
Get to that,
Constitution.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I'm trying to get to
Well, that's
this.
why I asked, is it the I don't know answer?
I didn't understand what you were
Because his response was, I don't know.
Yeah.
And that was also, to be fair, that was part of a broader sentence in which he,
I sent
hold
the
on, wait,
Twitter
wait,
post.
he would obey the Supreme Court.
What part? Hold on. What part of that sentence alleviated that part? Like he said, like
When he
he's
said that he would
asked-
obey the Supreme Court.
He says, no, hold on. We can get the whole quote, right? But like he says,
But he should
multiple-
know whether or not it's his job to
He
defend
says
the
he's
Constitution.
not
He
sure
took that oath
if he has
twice.
to obey the Constitution. And we're like I'll obey the Supreme Court, maybe, but like if his attorney general tells him that like the opposite of like what the Supreme Court said, well then he'll just do what she said, right? Like Pam Bondi, it says
Whoever
that
the
he
last
won that
person
Supreme Court's
was he talking to?
9-0, right? If that went in his favor, well then I guess that's what he'll obey, right? Like, he's got to get he'll get the okay
Yes.
from
He
the
should
Attorney
obey,
General.
and he absolutely should obey a 9-0 Supreme Court as opposed to his interpretation.
No,
of the
that's what I'm saying.
Constitution.
I'm saying
Yes.
I'm saying that, but he's saying the opposite of that. He's saying
That's
that
not what he
like,
said.
yeah, he is. Yeah, he did. Like what he's talking about, like he said, like we can get the quotes itself. Trump. Doesn't.
This White House lo-fi I think is pretty funny.
No. I don't know.
There's also White House staffers who have said to the press that courts don't have the authority to countermand his decisions on immigration.
Hey,
multiple
if anyone
occasions,
has a
that's been said.
transcript of this,
Some of
send
that
it to me.
could be true, by the way.
Yeah, most of that probably could be.
If someone has a transcript, I'm looking for the transcript of this whole thing. Any. No, I'm not. I'm relying on the Attorney General of the United States, Pam Bondi, who's very capable, doing a great job, because I'm not involved in legality or the illegality. I have lawyers to do that, and that's why I have a great DOJ. So back to what I was saying. If the Attorney General says the opposite of what the Supreme Court says, he'll just go with that and say, my Attorney General told me to do this. Or told me that, sorry, my Attorney General interpreted your ruling this way.
I have the, so right in front of me.
This is just in. Man says he'll follow his lawyer's advice. Most evil Hitler in country.
Yeah,
Like,
hold on.
Shut up, Prime.
No, first of all, don't tell me to fucking shut up. Hold on. Don't tell me to fucking shut up. Don't do that. You shut the fuck up. Don't tell me to shut up.
You're being silly.
Don't tell me to shut up. Don't do that. In any case, right? Like, the thing that I'm responding to is that during the White House meeting, like Steve Miller, and I believe Pam Bondi was there as well, said that he won that last Supreme Court case 9-0. It's like literally the opposite. Literally the opposite. So this is what I'm
not the opposite.
So this is what I'm referring to. So like,
but also when you fire your AGs when they give you advice you don't want to hear, and you keep firing them until one says what you do want to hear, then it's not really following the advice of your lawyer, right? It's putting your words in your lawyer's mouth so that you can say you then did what your lawyer said.
That's
you put a lackey lawyer who you paid off in the past, right? When she was a attorney general of within Florida, right? You pay her off previously for a favorable outcome, and then you put her in charge when you're president again, and then you say, "Hey, I'm following the advice of my lawyer." Well, then you can see how that undermines my opinion.
So she's not supposed to be his lawyer, right? There is a White House counsel.
Not supposed to be his lawyer. It's not even his lawyer. She's not even his lawyer.
It's government. The entire thing, the entire process is full of contradictions. The entire concept is illogical.
Great, and that's what.
Okay?
And that's
the
what
Supreme
I'm
Court. The Supreme Court is not magnanimous. Number one, sometimes they're going to be wrong, even if they can vote wrong. Number one. Number two, lawyers have to interpret the meaning of words and phrases in these things all of the fucking time. So some dude saying, like, I agree with you that corrupt politicians will then put in yes men that tell them what they want to say. Yeah, correct. That's why democracy in government is fucking retarded.
So it's not exactly the president's job to
Everyone like the yes men.
The Constitution and the laws. It's the president's job to interpret and uphold their interpretation of the Constitution and the laws, and it's the court's job to decide if that interpretation is close enough to maybe the original intent or the textualist intent, depending on what the court looks like. So a lot of this is an interpretation argument. The argument from the White House is if we interpret laws X, Y, and Z this way and look at historical practice, then these judges in these small districts don't actually have the authority to challenge us on immigration.
Wait, say that first part again. It's not his job to do what with the Constitution?
It's not exactly his job to follow the Constitution as it's currently interpreted. It's his job to interpret the laws and follow them as though they
No. It's the court's job to interpret the laws. It's his job to execute.
No, it's the executive's job to execute.
Okay, a couple things.
Executive interpretation. That's how Joe Biden challenged.
But his oath is literally to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution.
Okay, but
so he has that duty.
Defend is his interpretation of the Constitution. If Joe Biden interprets his parole authority differently than any previous precedent or the original intent, then it's the court's job to step in and say
the court's review.
Yeah,
and that's just it. So, like for instance, when his AG interpreted what the court said in terms of what his duty was, like to get that guy back from El Salvador or whatever, they said, "Well, we don't have to do it that way, right?" And then the court said, "Yeah, you do have to do it that way." So, like, yeah, they took a stab at interpreting it, right? They proposed it, but that taking a stab at interpretation then can be reviewed by the courts, which is what happened. So the courts will continue to interpret for you if you interpret in a way that the courts don't think is right.
What does facilitate practically look like that doesn't fit the term of effectuate that the courts did slap down?
Well, so when they decided to define facilitate in the way that they wanted, then the judge came back and interpreted facilitate for them. So, like, he gave an interpretation. I mean, I can look up what it was, but the fact is he disagreed with what they were saying, and then he
didn't
corrected them.
So a specific definition was never given. We can talk about this in a second because
Okay.
the Facilitate's been very messy with how they're looking at it.
Right.
I wanted to address something that Prime said, this specific quote, I guess. So I'm just going to read this. This is from NBC. Trump has also said that while we have to obey the laws, he would like to see some homegrown criminals sent to El Salvador as well, a proposal that was widely panned by legal experts. When Welker tried to point out what the Fifth Amendment said, Trump suggested that such a process would slow him down. I don't know. It seems it might say that, but if you're talking about that, then we'll have to have 1 million or 2 million or 3 million trials. We have thousands of people that are some murderers and some drug dealers. It's so weird reading in his voice.
Yeah,
some murderers and some drug dealers and some of the worst people on earth. I was elected to get them the hell out of here, and the courts are holding me from doing it. And then the question was, but even given those numbers that you're talking about, don't you need to uphold the Constitution of the United States as president? Welker asked. I don't know. Trump replied. Hold on. I don't know. Trump replied. I have to respond by saying again, I have brilliant lawyers that work for me, and they are going to obviously follow what the Supreme Court said.
What you said is not what, and I'm like actually reading the transcript now. I can send it to you. The full transcript. And then the next sentence he says, what you said is not what I heard the Supreme Court said. He didn't actually look into it. They have a different interpretation. And what I believe the they there is he's talking about his attorney general and maybe the DOJ as a whole. They have different attorney general. So I'm combining that with what he said before and what we've seen before, right? Like we've seen them actively lie about or what happened within the Supreme Court. And then if you say, well, if I'll just do whatever my attorney general says, and then you have a attorney general.
What do you lie about what the Supreme Court said?
I'll have to bring up Stephen Miller's quote. That's a separate thing. That was, I believe, in some. It was in some Oval Office discussion, like press conference type thing. So I have to bring that up. But like, the point is before we. So that's a secondary point, though. The point is he's saying, I don't know. Like he says, some of the worst, most dangerous people on earth, and I was elected to get them hell out of here in the courts and are holding me from doing that. And then, so then she brings up the numbers, right, of individuals who he'd have to go through, and says, don't you need to uphold the Constitution of the United States as president? I don't know. What I don't understand is what part of this discussion says like, oh, well, this is fine to you. That he says, I don't know if I have to.
Literally what he says right afterwards. What he says like in this next sentence afterwards is the thing that makes it like, okay. Because like when he's saying, look, I'm going to do what the lawyers say and they're going to follow what the Supreme Court says, this is directly contradictory with him saying, I don't know. But it sounds like he's rambling, which is what he does.
Especially in a contentious interview like that where they're butting heads so much.
It's amazing. It's amazing the contortions that conservatives will do for Donald Trump.
This is a contortion?
I don't know.
It's amazing. Hold on. He says, I don't know if I have to follow the Constitution, right? First of all,
and
like,
then
how does that sentence come out of his mouth, right? These are the same people who were saying Biden was losing his mind, and guess what? He was losing his mind, right? Like that was correct. Brain was melting. But then Trump says,
Trump definitely has some age-related decline.
Sorry, what did you say? I didn't hear that last part.
Trump definitely has some age-related decline.
Okay, well, fair enough then.
Yeah, for sure.
Can I ask you a question? Let me ask you a question.
No, you can't. No, you can't.
It's with your thing.
Not yet.
Well, hold on. Well, it's with your thing,
right? I am talking. Did you not hear me talking?
Sure.
I'm sure you heard me talking. Great.
Well, everybody's been talking, but go ahead.
And then I'm continuing to talk. I said, you can't ask me a question now. I'm going to finish my point, so I'm going to finish my point. So you can wait till afterwards. Thank you.
Sure.
Oh, any which way.
Just don't tell him to shut up.
Anyway, so yeah, saying he specifically like when Biden is doing things that seem unconstitutional, right? Who according to Republicans are he's violating his oath of office. That comes out really quick. This guy says, when asked directly, I don't know if I'll uphold the Constitution, and I guess that's fine. Like then you can say, well, I have lawyers, and what can a lawyer say that would tell him not to uphold the Constitution. Like, what can come out of their mouth that says the president doesn't have to uphold the Constitution? She has directly asked him about upholding the Constitution. I don't know. And then he brings in his lawyers. He says, I'll follow what they said. But the lawyer says something that's unconstitutional. He doesn't just get to follow it because his lawyer said it's unconstitutional. If my lawyer says I can commit a crime, right, I don't actually just get to commit a crime scot-free. You can respond.
Yeah, but if your lawyers are following the Supreme Court, and your lawyers are telling you, like, this is what the Supreme Court said, which is going to be the case because Trump's not a lawyer. Like, if Trump's my question for you would be, if Trump's lawyers who have promised to follow the Supreme Court are explaining to Trump what the Supreme Court meant, isn't it most responsible for Trump to follow those lawyers' advice as opposed to Trump himself opening up the opinion of a Supreme Court and trying to make heads or tails of it? Because I actually don't trust that. I trust what his lawyers telling him much more than his own interpretation.
I don't trust what his lawyers were saying because I know his lawyers.
As opposed to Trump,
they're not his lawyers, right? But to be clear, like, well, he doesn't necessarily say Pam Bondi in this part of the sentence. Maybe he's talking to someone else. I know, that's what I'm saying. I'm agreeing. I'm saying he doesn't say it in this area. So maybe he's not talking about the Attorney General, because the Attorney General, I hope you can agree, is not his lawyer, right? You can agree with that? It's not his lawyer?
I mean, in some respects, but
not
not
his
all.
fucking lawyer. She works for the people. Supposed to.
There is a White House counsel who is his lawyer.
Well, yeah,
there's White House counsel.
There's White House counsel, but there's also like the AG does he's involved in this shit, right?
So that's
every
not
lawyer is Trump's lawyer.
They're supposed to. We just had and again, this is we're seeing Republicans like change their minds on this like day by day, right? It all just shifts because when Biden was in office, the DOJ has been politicized. Right, the DOJ is working for the president. Like, that's shattered, right? Like the separation there. Now, in this office, right, he's saying, well, those are my lawyers. He said it before, right, in his first term, that as well, right? Like, these are my lawyers. They work for me, right? When this DOJ is supposed to be independent, right? He specifically brings them in under his charge. Right? He keeps talking about that. But then not a peep from Republicans once again. I mean, again, the hypocrisy is amazing.
But in this case, the AG would be relevant if we're talking about policy of what the executive can do. Right, because the AG would be like the lawyer for the government on a question like that.
Well, I got a question. So I just want to know real quick, right? So it sounds like you're very upset about
question.
You're very upset about the phrasing of this, right? And to me, maybe you can tell me the difference, but I can't see the difference. And I want to know what it is between if Trump had said, the guy goes, you got to follow the Constitution, and he goes, well, I don't know what the constitutionality of XYZ's exact specifics are, but that's what I'm going to have my lawyers look at. Would that be a substantive difference between I don't know and then everything he says afterwards? Because those sound substantively the same to me. Why are you focusing on, I don't know, and then with the lawyers afterwards? Why is it such the specific way he said it? Because you're sitting here trying to break it down, and it just feels like a colloquial phrasing choice that y'all up in arms around.
So back to what I was saying before, throw it back at you. If my lawyer says that I can, sorry, I'm getting some feedback. If my lawyer says that I can commit a crime, right? Like their interpretation, or that I can break a judge's order, right? Let's say that I've gone through the courts for something. Oh my god, I spit in my camera again. I'm so sorry, guys. Let's say I've gone through a court case, the judge gives me a direct order, and my lawyer says I can do the opposite of what the judge orders. Then do I have no culpability? I actually would like to know that. Maybe there's something I'm missing here. If there's a judge's orders, right? Like, I'm there, I received this order, it's to me, right, to do a thing, and then my lawyer tells me to do the exact opposite, right? Like interpreting that ruling. Do I have no culpability?
No, that's what we saw with.
Hold on, I want to ask.
No,
it's tough. I think that'd be a massive, very compelling intervening circumstance to justify why you did it. Because when you think about it, right? Let's say the court orders you let's say, provides some kind of complex order, which, we're talking about Supreme Court opinions, it's going to be relatively complex.
For sure.
But let's just assume that like a judge issues some kind of like multi-page complex order.
Mhm.
And, you can't make heads or tails of it. So you hire a lawyer that has been like vetted by the state to provide legal advice. And the lawyer looks it over and says, oh, this order, you can't do X, Y, but the order does allow you to do Z, so you can go ahead and do Z. And then you start fucking up, or quote unquote fucking up, because you start doing Z when in reality the judge meant for you not to be able to do Z. I think you have every argument in the world to say, my fucking lawyer told me I could do Z, and the lawyer's going to get in a lot of shit. I don't know if it's an absolute defense, but I can't imagine a scenario in which you're going to get in trouble and your lawyer isn't.
So multiple things here. One, they said to facilitate his return, and then in a previous interview, right, the interview before this one on ABC, he said specifically, I can call, I can just pick up the phone and I can get the individual, the prisoner back, right? I can just do that.
I can explain
right?
that. I can explain all that.
Okay, so and I'd love to hear your explanation on that. So just to be clear, and that relates to what we're talking about within this section. But two, then, like, if that's the case, then if you're saying that this takes away culpability, then could it not be the case that the Attorney General can simply tell, like, exactly what I'm implying, right? The Attorney General can simply tell the president whatever he wants to hear every time. This is my interpretation, right? Well, see, this is too complicated for him to understand, him or her to understand, right? And so I've interpreted, right? And it turns out, no matter what comes out of Supreme Court, it happens to align with what you're going to be doing any which way. Would that not happen if?
You could have to try to game it, but like that would be looked into as a context. If you have somebody just looking for lawyers who will specifically give bad legal advice and they know it, like I think like any level of defense that you'd be able to levy from that would be obviously be diminished. And like I said before, I don't even know if it's like an absolute defense in the first place, because I mean, you should be relying on your lawyer's advice, right? Everyone tells you that, even the judge will tell you that. But like, if you have some fucking like cracked out lawyer who's like, yeah, you can go murder 8 people, I don't know if you're going to get off for murdering 8 people.
Fair enough on the murder would be much harder to prove. It's fine. Maybe not. I don't know, right? They can say that, your lawyers can say it's legal to murder a person who's like working for a terrorist cell outside the country, and like Obama, you could just bomb them from the skies without due process and say your lawyers said you could, but fuck that. But in any case, so what I want to know, and just your opinion, and this will be the last thing, and then other people can jump in and say whatever they want. What, as you see it currently, what would keep an attorney general? Even if you think Pam Bondi is amazing, right, and honest and the best attorney general, let's separate that, right? There's a different president, different attorney general. With the current Supreme Court rulings about like the extent of protections that a president has, and then the executive branch under him, right, like the people working under him, with the current with the rulings as they stand now, what would keep an attorney general from doing exactly what I just laid out, right? Like reinterpreting these Supreme Court rulings into exactly what their president wanted to hear. What would stop them from that?
I mean, they could get hit by contempt.
Yeah.
Contempt? That's it?
Yeah. They get hit by contempt.
Who executes, what are the consequences for contempt?
Look, I understand there's a little bit of, like, this is what people are talking about. This would be, I guess, an example of like a actual crisis. When you have, if you have the Supreme Court like continuously issuing contempts, and the admin just ignoring that. It'd be very difficult, because the executive is the one who has the enforcement power, and you have the Supreme Court telling you no. There's no clear answer as to what happens in that case. There is no higher authority to appeal to, because the president is the authority in this case.
Okay.
It's kind of a fucked up scenario. So in that event, what would happen? Well, it's not super clear what would happen. It would be pretty bad. I would agree.
Yeah. Okay.
Briefly though, I wanted to, and I know a lot of people want to talk about this too. The ruling, I think, is important, differentiating between effectuate and facilitate. And just to give a little bit of background on this, the Supreme Court has ruled multiple times that the Supreme Court does not have authority to compel the President of the United States to engage in diplomacy with foreign heads of state. You do not get to tell the President you have to negotiate with a foreign leader, even if they could. even if the president could give a call to Bukele, even if the president could launch a war, even if the president could wipe out all of El Salvador's armed forces in 3 days and take over the whole country. Supreme Court cannot order the president to do so, even though the president could, because this is a matter under Article 2 and multiple Supreme Court cases reserved exclusively for the president. And then for treaties, obviously Congress is involved. But when it comes to negotiating with foreign heads of state, that is the president's job. Supreme Court doesn't get a say.
I have more on this later, but if anyone wants to jump in, go ahead.
I want to jump in a little bit. Like, I share your concerns to a certain degree, Prime Guys, that our president is a rogue idiot that kind of says nonsense continuously, and then there is a worry that the institution of having a president have so much power and then being able to kind of put in power, via position, whomever they want. That is a concern that has been true throughout all of American history. It's not something that's special to Trump, right? I mean, we already had a president that directly defied the Supreme Court, and that was the last populist president. That was the biggest one in history. I think we all learned about the Cherokee having to walk the Trail of Tears, right? The Cherokee in northern Georgia won. They had one Supreme Court case dismissed, and then they won another by having white citizens at the post office, and the Supreme Court ordered that they had a right to be there and that was their land, both by treaty and by property rights. And it was I want to say it was like I think it was 6-1 or something. I don't remember how many were on the Supreme Court at the time that it occurred, but there was like one dissenter, right? And then Andrew Jackson said, "Send in your marshals." And then he just made him walk the Trail of Tears anyways. Like we've had crises like these before.
Lincoln did the same thing
too. I think there's a little bit of overblowing and a little bit of fear mongering. But I don't know that it's necessarily irrational to fear monger when we have a president that is kind of a wild card. I mean, for crying out loud, he just posted on Truth Social that we want 100% tariff on all films produced anywhere in the world except in America. So the dude is fighting wokeness by protecting Hollywood from anime. I don't know how the fuck that makes sense, considering if there was one place in the world where even the left could agree wokeness has gone too far, it's fucking Hollywood. I don't like the guy is just off his rocker sometimes. And it's a little scary to think that. I do think though that it is a little ridiculous that every time Trump says something bad, what we have is this constant 24-hour panic, and we take everything that he says with a scalpel to try and prove that he's like the next Hitler instead of just calling out bad policies that are occurring. And it makes the left look especially unhinged, especially when you compare it to other previous actions, right? Like we can look at the Biden presidency and we can look at the Supreme Court ruling Biden v. Nebraska, where he lost on student loan forgiveness. Then he immediately went out and gave a speech and said that the Supreme Court will not stop him. And then he pushed 4 different plans to try and circumnavigate the Supreme Court ruling. Like he did everything he could to fight against the SCOTUS ruling and did other unconstitutional things. But like the left is like, oh, but it's student loan forgiveness. We like that, whatever. And then when Trump does something, we have to go down to the minutia, and then we have to clip out, context when we report it in the news and not put in the next sentence. And it's like, it just makes the left look unhinged, like unhinged, nitpicky Karens. That's what they look like. And that's
to
why
be fair, all
Gen
4
Z.
of those pathways were also reviewable by the courts.
And they were all different laws.
He didn't claim that the court doesn't have the right to review them.
They were all different laws too.
No,
so a better example would be
it's no different. But it's no different than Trump saying oh, I don't know what I have to do. I'm going to listen to my lawyers, and they're going to follow SCOTUS.
A better answer
you can't have both. When Biden immediately comes out and says they're not going to stop me. I'm going to do this even though they tried to stop me, and then puts forward a bunch of plans, some of which then get stopped by the courts. And he circumnavigated the ruling by increasing, by changing what those plans were to the maximum of their purview to basically do what he was trying to do anyways.
So quickly on the Stephen Miller thing, right? So I'm gonna defer to the liberals at Reason Magazine, right? They say Stephen Miller egregiously misrepresented the Supreme Court order while Trump nodded along. Quickly, there's a few paragraphs I'm gonna get through quickly. On April 4th, a federal district court ordered Trump administration to, quote unquote, facilitate and effectuate the return to the United States of end quote of Kilmer Abrego, a man who Trump administration admits is unlawfully deported to Salvador in prison because of administrative error. On April 10th, the U.S. Supreme Court largely affirmed the district court's position. In an unsigned order issued with no noted dissents, the Supreme Court declared that the district court's order, quote, properly requires the government to facilitate Abrego Garcia's release from custody in El Salvador and to ensure that his case is handled as it would have been had he had not been improperly sent to El Salvador, end quote. Supreme Court then further ordered the Trump administration to, quote, be prepared to share what it can concerning the steps it has taken and the prospects of further steps, end quote. Yet the Trump administration is now proffering a bizarre version of that order, which turns Supreme Court ruling on its head in an effort to give free rein to Trump. Yesterday, seated next to Salvadoran President Nayib Bukele, during an Oval Office press conference, Trump was questioned by a reporter about whether he would ask Bukele to, quote, help return the man your administration says was mistakenly deported, the man who was mistakenly deported to El Salvador, end quote. Trump, who appeared to have no idea about what was going on in the case, deferred to Stephen Miller, his deputy White House chief of staff. And Miller said, quote, the Supreme Court said the district court ordered was unlawful and its main components were reversed 9-0 unanimously.
That's
specifically the effectuate.
Yeah, what we're looking at there is like a couple lines out of that. The way it was interpreted is how Scott, and I think it was Lactoid said it earlier actually, that they cannot compel the president to do foreign policy. So a better example, Scott, than the multiple.
Wait, hold on. How does that have to do with what I just said? Hold on. Wait a minute.
Because it's misrepresenting the truth. Those three lines they pulled out of there.
Because you source legacy media. Everyone should laugh at that.
Wait, hold on.
I read the whole ruling. It is more complicated, more of a win for Trump than it was the other side.
Well, not. I've heard multiple illegal experts talk about this, and they said no, Trump lost, right? Even as interpreted just the way this article interpreted, that Supreme Court legally affirmed the district court's position in an unsigned order issued with no noted dissents. The Supreme Court declared the district court's order properly requires the government to everything I just said.
Okay, I have multiple legal experts that say what I'm saying is correct too. So like all we're doing is credentializing, and
when we're talking about law, it's fine to say that
much more complicated than what your article said, and it wasn't win for Trump. It took away judge shopping. It ended judge shopping. That's a huge win for the Trump administration. They said that this court no longer has jurisdiction.
Prime, this is what I'm talking about. Your own article in when you were speaking, right, says, quote, Trump appeared to have no idea. Like, just that language alone should make you laugh at the source and throw it out. How does one appear to not understand something on their face?
It happens all the time. That literally happens all the time.
The day-to-day reporting of legacy media is not a trusted source. Like, I understand.
Hold on. You can absolutely look confused. That's absolutely an honest way to report. If someone looks confused...
It's a subjective analysis. It's an op-ed. It's no longer reporting the news.
Which still, in the end, doesn't invalidate what happened. The next thing.
You're right. Me pointing out the bias and showcasing that there's some subjective.
It can be biased. It can be biased, but that doesn't invalidate the argument that's being put forward.
Listen. I said you're correct. Okay. Me pointing out that what you read is essentially an op-ed and not a journalist's just reporting the facts. You're correct, does not invalidate the arguments themselves. But what it does invalidate is that this is just a non-biased reporting of the facts. I showcase that specific phrase because it shows that this is a person's opinion with bias and political motives. And so, yes, you're correct. There are legal experts that agree with your interpretation. There are other legal experts that agree with the interpretation that the differences between effectuate and et cetera, and facilitate, that it is a win for Trump, right? So there are legal experts, and I do think the conservatives are coping that it's like this 9-0 win for Trump. But at the end of the day, what the real argument is is, can the Supreme Court compel Donald Trump to facilitate and or effectuate, or whatever word you want to use, can they compel him to grab the phone, call the president of El Salvador, and get him back or not? And the answer is no, they cannot do that. And because that is the answer, one could interpret it as a 9-0 victory for Trump, and that the Supreme Court is slapping him on the wrist going, shame on you for fucking up. But at the end of the day, they don't have the power to force him to bring that person back into this country. The only thing they have the power to do is say that if this guy shows up at the border again, we have to bring him in. The other problem is, and this goes to showcase why I think, that interpretation is more valid, is the courts also ordered his deportation before. So if he does show up and we facilitate him in, where ought he be deported to? Because his deportation has been ordered before. This is a clerical nightmare that has occurred via Trump's policies, partly due to the fact that he has sped through a lack of due process in a lot of these instances, and mistakes happen. And I don't like deportation, and I certainly don't like lack of due process and the way that Trump is going about it. But what we're talking about is just, that's how government policy works. And this is what I'm talking about when I say that the left choosing to go after shit like this makes them look like nitpicky Karens. Because we're talking about clerical errors and shit, and we're trying to argue about the word of a definition so that we can prove that Trump is a tyrant when different lawyers have different interpretations, instead of just focusing on the fact that some of his policies are retarded and disastrous.
So I've gone to the actual video with Stephen Miller, and he's talking for a lot longer here. And I'm not sure where it begins, because then it'd be playing.
You're trying to find if Trump looks visibly confused.
No, he always does. So I don't have to
is that what we're doing? Because I'm going to win the debate of does the left look like nitpicky Karens?
He always looks like a babbling moron. So that part I don't have to fact check that.
Well, that was the point.
I'm reading through the transcript. Here, and this is what he's saying. So this is Miller. Can you just also respond to that question, because it's asked by CNN? I think it's probably Trump. Because it's asked by CNN, and they always ask it with a slant, because they're totally slanting, because they don't know what's happening. That's why nobody's watching them. Yeah, this is definitely Trump. But would you answer that question also, please? And then. I
love that Trump is one of the few people that you can know that it's him just by reading it.
Well, it's definitely him. And then it says, Mr. Miller, yes, gladly. So everyone understands what happened. And if someone has just an article that has the transcript, I'll look at that instead too. This is from the auto transcript. So if anything's wrong, then I do apologize. I'm just reading what it says here on YouTube. He says, yes, gladly. So as Pam mentioned, Pam Bondi, who's sitting right there is an illegal alien from El Salvador. So with respect to you, he's a citizen of El Salvador. So it's very arrogant, even for American media, to suggest that we would even tell El Salvador how to handle their own citizens as a starting point, as two immigration courts found that he was a member of MS-13 when President Trump declared MS-13 to be a foreign terrorist organization. That meant that he was no longer eligible under federal law, which I'm sure you're very familiar with the INA, that he was no longer eligible for any form of immigration relief in the United States. So he had a deportation order that was valid, which meant that under our law, he's not even allowed to be present in the United States and had to be returned because of the foreign terrorist designation. The issue was then by district court judge completely inverted, and a district court judge tried to tell the administration that they had to kidnap a citizen of El Salvador and flying back here. That issue was raised with the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court said that the district court order was unlawful and its main components were reversed 9-0 unanimously, stating clearly that neither the Secretary of State nor the President could be compelled by anyone to forcibly retrieve a citizen of El Salvador from El Salvador, who again is a member of MS-13, which is, I'm sure you understand, rapes little girls, murders women, murders children, is engaged
Why are
in
we
the
laughing
most
at that?
barbaric
Just curious.
activities in the world.
Also, no,
and I
no
can-
court
why are we
said that he had
and
to
I-
forcibly retrieve anyone. He just had
What-
it
Yeah,
just
that's not what it.
said that
That's
he had to facilitate. And the when the White House had its definition of facilitate, I'll send this guys to you. This is something I'm still marking up. But so it was the Supreme Court, went all the way to the Supreme Court that said that he had to facilitate his return. And then when the White House said, "Oh, facilitate is a passive term. It just means we can't stand in the way of El Salvador returning them." That's when Judge Paula Zenas he's a federal judge, came back and said, no, the defendants therefore remain obligated at a minimum. And she quotes 3 legal definitions of the word facilitate in order to show this.
Yeah.
All 3 of those definitions say that you have to not just not interfere, but you have to actually aid. You have to
Red mute.
help.
Red mute.
What?
I'll get to
He's
it.
on the
But go
phone,
ahead.
part
Keep going.
hero.
Anyway, defense is therefore remain obligated at a minimum to take steps available to them towards acting, assisting, and making easier. Those are the 3 things. But the record reflects that the defendants have done nothing at all. And then he goes through like 2 steps that they had to follow and that they didn't. And the second of those steps is the one that I think is like more clear, which is the defendants have appeared to have done nothing to aid Garcia's release from custody and return to the United States to, quote, ensure that his case is handled and would have been, but for defendants' wrongful expulsion. So there's your but for thing. Thus, defendants attempt to skirt this issue by redefining facilitate in a way that runs contrary to law and logic.
And so
Now that's
it
important
appears.
thing.
I let my
Means
other
not what they
friends
actually did.
go, and I will give you the entire floor. I just have to once again, Alexander, when being a homie, right, is sponsoring the stream. Shout out to him. First of all, Sean, thank you for gifting a membership on YouTube. Shout out to you. Thank you so much. Alexander Wynn, at 8 foot. So it wasn't so long ago. All right. Alexander, 8 foot.
I mean, the show hasn't been on for too long, so yeah.
Okay. Will the same Alexander Wynn for $5 says, will the same people ever stop giving Trump infinite grace? You'd allow this language from nobody else on earth. And it must be talking about the I don't know situation, because that's the only thing we've been focusing on.
The only 2
and
people that
then-
have spoken so far is me and Lactoid, and we are not known for infinite grace for Trump. Admiral Gibbs, maybe you could make that argument, but he hasn't talked yet.
Let me read the last 2 super chats. He gave 2 more. $20 from Alexander Wynn. People saying Trump has to trust his attorneys to tell him what's legal and not. Trump shopping for any attorney that gives whatever answer he wants. Same people, quote, hold the attorney accountable. Trump, he's like quoting people, right? So there's one group of people who say, Trump has to trust his attorney to tell him what's legal and not. And then next action, Trump shopping for an attorney that gives him whatever answer he wants. And then same people, hold the attorney accountable. Trump, presidential pardon. That doesn't work out when you're like reading it, but I get what you're saying, friend. And then last thing, last super chat, $20 super chat from Alexander Wynn to Scott. Or maybe he's saying, maybe he's interpreting your words. Fabian, Biden tried to find another way to go something when the court. Biden tried to find another way to go something when the court said he couldn't do it this way. Lefties are the same. Trump. I don't know if I have to follow the Constitution. My hand-picked lawyers will tell me. I'm a little confused about that one. But he's talking about hypocrisy here.
Yeah. It's like this.
I think I just completely reject that analysis. I appreciate the super chats to Prime that help facilitate these conversations, not effectuate.
This is
right, like just very quickly to respond to that, just find me a president in American history that hasn't picked people or lawyers that give them the answers that they want to give. Like, my biggest problem is that you guys want me to hate Trump especially, and as a libertarian, I hate them all. And you think because I don't hate Trump especially, I'm like giving him grace. It's like, no, politicians have been fucking over your life since you were born and since before you were born. And I just don't hate Trump especially as a fucking misdirection from hating all the other politicians. And you shouldn't either, right? You think Biden, you think Obama, you think Bush didn't have lawyers that agreed with their philosophy and their interpretations and the things that they wanted to do? Like, they all do this. Like, but I forgot, Obama had a scandalous president, if you ask anybody on the left. It's just silly.
That's kind of what I was trying to get into for a long time here. When Clinton came in, he fired every U.S. attorney that wasn't a Democrat and replaced them all with Democrats. Like,
Every president does that.
Yeah, well, Clinton was the first one to do it at that massive, large scale. But yes, every president replaces the legal team and all the workers that they can when they come into office. But the reason why I said that was a bad example to go to the student loan is because he tried different ways to do that. If you go to the eviction moratorium, he tried damn near the exact same way after the Supreme Court said that is unconstitutional.
And he went through OSHA,
And he tried to do the exact same thing that they struck down as unconstitutional again. And not only did no one call for anyone's head, nobody got fired for it, nobody got in trouble for it, people praised him for doing it. So, like, this
it wasn't
idea
a constitutional
that we're
crisis
being the biased ones because fake calls of constitutional crisis. I've heard constitutional crisis 5 times so far with the Trump administration. Every single one has been false, and it's been from people who have no idea what the law is. So, like USAID in particular, the judge said you cannot do sweeping cuts of USAID. You have to go one by one by one. And he froze the sweeping cuts. So the Trump administration went back and started going one by one by one, and people grabbed their pearls and said it was a constitutional crisis for 2 weeks until somebody came out and sorted it out and told them it wasn't. This is just pearl clutching. It's the same thing I think it was Scott said. We go through 24, 48 hours of low information. Everyone clutches their pearls, pretends like Trump's a fascist for doing the same thing every other administration does. And then we find out it's the same thing and we're told we're the biased one. Bro,
to be fair,
we appreciate you.
Hold on.
But
average Tyler, to be fair, every other president that did this shit did it with like a charismatic, this is America smile, and acted presidential. And Trump comes in there on Truth Social, and it seems like a fucking 19-year-old intern is sitting on the toilet tweeting, saying wild, crazy shit. The policies are very similar to what other people have done.
Exactly.
But Trump's rhetoric does make people panic, and I think some of that is somewhat rational.
In terms of the pendulum swing, hold on, I got one more thing, Gibbs. I've been trying to get in this far. So in terms of the pendulum swinging back and forth like it was, we had Obama pull executive privilege to pull Eric Holder out of holdings for Fast and Furious. He said, I'm not even going to let my guy testify in front of Congress because I don't want him to. And that was just the end of it right there. No punishment whatsoever. He said that was it. The Eric Holder said, I'm his wingman. We're boys. When Trump fired, or when Trump got rid of, what was his name? The little Keebler Elf man. Sessions. He got rid of Sessions. He said Sessions was too weak because he recused himself from something he wasn't even attached to. He couldn't properly defend me. He was weak and ineffectual, and that's why I fired him. So, like, this idea that Trump's abusing this, it's been an escalation from president to president. The idea that the DOJ was being corrupted was the next step of escalation, and now it's being used back. So again, like, we see these problems going on for 20, 30 years. It's the same argument I make with election denial. We have election denied by the Democratic Party from 2000 to 2018 with Stacey Abrams, who still denies and says the election was stolen from her in Georgia. To this day, she still claims that, and she was the second choice to become Biden's vice president in 2020, 2 years after she denied the election. She was on stage at the DNC as the rightful governor of Georgia in 2019. Nobody cared about election denial until Trump did it. Now everyone's taking it seriously. I like that everyone's taking it seriously, but we have to deal with 20 years of this shit happening in front of us, and then Trump does it. We're supposed to pretend like it's a big deal. It's what I've been living through my entire life.
Was it a big deal when you were living through it your entire life?
No, I still don't think it is.
Should it have been?
We have systems for this that I've been trying to explain.
Could you say that again? You got.
I was gonna say, should it have been a big deal? Like, should have people made it a big deal? And if it's like, if I mean, then why do you think people are making it a big deal now? Just because it's Trump? Like, that doesn't make sense.
Because the Democratic Party is a shambles right now with a 19% approval rating. Has nothing to go against him for.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to touch on that. I asked the question earlier, and I think it was purposely not answered because it shows the blatant hypocrisy, the blatant TDS, right? Like there is no.
It wasn't purposely not answered. I just needed to finish while I was doing the lecture. You can ask me again.
It's going to be. I'm sure you're going to respond in a second into it, but it's pretty clear to me. There's actually no substantive difference when you hear him say, "I don't know," and then say, "Oh, my lawyer's yada yada," versus if he had said, "I don't know the constitutionality of it. That's why we'll have our legal team look into this, and develop policy around it." There's no substantive difference. You're just nitpicking the colloquialisms of this man because you're like, "Oh, we're gonna get him." They're saying he's losing his age. He's getting too old. He's losing his mind. Or they're saying, "Oh, look, he's a tyrant. He's coming in here and doing all these terrible things." And look at the word choice saying, "I don't know." And it's clear it's just blatant like scaremongery, like somebody was saying earlier. And it's Fabian was absolutely right in his spiel earlier. Like it's no one cared then. We only care now, and it's always nitpicking. We pick these things that are really non-issues. We lift them up, and then we talk about like, "Oh, look at this daughter, the angel, MS-13 guy." And I get on here one of these panels,
sweet baby angel.
Yeah, sweet baby angels. And I was talking to Grid today, and I hear from the left, "Oh, y'all have no empathy for this man." And I'm like, "Okay, cool." And I posted an article that just happened. There's a San Antonio apartment complex here that had Tren de Agua basically taken over, and now is being foreclosed on. So now there's San Antonio, which is a low-income housing problem, is now losing even more low-income housing because illegal alien gangs had taken it over and then caused so much damage that it wasn't able to be repaired. And now this guy's going to go under and have to sell it to the bank, causing more homeless people and displacement, all these other problems. But hey, these illegal aliens are fine, and we're going to lift up this guy who was busted driving the car of a guy who confessed to being a human trafficker. I mean, but hey, this is the guy that we're going to stand up and fight on this mountain on, and then we're going to turn around and go to Trump and be like, "Hey, he said I don't know. Let's put him up on a cross."
To be clear, we should be fighting, even if he is as horrible as you guys think he is, even if he is that, even if he's worse, right? Let's say there's facts we haven't even uncovered, right? And he's worse. That guy should still go through due process.
Yeah, he already has due process. It's just to be deported.
Hold on. No, let me just insert something I've been. I just want to say in response to what Gibbs said. Right?
We already have this idea. He was supposed to be deported. That Trump is making up for an error.
This angel analysis that's coming out, right? That you only get due process if you're an angel. Like that's what's being implied here, right? That he's not an angel.
You're
the one who just said he's not an angel, and so that's
because y'all are sitting here telling us he's just
no.
We're
gonna let him finish. Rich, go ahead.
Yeah, this notion that we have to look at your behavior and determine whether or not you deserve due process totally misunderstands the whole point of due process.
Say that?
Because if you're guilty of something, if there's some sort of a crime, that due process is going to lead to those consequences anyway. Due process is about getting to the truth of something, and therefore, I want to continue to quote what this judge said, because this is the highest decision we have on this interpretation. Hold on, just let me finish. Is that listen, I promise you, if we take a clock and we time the amount of time I spent talking, the amount of time you spent talking, I promise
I'm just trying to help you.
You can help me. I'm going to finish this.
Help him afterwards.
Yeah, let me finish. Then you can help me. Okay. All I'm saying is that what the judge is saying is that all of that he has the right to, that not only does he have this right to due process, and not only did the Trump administration not give him those rights, but also they specifically have, because I've had multiple people tell me that Trump doesn't have to prove anything. He has no obligation to prove anything. And this particular decision by this court on this case specifically said that he does have that obligation. And let's see, it's right here, that he has, that the court found that he has to either facilitate his release, like get him back, or present any legal justification for what they cannot disclose. And so, like, they have to do one of those two things. But the White House's argument, and like Tyler's argument too, yet multiple times, is they don't have to prove anything to the court. That there's no obligation.
Hold on. Let me just explain this very quickly. Hold on. No. I'll let you guys make. I'm not even going to make an argument against anything you said. I'm just letting you know, so you know in the future, when a conservative says "sweet baby angel," it's a meme. Okay?
No. Like, I'm not responding to "sweet baby angel." I'm not responding to that.
You literally did. You literally did.
No.
So, hold on. Stop. You literally did.
I'm responding to when
you literally did. You literally did. You literally did.
You said it was
When
the
someone
standard,
says,
yeah.
you literally did. When someone says "sweet baby angel," it's a joke that was popularized by actual justice warriors.
Yeah, I'm aware. But the implication, the implication is
the implication is wrong. The implication of the joke
well,
is
good,
that
good. It was
the
his
left,
implication. So yes, his implication
every
was
joke
wrong. You're
has an
right.
joke, and your implication was wrong because you don't understand the joke.
No.
So I'm explaining the joke.
You've learned from
don't
Jay
say no.
Dyer.
Jokes can be
you
wrong.
don't know.
Jokes can be wrong.
You're correct.
I understand that he's
You're
making a
fucking
joke out of the
interpretation
case
of
in order to
No,
dismiss
I
it.
Cal Rich. Just I know that you're not going to watch AJW, so I'm just going to explain it. Okay?
I've watched him
Sweet
before.
Baby. Okay, well then you should know the joke if you've watched enough of this.
Send me a link. I'll watch it. I'm fine with it.
So okay, well, or you could just listen. So Sweet Baby Angel or Sweet Baby Angel Aladdin is just a joke about how the left treats people that are known as bad as if they are really good people. It is not a joke about due process or whether or not they deserve due process.
No, it's a way of
joke
dismissing due process.
It's
I think Aiko's point is that his history should be irrelevant to whether or not the due process thing is a question.
But
yeah, whether or not you said originally, what you said originally was that
we can move past like
you're right. You don't get the joke, and then you're being aggressively.
Jokes don't dismiss arguments. That's all.
So this is the issue that I have with you saying that, right? Is because when we look at this case, he's already supposed to be gone, right? So like when we go, oh, the due process states, it's clear to me that the due process wasn't followed, and suddenly now that we've done by basically I see him going a correction of an error. He should have been deported under the Biden administration, but the Biden administration purposely waited it out so that they would, oh, okay, he's not free again. Like, because they did that a million times. We saw it repeatedly over and over and over and over of them not following due process and basically just re-releasing these people. I have no issue whenever now they're like round him up, send him out because he's already had his due process. And so
that means he did no due process under the Trump administration. Right? So you agree with us, right?
I get that Gibbs doesn't have an issue with it, but the court did have an issue with it.
We understand that like you are like perfectly fine with fascism, right? If it benefits you, right? If it meets your political agenda, right?
Yeah, because we already have fascism.
If you don't have due process, actually, that's an important part of that step. So to march to fascism is when we like skipping due process there. So
skipping due process. Why did they skip it before? Why did we skip it before?
If it was the case, if it was the case that the Biden administration, if it was the case, that the Biden administration skipped due process, then it was also wrong. Then it was also on the Biden did it, right? And Biden should be in jail. You know, I think Biden should be in jail. I put Biden in jail.
Why do we need all these extra?
I would put Biden in jail. You know, I put Biden in jail. So we can move past that.
Why do we need 15 extra orders
because
when we can follow the steps that already
in this case, right? Even this case, if this guy was here 20 years, right? And for all successive presidents previously, they had all skipped due process on this specific case because they love this specific person and they wanted this specific person to stay here, and then it landed on Trump's desk. That doesn't invalidate his need to do due process.
So what you're saying is because it wasn't following, it wasn't paperwork that wasn't not done. It was the middle. Hold on. This is the problem with what you're saying.
That too?
There was literally the paperwork's filled out. He's supposed to be picked up and escorted out at this point. It's literally the physical action of doing that was not followed. That was the due process not followed. This was the physical act of correcting that problem. And now you're sitting here going, well, you know, we want to come back and raise all taxpayer dollars and tie this up in court cases because our political agenda says this is more important than actually solving the problem. That's the issue we have. It's just blatant hypocrisy.
Yeah,
you
didn't care about due process. You
didn't care. You didn't care about due process before, but now you suddenly do.
No,
it's laughable at best.
What are you talking about? Anyway, sorry, I'm just going to move past that.
I know you're going to move past it because
I wanted to say something previously.
Clarify. Can you just define what due process is to you? Because I think we're disagreeing about what it is.
We'll go to
might be the problem.
We'll go to Lactoid first. Lactoid, go ahead.
Or maybe he could put Lactoid in your answer as well.
All right. I was responding to something that you said, Aiko, when you were talking about the lower court's order following the Supreme Court order, where they removed effectuate and then they replaced it with this phrase, do whatever that you can, right? Do whatever can be done to make it the same as as if he had never been deported. So two things. First of all, not to be a smartass, but actually he is doing what he would do if he wasn't deported, because if he wasn't deported, there'd be no need to negotiate with Bukele. And he's not negotiating with Bukele. So he's doing what he would otherwise do had he not been unlawfully deported. Second of all, this is the biggest issue with this. When they're saying facilitate, show us what you're doing to facilitate, when the only thing that's realistically, there's only two things that you really can do here to get Bukele, to get Kilmar back. There's only two possible things: negotiate with the president of El Salvador, or launch a full-scale land invasion. Those are the only two possible things. Everything else is a farce. So neither of these two things can Trump be ordered to do by a court.
Send in SEAL Team 6,
flat out.
Yeah.
And so, very
so,
specifically, when they say
that?
the Supreme Court has decided it in multiple Supreme Court cases going back the last 100 years.
Okay, so what you're saying is this decision, in which this judge says that you have to restore to the status quo ante. That's what he says. Is in contradiction to the Supreme Court.
No, there's a reason why. There's a reason why they're not specifying exactly what they want him to do, because all of them are stopping just short of saying what they would go and negotiate with Kelly. Because
they want him to do nothing. Do they want him to do nothing?
No, they want him to do the thing that they can't order him to do. So basically, it would be like a cop. Let's say for some reason a cop could not it was not illegal to go above the speed limit of 60. Okay, and they're like, what the fuck? Like, why do we get rid of this law? And then the direction the cop gets is no, like you can't criminalize people for speeding. And so then the cop tries to do something like, listen, you got to do everything you can do to stay below 60 miles an hour. I don't know what'll happen if you do, but you have to. And it's very unclear exactly what's being ordered to do. There's very little clarity. I would posit
we can assume that we
nearly
don't
unconstitutionally
go over 60
vague.
miles an hour. That's the assumption is don't go over 60 miles an hour. There is an assumed request.
Sure.
Exactly.
But what
exactly.
if? But what if there was a other glaring law that said police officers cannot order you to not go above 60 miles an hour? They cannot. It is police officer cannot tell you to not go above 60 miles an hour. But they got to do whatever it takes to keep you below 60 miles an hour. But they can't punish you. They cannot criminalize. They can't have any say over whether or not you go above 60 miles an hour. You're left with instructions that make no sense. And this is part of the problem. They're saying facilitate. Now they're not clarifying. Give me they're not giving.
Well, they're clarifying. So okay, here's the language.
A single example.
Yeah, here's the language that I'm referring to. So he says this multiple times. He keeps saying this, or she keeps saying this in her ruling, and it's at a minimum, what the White House is supposed to do is, quote, take the steps available to them towards aiding, assisting, and making easier Abu Ghazi's release from custody in El Salvador, and resume. This is the most critical. Hold on, this is the most critical part. And resuming his status quo ante. And she says that he did nothing. So that means that whatever those steps were, he didn't try any of them.
What step? What step?
When there was that visit and they were in the Oval Office.
You just claimed it was clear. It's clearly not clear.
What specific
it's clear what's being requested is that he take whatever steps can result in
what
that.
Steps? What steps?
Hold on. You keep saying what
it's
steps.
Not clear.
I'm about to tell you what the steps were. Okay. When they were visiting the Oval Office, he had the president right there, and he joked about how there's no way that he's going to leave that prison. So, one step would be don't say that shit.
Don't joke, right?
And laugh about it in front of.
Don't joke about how we're going to send homegrown. We're going to need more.
That step would be the Supreme Court
was not to release him.
So that Supreme Court would then be telling the president something they can't tell the president to do, which is ordering the president what types of communications they're supposed to have with world leaders. When we pin you down on a step, you then admit that the steps they're alluding to are unconstitutional. You lose.
Well, we know what
it would be very
easy
to clarify that.
That's why they can't
easily.
You're not coming back to Willy Wonka's chocolate factory. Go away.
But none of this negates.
The District of Maryland made that determination. So if you're right, then the Supreme Court will overrule this with this ruling. But so far, it hasn't happened.
Part of the problem
maybe it will. I don't doubt that it will at some point. That's possible. But right now, this is the highest level of authority. Speaking on what Trump's obligation is to facilitate.
One of the issues is nothing's been the steps aren't made clear. I don't know what there is to even overrule. The lower courts are saying you got to do something.
Yes.
And they're not specifying what he has to do. The only thing that he realistically could do to get Kilmar out, they cannot order him to do. It'd be unconstitutional. It'd be a violation of Article 2, of a separation of powers. It'd be a violation. I can list you. There's multiple Supreme Court cases. One from 1936. There was one just recently in the early thousands. This is multiple times, right? Like,
well, if they did,
this is a domain.
A, quote, constitutional crisis.
Potentially. So they can't touch that. They can't touch that part. So that's why they're not clarifying the steps. And so what is there to even overrule? Like, this is an incredibly fucking brain fuck situation.
What there would be to overrule would be to say that no, he doesn't have this obligation that the District of Maryland says that he has.
Well, hold on. He does have an obligation to facilitate his return, but how he does that is absurdly unclear and very. What is he doing?
If a Democrat was in power and the RNC was funneling all of these things, you guys would be screaming from the rooftops that we have a constitutional crisis where Republicans are engaged in lawfare and that they didn't accept the election results and the mandate given by the Democratic president, and that this is, abusing powers, and that this is like a constitutional crisis.
Hold on, do you think we would defend Biden doing the same thing?
I'm happy to let the courts decide it.
Y'all did do that.
Every single time the Supreme Court
really?
I agree with the Supreme Court.
Really?
Hey, Gibbs, don't literally me, right? I'm saying hold on, Gibbs, don't literally me.
You spoke out against Biden.
Gibbs, don't literally me. Me, right? And I don't believe Eiko here either, have never defended Biden on anything approaching this. So if you're saying, if Scott is saying that we would be defending Biden if he had picked up people
why'd you
about
change what
warrants. I don't think
this is a straw man. What I said is if the RNC was engaged in these exact same tactics, and that if all of these conservative judges were attacking the Democrat from every step of the way, and that they gave these vague orders, but that those orders, if they made them explicit, would violate the Constitution, you guys would be attacking the RNC and those judges as constitutional crisis.
Asking the courts
That's not the same thing. That's not the same thing as supporting the Democratic administration. Saying that the conservatives are
just
the
be
evil
asked for the courts to clarify, just like they did in this case.
If you're saying the reverse, then I'm not. Then we wouldn't be supporting that. I'm still very confused by that because in the reverse situation, of course, we wouldn't support that. Go ahead.
I'll clarify. Right? What I said. You said you're confused. You said you're confused. So I'll just clarify again. Right. If we had a Democrat president or a left-leaning president, okay, and then there was a bunch of holdover judges, let's say from Trump, and all of them were giving orders that if they were made explicit would be a violation of the Constitution, which is where we're at right now. It'd be a violation of Article 2 if they made these steps explicit. But then they said, oh, well, he has to do something. And they were challenging the current Democratic administration to the same degree at which Trump has been challenged. Whether or not you think those are valid attempts or whatever, just if the same number was occurred, most of the people on the left, and I guarantee you as well, would be saying that this is a problem, that this is a constitutional crisis, that that Republicans and Republican activist organizations that are bringing a lot of the cases forward, as well as the holdover Trump judges, are engaged in a constitutional crisis, and that they're not listening to the mandate, and this is lawfare. And when the shoe is on the other foot, we take a scalpel and we wiggle and we worm to say that this shit is like either you believe in the Constitution or you don't. I don't. I have the luxury of saying it's just a piece of fucking paper. But you guys claim that you think that this process is important and the Constitution is important. So if that's true, you should be calling out these judges for trying to violate Article 2 in everything but name only. Not taking a scalpel to try and be like, but what are the steps? I don't know what the steps are.
I disagree with this, but let's go. Gibbs, go.
Yeah. So, I mean, when I'm saying this, right, and I'm looking at this, okay, and let's just look at within this own case, for example, right? We can all agree that previously within the case, he had been ordered to be deported within 90 days. And the time ran out on that. And so afterwards, y'all go, well, that's a clerical error, so we should have extra due process X, Y, Z, and that has led us to point A today. Because the Biden administration.
That's why I asked what their definition of due process was.
Exactly, I know that, I understand that. But here's which was what I was trying to point out earlier. But it also on this, right? When we can look at lawfare. Well, what's your definition of lawfare? Is it only actively like hindering a case, like with like prosecutions or whatever, or is lawfare also could be considered actively waiting out an order and not doing anything? Well, someone argued Trump in this case, trying to wait this guy out and saying, oh, they can't enforce it. Well, that's lawfare some way. Oh, that's unconstitutional. I would argue that that's equally as unconstitutional and the same problem. And the reason why I'm not buying the due process argument, as when Biden was told, deport this man, and they purposely sat there and waited for the 90 days to go out, knowing that this would create a clerical problem, where we'd have to bring him before the court again. And their plan was to just keep waiting. Yeah, I do. It's the millions and millions of people that have been sitting here and they let out the process and were catched and released.
Oh, you just mean like the general, like not
that's
enforcing
what they did.
law?
Yeah, they didn't enforce the law.
Okay, yeah, okay, fair enough.
Yeah,
I didn't know if in this specific case they had like specifically let it out. You're just talking about inefficiencies.
Inefficiency.
Where they like, inefficiency.
You know, with the week, because they're purposely shipping them all over. They're sitting here not processing them. It's clear that their agenda was not to get these people out of here. And so I say that's
due process is just downloading an app, bro.
Oh yeah, I say due process wasn't followed there. I say that was lawfare in the same form. And for us to sit here now, when Trump is correcting the previous lawfare or correcting the previous due process error, for them to be like, oh, it's new. This is a totally different scenario. It's rich, and it's just total bullshit. And like for y'all to sit here and go, we didn't do that. Yes, y'all are doing it whenever y'all sit here and don't say that's lawfare and don't say that he should have been deported. And when y'all say, oh, we need to get him back right now, he needs to stay there because he should already been there in the first place.
Well, specifically, again, you're pretending like you give a fuck about the court order. Specifically, the court order said that not to send to El Salvador, right? So he shouldn't have been there in the first place.
Where is he supposed to go?
That was a mistake.
He's supposed to be deported.
Wasn't. But you can talk about it if you like.
I'm trying to figure out what you guys want. Like you want due process, but then you don't tell me what due process is. Like what is due process to you?
Or does anyone want to take this first? Or
well, just to be clear, they did break. They're not defending that. Like they did break the order. It was an unintentional administrative mistake.
Unintentional.
They shouldn't have sent it. Well,
okay,
Gibbs,
so you mean it was intentional? Then you mean they
because
did a criminal act,
Because if it turns out it wasn't unintentional, that's
they have to say it was unintentional in order.
Well, hold on. Yeah. So like, how do you prove it's not? Like, if they just like, I don't want to make it a priority to round these people up, put it your lowest day, and then they go, oh, we just never got to it. Like,
no, he's talking about the Trump administration. The Trump administration admits that like they made clerical errors, like because that's what happens when you deport tens of thousands of people. Sometimes you fuck up.
It's still the correction.
And when
it was the clerical error when they didn't deport him the first time,
right? And then he's like, "Oh, it was a mistake." "Quote unquote," right? And then he's like, "Oh, we were talking about Trump." Oh no, I guess it was a mistake then.
No, I'm sorry. I'm saying it's the exact same equivalent.
It's supposed to be partisan.
Hold on. I'm exactly saying it's the exact same. Are you? Hold on. No, he didn't at all. Because I guess you're confused about what I'm saying. I literally am saying, "Oh, it's a clerical error for Trump." Ha ha. Wink, wink. Just like I'm saying, "Oh, Biden and them, we just let it go out." Oh, it was an accident. Ha ha. Clearly, it's not in either case. It's the exact same scenario, and that's why when y'all are raising,
the court has said that.
So
even if it's not particularly their fault, they still have to like provide the remedy. And to answer Lyco's question real quick, what the court said was that it's up to the White House to determine what steps it can take. Like it's literally the words from the Supreme Court it can. How do you define what it can? And they're supposed to do it.
Hi, Cal. Do you think you're being an honest actor right now? Do you think that you're being a good person?
Hold on. No, I'm never a good Christian. That's why I need grace. But the discovery is necessary.
That's between you and God, not me and you.
I'm just quoting the court. Well, I mean, you're the one who asked.
Like, why are you that you're being slimy right now.
This discovery is necessary in light of the defendant's uniform refusal to disclose what it can regarding the facilitation of Garcia's release and return to the status quo ante. So all the court is saying, hey. If we're not allowed to tell you what you can do, then you tell us what you can do, and the White House refuses to do that. They haven't done that.
I have two more super chats. Alexander Wynn.
Memes.
And that runs contrary to law. That's what this decision says.
Alexander Wynn. We'll go to Lactoid right after this because I know he wants to jump in. Okay. So Alexander Wynn says for $5 super chat. Sorry, which DNC is running the 6-3 conservative Supreme Court that unanimously said he needed to do something / anything? And then Alexander went for a $20 super chat, previously said Lactoid. That's such bull. All he has to do is make a public request to get him back, and that's the extent of anything that he would be expected to do. The court used that because he didn't want to corner him, because they didn't want to corner him. So you can respond to that if you like.
We saw that on TV, and we saw the president say, "No, I'm not going to smuggle."
I think he's claiming that the Supreme Court has the authority to make him issue a public request, but not specifically call him or talk to him. Just make an announcement. Basically, the Supreme Court has the ability to compel speech on the president of the United States to make specific statements, but because he's not actually making the statement to the president of El Salvador, that wouldn't be a violation of Article 2 because they're not forcing him to talk to the president. They're just forcing him to put it out into the airwaves.
That would be more than what he's done so far.
I mean, that could be valid. I think it's silly, but it's like loophole legalese nonsense. So maybe, I don't know. You respond. You're the lawyer.
Yeah, but Lactoid, like your argument is that the request is so like just we couldn't interpret it, that like doing nothing is a proper interpretation, right? Like nothing is being done versus you need to make an attempt.
What you mean by nothing?
So it's like. I mean, literally nothing is being done. Let me explain. If anything, the White House is making memes about this case in like what's called, like they just did the MS-13, I know. So it's like, yeah, so they're literally doing nothing, but on top of that being antagonistic, which would not facilitate his return at all. It's working against the facilitation of the return, right?
I don't know if Twitter memes.
The Supreme Court has the right to determine memes now. Just like pornography, they know it when they see it.
I don't know.
Good argument.
Well, I'm addressing it. I don't think that the Supreme Court. I don't think Twitter memes or public statements here have anything to do with facilitating his return.
But it can be antagonistic, right?
What is it antagonistic? I don't know. I don't know. I don't think
if you're meant to facilitate the return.
I don't think it's facilitate just means like make something easier.
Make something.
Listen, there are court orders that that order you to do things that aren't necessarily you doing a specific action now. For example, a no contact order. Ali, if you get a no contact order from a judge, what do you have to do?
Not make contact. I do nothing. I avoid contact. Actually, no. There's something. I avoid contact. There is something I'm doing.
Yeah. You have to like not do something. And so when they say facilitate, there's like I guess reasonable interpretations here. They would be like, okay, the executive has to make a plane available in the event that El Salvador decides to release one of their citizens here. They would have to, let this person in right away without like
any
the normal
form of
because
concession.
He is illegal. But hold on. But all these things are like predicated on El Salvador releasing Kilmar, and there's two ways that Kilmar is released. El Salvador agrees, or the bombs drop. Those are the only two possible ways. So when they're saying like facilitate, it's unclear what specifically they want the president to do. They cannot tell him how to negotiate with another foreign head of state.
Yeah, but like you just said, it could be something as simple as like having a plane available or making. It could be as simple as Trump saying. Wait. It could be as simple as Trump saying, if El Salvador decides to release him, we will take him back. Right? It could be as simple as saying the White House shouldn't be making antagonistic memes towards the situation to further villainize the situation.
I think they may have said that. Let me look it up.
But my argument is that he's doing nothing, right? As opposed to anything that could show a semblance of support towards the issue, right? He's doing absolutely nothing, which is like against the definition of facilitate.
So I wanted to ask, maybe Tyler has a opinion on this too. I'll also lag to it as well when he has the opportunity. But like, what's your opinion on this? That could the court say that the way that the Trump administration is interacting with another head of state is illegal or unconstitutional? Like in that, like let's say he has an unconstitutional agreement. He makes an agreement, he signs a contract with them, and that's stated to be unconstitutional. Or do you think they can do that? Right? Like if they make a contract with them, say that, okay, like what if Trump signed a contract that said like, oh yeah, we'll allow your intelligence officers to come onto our streets, take our people, and remove them, right? Like this is him directly interacting with a foreign head of state, making an agreement. Can the Supreme Court say that agreement is unconstitutional?
Yes, they can. So if the president,
hold on, wait, not necessarily. The Supreme Court can.
Made, he said.
No. The Supreme Court can block a deal from taking effect in the territory of the United States if it's unconstitutional.
Yes.
They can't step in and say you can't make that deal.
Once the deal is made, then it becomes under the purview of the Supreme Court. Once that deal is approved, then the Supreme Court...
Within America.
Yeah. So if the president made a deal with El Salvador that El Salvador would take these criminals if he nuked Chicago, then the Supreme Court can step in and say, no, you don't have the authority to nuke Chicago. So once the deal is made, then they get purview over the president's directives again.
Okay, so you're saying that he can't execute a deal. They can't say that you can't do the deal, but that you can't execute an unconstitutional deal. Is that what you're saying?
I'll give a perfect example. There is a UN, I forget what it is. There's some UN like agreement or whatever, some like widespread agreement where it's like if you sign it, you basically have to agree to like ban anti-Semitism or something along those lines. And the U.S. has not signed it because. If they signed it, it simply wouldn't be able to take place in the United States because the restrictions that are recommended, or I guess required, fly directly in the face of the First Amendment, and this just hasn't been enacted. I don't think it's been signed at all. And then, by the way, I just looked it up. The administration did offer to send a plane and pick up Kilmar should Bukele decide to release him. And this was immediately following the Supreme Court saying that he's got to facilitate his release. So
that's your argument. That is your argument. He said if he said he would, that is, I guess, in accordance to whatever. Pam
Bondi did, just to be clear.
Like I said, nitpicky Karens.
Yeah.
I think the nitpicking is important, right? Especially if like you're actually trying to figure out something. I think that's important. I think if he hadn't done that, I would be like, I would want more. I think that'd be fair.
Well, I think that's part of the discovery, right? That the District of Maryland is saying that the White House should do is they should give a list of things that it can do and has done, so that they can then review and decide whether or not they've met the obligations to facilitate. But the White House has given them nothing, no information. So even if they have done something like that, right? They haven't made that argument to court. And so, because the White House
pulled that out,
wants to imply that they don't have to tell the court about it. So, they still haven't done it. They haven't. Basically, what the court is saying is that they're not participating in discovery, which they've been required to do.
I mean, look, if you want to drill into I don't know that specific question. If the court is saying, well, just tell us that you were doing this. And then the administration is like, maybe they have some kind of separate argument for why.
Well, then the court can make a decision whether or not that's sufficient, right? But
sure.
It doesn't even have an opportunity to do that,
right? But the Supreme Court has not ruled on that specific question,
right?
And what people are saying is that Trump is ignoring the Supreme Court. And my reading of this is, I don't think he's ignoring the Supreme Court. I think that the Supreme Court, like their order, was very carefully crafted because the precedent here from the Supreme Court and the Constitution says that the president can't be ordered to do this.
Yeah, if the Supreme Court undoes Maryland here, then of course then everything changes.
I mean,
right now this is the highest court that's made any kind of ruling on this.
Okay, but again, the ruling is so vague that I don't even know how you would send me a list of everything you've done. I mean, this is literally like a Doge plan, right? Like, send me a list of everything you've done. And if you haven't done enough, then we're going to decide
Isn't that what discovery is?
Well, hold on. Send us a list of everything you've done. And if you haven't done enough, then we're going to find you in contempt. And if you have done enough, then we're not. But we're not going to tell you specifically what you need to do. It's very odd.
Would not be that. My guess is the response would be, we will then tell you if this meets your obligation or not. It'd be another clarification. right? That's my guess.
Or they could just clarify.
Maybe.
But
I mean, I think they should.
Clarification was that the White House gets to do its own clarification,
and you know it.
And it hasn't done it
It's just lawfare, and you know it. Why are we pretending that it's anything but
lawfare against someone? We had a 9-0. I'm sorry, not 9-0. Sorry, we had the Supreme Court look over this, right? Like they decided what they were and weren't going to roll on. They have a chance, right? The conservative Supreme Court, but you're saying this is still lawfare? Like if this wasn't fair, right? You would think that like the Supreme Court justices that like Lacto looks up to, right, and like never questions, that they would have actually like stepped in. Yeah. They would have stepped in and would have corrected the situation. But this is their ruling, and I agree. It's like the Supreme Court gave. Last thing I'll say. Well, I agree that what the Supreme Court said was extremely vague, right? And because now here we are, like weeks on in, arguing about the same word "fucking facilitate," right? I agree with that part, right? And I think we should absolutely clarify. But like, I don't see how we could say that like this is lawfare from who? By conservative judges? Like,
yeah.
How could this possibly be?
So you want me to? Yeah, it's very simple, right? When you are talking, when you think about SCOTUS and the philosophy that SCOTUS tends to have, regardless of whether or not they were appointed by a Democrat or a Republican, right? This like right-leaning. The left doesn't even have a definition of right wing, right? So I find that hilarious when people are like this right leaning because they were appointed. Like Amy Coney Barrett is basically a fucking centrist lib. Like I don't really see it as a right wing court. But
Trump appointed.
And that's fine.
Trump appointed.
Right. Trump appointed. That's fine. Almost throughout all of history, almost every single Supreme Court justice has been an institutionalist. That is what they care about. They are life appointees. They care about the sacred institutions, the institution itself. And so what you will see very often in cases when you have when you have like turmoil, or you have cases that are very clearly designed to attack the people in power, what SCOTUS will do is that they will make vague bullshit determinations that don't really say much of anything so that they can just move on and people can be done with it. We saw this again with Bush, right? Bush v. Gore. They were like, this doesn't apply to anything else, but in this time, this is how we're interpreting dimple jets, right? They do things for the sake of maintaining order. They don't do things usually, even if they're right-leaning or left-leaning, they very rarely do things, and they try very hard in their tenure as judges in appellate courts to get to the Supreme Court to do everything they can to seem apolitical, even though we know they're political. Right. Okay. And so that's why you have this bullshit thing that kind of leaves us in the dirt, because what the Supreme Court doesn't want to do, what the right-wing Supreme Court doesn't want to do, is say all of you judges are bad and you know that you're trying to violate the Constitution, because they are in many ways at the same time trying to support and at war with the president. So they put out this vague thing that basically allows Trump to continue doing what he's already doing, and the left gets to go, aha, see, they said we have to, effectuate it, and then the right gets to go, aha, we won in a 9-0 decision. The lawfare comes from these, when you have rogue activist judges at lower levels that are making bullshit claims that are then pumped as part of a machine of the cathedral in media, on podcasts, in places, and showcase even tonight where we're having this fucking super detailed debate about one specific case, but nobody even really wants to talk about what due process even really means. What we want to fucking talk about is the nit gritty portions of whether or not Trump is doing this thing or whether or not it's Article 2. It's nonsense. It's noise.
Sure. Well then, and the few minutes remaining before we get started on the topic proper. Well then I'll tell you, because I was waiting if anyone else wanted to say their thing before I said my thing.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. Due process means that you get your day in court, which is an extremely vague thing to say, but it's that when you are accused of something, you get to defend yourself, right? Like the state, especially when you're talking about the state, right? The state accuses you and is threatening to use state violence against you. You have a fair chance to contest whatever those charges were, right? Now we can understand that different people get like different, and depending on the crime, like it's like different levels of like due process, or or levels of interaction with the court, I should say. Levels of interaction with the court, right? Like maybe, I don't know, there might be limited appeals in certain types of cases or whatever the fuck. But in any case, right, that you get to one, know that what you're being accused of, right? That you are warranted presented to you when you're arrested. You know what you're being accused of, and then put in front of the court and able to contest it, and that will also include like being provided like legal counsel, right? Because like we've had like, and this happened in the Trump administration, but this also happened under Democratic administrations where like we've had children, right? Either undocumented children or maybe documented children, who knows, right? Who've been put in front of like an immigration court judge without a lawyer, like little children, like that at 4 years old. This just happened under the Trump administration like a week or two ago, but it's happened under Democratic administrations as well. This is a both sides thing. But I would say that case, even though the child is in front of a court, that would not be due process. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, so what we're saying is, so long as you get a day before a judge, that is due process.
No,
as long as you get a day.
No, I mean, a little bit more than that, right? I mean, like,
okay.
When I just said, like, if you're in front of a judge, but you can't properly be expected to contest the case, right? Because let's say we're in front of a judge, but like you've got like the Silence of the Lamb, the mask on your face, and you can't make your case, right? Or right. Yeah, right. Like you'd have to have a legal process. It can't be like slanted against you for whatever reason. That would be violating your due process as well. But now, yeah, like a fair. Go ahead.
So due process basically just means you have a right to some kind of like legal proceedings, and how much you get is widely varies on a whole bunch of different things.
Yeah.
Right. If you're getting sued, you have much less due process than if you're being charged with a crime.
Yeah.
And in immigration court, you have some due process, but not nearly as much as if you're a citizen being charged with a crime. In fact, in immigration court, and I'm not an immigration lawyer, but my understanding is that like on kind of evidentiary hearings, usually the burden of proof is on the applicant, like the immigrant, to disprove what the government's saying, as opposed to what the government's saying. So when people are talking about with Kilmar having all those accusations against him, one of the reasons why the courts, why it was found that he was, a member of MS-13, why they credibly found it, was because they said, hey, we have this evidence, and it's presumed to be true unless you can disprove it, which is the opposite of how it works in a criminal court, where the state has the burden of proof. So what due process looks like, and there's not a lot of due process for immigrants, for immigration, compared to like a lot of other forms of law. So
I'm not sure on the you prove yourself.
I don't know all the details
guilty
about that either.
Well, there is a distinction. There's a distinction that I think that I know Lactoid's aware of, and that it's not just that you give them some sort of process, like in some sort of hearing or whatever. That's procedural due process. But then you have substantive due process, which basically looks at the procedural due process and asks whether it is like artificial and in an attempt to sort of avoid you having rights that are due to you, right? So you have to meet both of those. But I mean, I know you knew that already.
Sorry, could you explain that again?
Procedural due process is what Lactoid was talking about. There has to be some sort of process that you're going through. But then if that process isn't enough to ensure the rights that you have, then you've violated substantive due process, which is, you might have met this or that process that, that maybe intake procedures or whatever, but your rights haven't been met. And at that point, it's not just your burden is higher. It's substantive due process that you can't violate anybody's rights, whatever those rights are determined to be for the person that you're talking about. And sure, of course, immigrants, like there are certain rights that they don't have. They don't have the right to vote, for instance. Not all rights are human rights, but they do have human rights, right? They have the inalienables, as Jefferson called them, right? Those rights are rights that are due to everybody, and we can't take those away even from immigrants.
God, do you think that was fair?
Right, so,
what we said?
Yeah, no, I'm just curious. I'm just trying to figure out where you guys are coming from, right? Because obviously, from my position, I don't think the United States, as a libertarian, I don't think the United States has a right to deport anyone unless they can prove that they committed some form of property crime. Like this idea that they cross an imaginary border and therefore they have the right to deportation is not something that that works within libertarianism. But also I don't think the state has the right to exist. And I think, how do we figure this out and how do we get to a better place? I propose invitee systems as a means of getting to a better place. I think it works more. But the thing is if we know that someone is an illegal immigrant, okay, I'm trying to figure out why, if we have proof that they are an immigrant, why is it like by as an internal critique that you believe, like, do you believe that all people that are here have a right to be here regardless of their immigration status? Do you think deportation is valid?
Alexander Wynn says it's pretty obvious that the Supreme Court wants him to make Trump to make any obvious attempt to get him back. Trump, hey, mind giving us back that guy, Bukele, nah, Supreme Court, see, he tried. So thank you again for the $10 super chat. Alexander Wynn.
I think we can already beat that argument into a dead horse and why it's a violation article to do that. So like what your guy that's supporting your stream is saying is he's admitting that this is unconstitutional, but he doesn't care because he likes it. Because he doesn't care about the Constitution. Welcome to being a libertarian. I appreciate you. You should listen to me and follow me. But setting all that aside, right? Like, do you believe it is valid to deport someone? If what proof, why does a person need their day in court as opposed to procedural due process? If we have the proof that they're simply not a citizen, does the president have the right to just get rid of anybody that isn't a citizen?
They should be able to,
or not.
If they're in this country, if they're on our soil, whether they came here through a legal process or not, they should be afforded a due process, right? So due process, as I stated before. Now, deportations are absolutely going to absolutely support like them being a thing, and that for any number of reasons, you should be able to be removed from the country. But it's important to have them in front of the court. One, because the government can just say shit as an ANCAP. I'm sure, like. You have a deep skepticism of state power, and so
I'm doing an internal critique, right? Like, so you think that a person needs their day in court on whether or not to prove that they are a citizen, right? Because if they aren't a citizen, then the president obviously has the right to deport them.
Well, yes, whether they are a citizen or whether the government, even though not a citizen, they should whether the charges against them are valid.
So this is kind of why I think. This is kind of why I have this critique of the left as being nitpicky Karens, because no one here believes that the individual in question is a citizen of the United States. We all admit that he isn't a citizen and that the president at his own purview, so long as he can prove that, has the right to deport that person, except me. I'm the only one that doesn't actually says that the president doesn't have that right. And so what I notice is that the left,
I don't think he has the right.
Oh, so you don't believe in the Constitution?
No, hold on, no, calm down, right? Like, I don't necessarily believe that he has the right.
I'm calm. I'm just pointing out your contradictions.
No, I'm not. There's no contradictions. Deportations are a thing, right? But whether this person should have been deported is a thing that had to go through a process which doesn't seem.
Is there any question? Is there any question whatsoever that this person is a citizen?
So even if he's not a citizen, I'm saying that doesn't necessarily mean that he has the right to be deported. There's lots of non-citizens in this country, and I don't think that the president has the right to simply expel them all. No. So why you're
not
extending that out? Like, why? Because
does he not have the right to get rid of citizens?
They have they have levels of rights, but different levels of rights for people of different statuses. But a person who has come here undocumented, no, not necessarily. Like, if they there's lots of ways in which, despite coming here in undocumented fashion, they have certain rights and right to stay here. Right, like if they are claiming asylum, for instance, right? Like they may
Yeah, so in 2019, right, he had a court case, and in front of an immigration judge, it was determined at that moment that he would not be deported and that he had a level of protected status because of fear of retribution from gangs. Right. And whether or not that's because he is or isn't in a gang himself is somewhat questionable. Like, I personally don't disagree with whether or not this person should have a day in court, right, to determine the validity of those things. My issue is that there is this pattern, and this pattern is exactly what Admiral Gibbs was describing when he said "sweet baby angel," which is that the left often picks villains, not heroes, to represent these causes and muddy the waters, and then uses these villains intentionally because they use it to try and find contradictions and muddy the waters in the overall conversation because there's not actual principles involved here. I guarantee you there are like we saw the same thing with George Floyd, right? George Floyd is a villain. He's a monster. He was an evil person, and the world is a better place because he's dead. And anybody that disagrees with that is insane. But there have been plenty of people that have been killed unlawfully by the police that didn't become these national movements. The reason it occurs is because he's a villain, because the left loves to pick villains and muddy the waters and be like, sweet baby angel, and engage in this practice so that we can completely disseminate any value or principle in these matters.
Yeah, so I'm going to move on. This is going to be the last thing, and then we're going to move on to the topic at hand. That's nonsense. Mm-hmm. That's complete bullshit. What is everything you just said? So like you
think George Floyd was a good person or a bad person?
No, I don't care if he was a good person because
it's irrelevant to the law.
Relating back to what I said, rewind the VOD. I said, hold on. I've said.
So you agree that at least that portion of the statement wasn't bullshit?
Hold on, no.
So that portion's not bullshit.
Hold on. No, I'm not contesting it because I don't care what it is, right? I don't care. He could have been an angel.
Well, you can't simultaneously not care and say it's bullshit.
Hold on, shut up. Shut the fuck up. I will complete my statement. That's going to happen.
Hey, don't tell me to shut up, Prime Guys. Remember when you told me not to say shut up? Don't say that, Prime Guys.
Don't worry. I'll shut you up for you. Shut the fuck up. Any which way. So back to it. What I was saying, the thing that's bullshit, is that it doesn't matter. Like what the status is of this person, whether they happen to be a good person, whether they happen to be a bad person, whether they have to be genocidal. If a piece of shit Netanyahu came here, right, and was charged somehow of the United States, accused of a crime, well, Benjamin Netanyahu would still deserve his day in court. Right, like an actual genocidal monster, Netanyahu, I would say that he would absolutely require a day in court.
What is that?
And so it doesn't. So it's irrelevant, right? Like saying that we pick villains, right? Nonsense, right? Like, and that there's even a conscious thought and how these things go. Like with George Floyd, he simply went viral. That's what happened. He went viral, and he went viral in an environment where these types of actions were discussed, right? Like violence, police action against black men, right? Now you can say that like maybe it's unfair, maybe it's blown up or whatever, right? But that's separate. The reason why George Floyd became the avatar was simply because he happened to go by. There was a brutal video of police murdering him. Brutal video of them murdering George Floyd, right? And again, let's say he was a child rapist and we never uncovered that. Still wrong. Still wrong, right? Still that he deserves due process. Still that when it comes to arresting an individual, police should follow certain actions, right? Like that's what happened. There was no picking of this individual, right? If we picked, we would have. If the left, right? If the hive mind of the left had a chance to actually pick, right? Well, yes, we would have picked an actual angel. That's what we've done. We're picking, and there's plenty to pick to choose from. Plenty of individuals who've done literally nothing wrong and were executed by the police. That's the thing that happens. But still, for whatever reason, George Floyd is the one that goes viral. And yes, you're correct that there are many other people who get killed by the police, right? That many other people suffer the same consequences, and it's unfair that their case doesn't get brought to national attention either, right? But the same could be true for fucking kidnapping victims, right? Usually, an attractive white woman is the one who gets the attention. Yeah, she goes viral for whatever series of reasons. Maybe she's just photogenic. Whatever, right? It's not right that other people who go missing every day don't get that attention. But we would still want this woman, like whoever that person is, to get their justice, to be found. That's the same thing. So like I said, we're ending it here. We got to move on, or we're going to spend another half hour on this. To the topic at hand. But thanks for participating. And hold on, did I get something else from? One more $10 super chat from Alexander Wynn. The entire point of due process is to give them a chance to defend against accusations. If they aren't here legally and a court determines that, or they don't contest it, they can be bounced. What
part of due process is it when they don't follow the
hold on. Nope. We're moving on.
Is that substantive or procedural?
We're moving on. We're moving on because we already ran out of time. And we got to get to it. All right. Thanks all for being here. Hey, all audience members. Thanks for coming through. That was our preamble, which I didn't even get to the parts I actually wanted to interact with Lactoid, and we got stuck on there were so many things I wanted to say to Lactoid, and it immediately got derailed in a way that I didn't think it was going to get derailed. That's my fault. I got to be more specific whenever I say anything to Lactoid, especially when it comes to legal matter, because it's very hard to contest it to deal with. Sorry, we're getting some background noise. I don't know. I think it's you, Grid. We keep getting some background noise from you. Your mic is picking stuff up.
It's coming through my mic. What's going on?
You're now
underwater mic.
You've got a double. We're hitting double sounds from you. I don't know why, because you're muted on StreamYard, so I don't know how that's happening. We're working on that. But in any case, so it went a lot longer than I thought. I do apologize. I don't apologize for that. You guys had good entertainment. You were all entertained. So thanks all for being here. Thank you, and to my participants here for indulging in all of that, right? And having spirited conversation. I really do appreciate every single one of you, even the ones I mute. If you, the honest members, appreciate that, consider supporting the channel. This is the first stream of the month. Consider helping us out so we don't have any I'm sorry, we got some testing. What is that? Okay. We have, what was I gonna say? First stream of the month. And if we don't have any subs yet, so consider subbing to the channel. Gift bits or gift subs. If you haven't done so already, consider supporting the channel so we can keep providing you with this entertainment, right? So we can be here and you can have fun yelling at us, right? Agreeing with some of us or yelling at some of us, right? If you feel something, find yourself coming back here often, consider doing that. Follow the channel if you haven't done so yet. If you're on YouTube, hit the subscribe button. Shout out to our YouTube members. We're seeing an increase, a slow increase of people showing up on our YouTube channel. Thank you for YouTube members. Thank you for Sean again for gifting memberships, and thank you Alexander Wynn for supporting the community through those super chats. Anyone else, if you make a super chat, I've been on top of them. I'll read your super chat, we'll react to your super chat, and you'll be supporting the channel. So consider subs if you're on Twitch, subbing to the channel, getting bits, getting subs, or resubbing if you're out there. Please resub. We love our resubbers. Thank you so much. That recurrent revenue is very important. And also thank you our YouTube friends for super chats and other types of support. Okay. So we're going to jump into it, and I'll read the topic. You guys can do intro and openings at the same time. And let's keep it snappy, everyone. Keep it snappy. Scott, I'm talking to Scott. Everyone, I'm talking to Scott. Keep it snappy. And then let's move on. All right. So I'll read the topic. In Texas, a Muslim community has planned to create a small town called Epic City, which stands for East Plano Islamic Center. It would feature at least 1,000 homes and a mosque, a faith-based school, and a community college. However, it has been met with fierce opposition from Texas Republicans, led by Greg Abbott, the governor. Abbott says the group leading the project is anti-Semitic and implied that foreign adversaries were buying up Texas land. Do you think there is any reason to be alarmed? Is there any reason to believe that this could be a threat to national security? Is this just another repeat of the 9/11 mosque scare? And would you welcome a Muslim-centered town in your area, wherever that happens to be? And credit to my friend Sociologic Ali for hitting me up with this. It was a good topic. Yeah, it's a really good topic. When I first saw it, I was like, I'm not sure about this, but then I looked into it deeper. I'm like, oh, actually, this is a super good topic. So thank you, Ali, for being so kind and helping us out. So yeah, just quickly, exactly what I said. Muslim center, a town led by a Muslim project development. I don't think they could just keep non-Muslims out, right? But just one that in its initial design would be friendly to people of Islamic faith by centering a mosque, things like that. Hard a fight from Republicans, right? On all sorts of levels, they've been fighting this development. I want to know if they feel this is right, and I'd like to touch on the 9/11 mosque situation, right? I think Aiko has talked about that before in the past. And that was a crazy situation years ago. Not all of us maybe were around to experience that, but that was a crazy situation, and I think it kind of relates here. Okay, so we'll go.
I was
down the
already
line.
old.
You're already low, indeed.
I was old back then. Yep.
So much. So we'll go down the line. So I prefer Lactoid.
Yeah, I'm Lactoid. You can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. I installed a toilet today. So I'm fucking sore as hell. Those things are heavy, but if you're a man, you got to do your own home maintenance. So some amateur plumbing work, and that's where we're at.
Probably going to be
hell.
If you're a
pretty
rich man,
sore.
you contracted it out. Yeah, that's what
Yeah, well, I mean, when the apocalypse happens, money's not going to have value, okay? But we're all still going to need a shit. It's just as is what it is. I'm probably going to be getting a new motorcycle tomorrow. We'll see how that goes. This one's going to be a big one, but we'll see how that goes.
A safer one?
So looking at the topic here today, how do I say this? I think that I have no problem with it. Like, people banding together and forming their own communities is like the pinnacle of libertarian ideology, in my opinion. They're coming together. They're saying, hey, we're going to have this town. We're going to do our own shit. All good. I got no problem with it. I looked at, apparently one of Abbott's contentions was that they didn't have a license for their funeral home. And if that's like the objection they have, like, you don't have your license. Sorry, I don't give a fuck. All right, this isn't the UK. This isn't some fucking third world hellhole. If you want to start your own fucking town and have a funeral home without a license, good. Have fun. I don't care. That's not legal advice. That's just a personal political opinion I hold. I think you should obviously be able to do this. I think that people pushing against it, there could actually just be some straight up Islamophobia attached to this. I also don't like. And this I'm going to phrase this very carefully, okay? I don't like, and we've all seen this somewhat recently with some bigger streamers than us, where there's this insinuation that, like, when you don't want to do something, or you don't want somebody else to do something, you characterize them as anti-Semitic, even if, like, there's really not a lot of evidence to go off of them being anti-Semitic. And then this definition is then used to silence people. And come up with these definitions that are particularly egregious in terms of violating self-expression. I think that's a lot of bullshit. I don't think that this is something that you can credibly challenge because it's anti-Semitic. I think what it is they just don't want this Muslim town popping up. I got no problem with it. I'm a big fan.
Our friend Scott, what do you have to say?
Yeah, I'm Scott Fabian Liberty. You can just Google Fabian Liberty. I'm predominantly on YouTube and Zitter, Twitter, X, whatever the fuck you want to call it. Yeah, so I agree that conservatives really don't have a leg to stand on to stop the Epic City, right? Like, they're falling into internal contradiction. All right. They are statists. They believe in taxes. They believe in aggressive things. And this claim that it's like, the existence is anti-Semitic by those people being together is really has no basis, and the legal challenges that they're doing it has no basis. That being said, Islamophobia isn't a thing, because to be fearful or to hate Islam or to hate anyone that is saying that they're a Muslim is morally good, right? Anytime someone says I'm a Muslim, it is worse than saying I'm a statist, because they have stated openly, I am at war with you. I will kill you. I will take you over. I will do all the evil things to you. So the existence of an Islamic covenant community, those two things are a contradiction. You cannot have, like, you could voluntarily have a jizya, right? You could voluntarily have some aspects of Sharia law, but to follow Islam would be to kill apostates, would be to have certain things that are a violation of the non-aggression principle. So you cannot have you can have cafeteria religion Muslims, right? Which only take certain aspects of Islam, and then they could have a covenant community that is commiserate with libertarianism. But anytime someone says I am a Muslim, like, they're in fact saying, I am at war with you. I agree that violence is good. And that's setting aside things like jihad, whether that's a personal interpretation or a war interpretation, just the very nature of, like, apostasy, the very nature of the jizya and things of that, is to say that you are inferior to me, and it is God's call to eventually make you all either Muslims or people of, whatever other book. And if you are not a Muslim, you are underneath me, and I will use force and oppression against you. And that's really, I think, there is a certain hatred of Islam that Islam obviously deserves. You should hate Islam. And when someone says I'm a Muslim, you should, like, spit on the ground in front of them and say, repent. That's disgusting. You're a monster. But I mean, at the same time, there's a lot of Muslims and there's a lot of Christians and there's a lot of statists. So you can't do that with everyone. And you're not going to have a lot of friends. You're not going to get a lot of things done in this world. You have to deal with the reality that there are a lot of evil people. But really, it's not about the right of covenant communities to exist. It's of the fact that Islam is a religion that also is a system of law, which is uniquely different from Christianity and Judaism. Some could make that claim of rabbinical Judaism or certain sects of Orthodox or certain sects of Christianity, but Islam is a system of law that has a mandate to take over the government and to reestablish the caliphate. And so it is in and of itself. Epic City is a challenge to the United States government that says, we want our band of criminals to take over your band of criminals. And so, yeah, I think we'll get into more details on that, but I do have to obviously be careful of TOS and things of that nature. But yeah, I mean, that's why
after that, I don't think so. I think
you're worried about TOS.
Well, no, I didn't. I mean, I didn't give any direct or actionable calls to violence. I didn't use any slurs. I specifically talked about the philosophy and how the philosophy is violent and how the people that espouse that philosophy are violent.
Well, let's hope the Twitch mods feel the same way. Let's go to Admiral Gibbs.
Luckily, I'm not on Twitch.
Yeah, so, it's getting to the point now where, like, every time I get one of these articles, I just gotta go, I'm sure there's some more bullshit somewhere. And I was over here on Grids today, and I said, I've heard a lot about this, living in Texas. It's been real controversial. And the talk has been, and I hadn't really followed this too close, and I had some concerns. I brought up, like, Waco, and I was like, I kind of like to keep to myself, and what's none of my business is none of my business, and, like, let them do what they want, and I was sympathetic. But then I said, I better not find out that there's some kind of foreign connection involved here, or I'm going to be kind of pissed, and it's going to be obviously some nefarious attempt by them to, like, subvert Texas and try to do some bullshit, of course. And with literally the most cursory read through the article, you find out that they're backed by CARE and a group that the UAE declared a terrorist organization for, and this is the specific one I mentioned to Grid, their association with the Muslim Brotherhood. And lo and behold, guess what? Surprise, surprise. Like I said on Grids, it's going to probably be the Muslim Brotherhood. And guess what it was? It's, like, once again, prophetic. And I'm like, oh, Oh, of course, we're gonna have the Muslim Brotherhood working through us. What city? El Paso, the bastion of liberal bullshit and foreign groups working in Texas. I don't know if y'all remember what just recently happened in Texas, but we had a basically out of state funded candidate that really tried to push against Teddy. Y'all might have heard of him, Beto O'Rourke. Oh, yeah, he literally couldn't get 2 Texas votes until, he got every person from the Dim founders list, Bush, and lo and behold, it's out of El Paso, the leftist bastion. Oh, suddenly we have a malcontent group, that's a church group, or a mosque in fucking El Paso that is running an unholy bullshit little, who knows what they're doing with these cadavers. Nobody knows. They could be humping them. We don't know. They got these no license to do this shit, and they're out here sitting here doing this bullshit and trying to claim religious freedom. And the reason why they don't have this license is because they're trying to press the issue. They're trying to fight Abbott on every legal front they can, just like it's lawfare, just like they're doing with this city. And lo and behold, it's backed by what I said, an argued terrorist group. Now people go, well, we don't respect the UAE's terrorist organization. Well, that's interesting because every time we have to talk to a terrorist organization, what country do we go to? We go to Qatar and we go to the UAE. So if anybody knows who's tangentially attached to terrorist groups, especially Muslims ones, I would probably trust the UAE to know that. And when they tell me they're associated with the Muslim Brotherhood, and guess what? Now they're being subversive and trying to start a Muslim city in the Texas and have their little bastion. I'm suddenly very suspicious, and I definitely don't like the idea of foreign powers do this. I don't want the Muslim Brotherhood. I don't want the Chinese. I don't want the cartels. And it's ridiculous, and we shouldn't have foreign powers of any kind acting in Texas.
Thank you so much, Echo. Another Texan.
We have a foreign power creating settlements like these in Texas right now. It's called the Catholic Church. Our monarch recently died. We're selecting a new one now. I went to a Catholic college in this area. 85% of the student body was Catholic, and very often it was very common practice for people once they graduated to buy a house in the neighborhood right next to the university. And now we have a big Catholic enclave of thousands of people, most of whom went to that university, and we all recognize the authority of a pope who is a foreign head of state. So yeah, all of those elements exist with us. In fact, here in Texas, we also had an anti-Sharia law sort of arc that took over about 2 years of discourse. I don't know if anybody remembers it. And but that law specifically said, it said nothing. It said nothing that really mattered. It just said that the United States law is supreme over foreign law, which simply, that was already the case before they passed all these Sharia laws. So yeah, they call it an anti-Sharia law, but in point of fact, it was just a law reiterating that Sharia law doesn't have any priority over American law. Well, because they couldn't word it in a way that made it sound anti-Muslim, they just said all foreign laws are that way, which meant that Catholic canon courts. Canon law courts were as much of a target of that law as the Sharia laws were. But it turned out it didn't affect my local Catholic canon law courts, just like it didn't really affect real Sharia courts, because all they really do is do things like grant divorces and resolve disputes and stuff like that, just like a mediator would. And they have no authority unless people on both sides agree in advance to go through this mediation process, which they call Sharia law. So all of these things that people are afraid of are things that already exist. Nobody's worried about Catholic communities springing up across America or Baptist communities, because in Texas those were pretty big too. It's not a problem. That said, anytime you have sort of ethnic enclaves, especially if they speak a different language, there's always some risk that you're going to get some separation from the general population that you have to look at. I'm not saying that there's not like cultural risks there, but in terms of this being something that's legally unique or a phenomenon that's never happened in America before, you can't say that.
so much. Our friend Ali.
Yeah. I mean, I just saw this after a week on Twitter of watching Valentina Gomez just go absolutely nuts. That woman needs to be studied. I think she's hilarious, but she's been going ham. And then I've seen other accounts where it's like Godsod sharing like zoom outs on a map of like Texas or Florida or California. It's like, oh my God, look at all these mosques. Look at all these Muslim institutes. What's happening? What's going on? Well, what's going on is Muslims are coming. They're relatively successful here in this country, and they're building communities. They're building infrastructure. They're buying land. They're buying houses. If there's a problem with that, then I would recommend to the American community or the Christian community, whatever community seems to be complaining about this, to get your community together, buy houses, buy land, build your community, make your community stronger. Because this whole like fighting one community because and drumming up all this fear just isn't working, right? There was a conversation to be said about like a few months ago about cultural Christianity making a comeback to the UK because atheism and this individualism isn't enough to fight the overwhelming like Muslim community that seems to be rounding up people and having them convert in kind of high numbers. And it's weird. So yeah, I actually just wanted to explore it because there are Jewish communities in New York. There's like a wire around Williamsburg to where like, you know, there are implementations of like Jewish law for certain things for like Mormons or for like all of Utah, right? That's a fucking Mormon state or whatever it may be. And then you have like the Jehovah's Witnesses, you have so on and so forth. Every group seems to want their own thing down to the Christian nationalists. So I just don't understand what the problem here is.
Yeah. Were those people brown? Ask yourself that. Let's go to our friend Doobie.
I agree with everything Lactoid and Aiko and Ali said. But further, I think a lot of this is just born out of just straight up Islamophobia that the Republicans use to drum up support, fire up the base, or whatever. That has been especially like pushed by certain groups within the United States. They're drumming up fear of Muslims as part of this propaganda campaign to try to get everybody to keep everybody on Israel's side in Gaza. I think there's a lot of bullshit going on with this, and it's. I feel like there's like a huge misunderstanding, and I'm guilty of this, right? After 9/11, I am guilty of falling into the all Muslims want to fuck babies and murder the Christians or whatever the fuck. Just like everybody else. I think a lot of people fell into this thing because that's all we really heard about Islam, right? Yeah, fuck babies. Sure they're all pedophiles because they're prophets of pedophile. They want to murder everybody who's not a Muslim, et cetera, right? This is just straight up like massive misunderstandings of Islam, massive like it's just bigotry. Like let's just call it what it is. It's just bigotry. So don't call it, if you're not afraid of Muslims, don't call it Islamophobia. It's just bigotry. All the things all these negative things that exist within Islam exist in the other Abrahamic religions too. It exists in sects of these Abrahamic religions. They exist in other religions that we all have no issues with, apparently. So it just seems like a massive double standard being applied here because they're trying to drum up fear of Muslims.
So much, friend. Tyler.
Well, because my argument kind of ties into my introduction last week, I first want to start out by taking a victory lap on what I said last week. We were talking about gender specifically, but I went into disparate impact and how these identitarian groups based on gender, race, religion, whatever, are all starting to form. We're moving away from individualism, and I don't like that. So what we're seeing with the N-word lady versus the high school football game stabby boy right now is two different identitarian groups competing to represent their side when both of them did something that at best looks pretty morally reprehensible and at worst could be like, homicide. So for him, we're not there yet, but in the very best telling, neither of these seem like good people, but because of some larger proxy war that goes on, they're both getting support from their sides. And I see it as a bad thing. So I kind of want to say that this is just another step in that direction. I don't have any problem with Muslims. I don't have any problem with any religion or atheists or whatever. What I'm worried about is assimilation, individualism, American exceptionalism, and these things. So when we have these movements, like you see the right wing, when they criticize identity politics, they always go after race, but they never talk about religion. And as soon as, somebody critiques Israel in a way Ben Shapiro doesn't like, he turns into that 2016 blue-haired feminist from YouTube that was yelling about microaggressions, but they're just now against the Jews. You see a very similar with the red pill movement. Sorry, Grit, I'm not taking shots at your boys here and whatnot, but with the red pill movement, I see is very similar to feminism. You got a bunch of mediocre men grouping themselves up with greater men and standing on the shoulder of those giants to take credit for other men's accomplishments. And I don't like it. I am an individualist. I judge people based on who they are inside, what they say, how they act, not what they look like, not how they were born, not what religion they like, not what brand of politics they decided appeals most to them. I think these things are bad. So legally, okay, whatever, I'm sure it's good, and I'm sure we have these little groups already. I'm more worried about American values. American exceptionalism to me is not only the general, like I want America to be exceptional, but the theory itself is we have the best system. Our liberal democracy, our experiment in this was the first in the world to do this. And in order to preserve that, acclimating new civilians and citizens to our society under these individualist, liberal, Western values is an absolute must. Letting people come in here and form a little Chinatown or a little Muslim town or whatever the hell group they are in their little group, it prevents them from that proper acclimation better. I think this is antithetical to capitalism because what you start seeing is instead of we just need more growth and there's enough pieces of the pie for everybody, instead we see a zero-sum game get pulled into it. And if your group, your racial or gender or religious group gets a thumbs up here, that means ours are coming down here. And it doesn't work like that in our economy. More opportunity for everybody means everyone benefits and there is more than enough room. Now, just to give you some other examples of consistency here, I don't want a bunch of weird
not too long.
I got you. Weird cultist religious people like in Waco. I thought that was bad, even though the government handled it very, very poorly. There was allegations of sexual things going on with young people that I really don't like. So that's my concern, is that we're not moving in a way of American individualism.
Thank you so much. And finally, our friend Grid.
Hey, thanks for having me back, Prime. Sorry, I had some audio issues to start out with, so I apologize.
You currently have audio issues.
My mic not working?
We can hear you.
It's doubled audio.
Yeah, we just have to mention. But yeah, we can hear. We can understand you. Go ahead.
Is it too loud?
It's a double thing again. I don't know.
So
you're echoing.
Mute yourself in the stream loud.
No, he already
he is muted.
He is.
We don't know
what
something is OBS or something weird. It's or Discord.
Yeah.
There's something. It's something minor.
Don't worry. We can understand you. We can go ahead.
So at any rate, I do really appreciate the gaslighting that so many have put forth here, and I really look forward to going forward with this. But I'm really not as concerned about individualists or even a church or even a group of people, regardless of what their religion is. We have freedom of religion here. That's fine. What we're actually talking about is a master plan community that has a church and a school and a college and all of that devoted to one specific religion. Now, we have an example of this in London going on right now. There are 85 unofficial Sharia law courts. Now, most of the people on here would consider themselves feminists, and none of those courts favor any women's rights. Not one of them, because they're Muslim, and Muslims do not recognize various feminist rights. I just can't tell you how great this is going to be. This is going to be a great debate tonight. Love you all. Let's get into it.
I am looking forward to this debate tonight.
Everything you said was bullshit.
I love it.
They're a Christian. They're a Christian, and
wait. I just want to know.
I'm an American right there.
Wait. There's a city. There's a church for one religion, and then there's the college isn't going to be a Muslim college. I don't think. I'm pretty sure.
It literally says faith-based college.
No, it's
literally said that.
Okay, there are Christian-based colleges, right?
Sure.
Yeah, I went to one. I just explained with the same thing.
Master plan town with 1,000 homes that are for
what's the master plan
only?
What's the master plan?
That's called a master plan community. Do you not read the material?
The streets in the shape of a Rosetta. I don't know.
Well, to be clear, they are going to allow non-Muslims to be there, right? They can't keep non-Muslims out. So if a Christian wants to go in, and buy a house, no, we do know yet that would be illegal for them to do.
Yeah, my little Catholic neighborhood, we have
Well,
non-Catholics. We're just like 85% Catholic, but we have non-Catholics.
Yeah, it would be illegal for them to say you can't live here if you're not a Muslim, right? But beyond that, granted, there are a ton of courts, quote unquote, all over this country that you're in right now that are Christian courts and Jewish courts and yes, Muslim courts that exist.
Catholic canon law courts.
That people, people go to when they have some kind of an issue.
Stop.
Sure, go for it.
I mean, you can just get California one, but let me just get the. I've never seen a specific Christian court that enforces law on people. Now, I'm aware of the Catholic canon church.
Yeah,
but that has
if you want a divorce, you've got to go. You've got to
law. There's no
neither do Sharia courts in America. They're arbitration. They're outside of.
Wait. I can speak to this.
If they own the town, they own the police force, correct?
And they're backed by a terrorist.
They establish town codes and policies. Is that correct?
We got Hamas
Jr.
basically backing them up.
That's ridiculous.
We had a local
Indian guy
police at our Catholic university too.
We haven't heard much from DB, so I just want to give DB a little chance to go back and forth.
Yeah, so Grid, we have seen this before again all over the fucking country that you currently live in. I'm sure there's some in your state right now. If you were to just Google this, Christian court or Catholic court near me or a rabbinic court near me, you will find plenty of them, I'm sure. Hold on, but Grid. These don't have the force of law behind them. They're like mediation courts, right? Or like there's another term for this, like arbitration, right? That people go to voluntarily, and they don't have any actual legal power beyond that, right? So this isn't, you're going to go and the Muslims are going to throw you in jail for not worshiping the Quran or whatever the fuck. It is not that. What they're referring to are things that currently exist in the country. Yeah, I'm sure.
Okay. You read the material?
Yes, I did. Show me which part of the material you looked at that informed you.
By the way, this place is within 10 miles of me.
Sharia courts that are imposing like Islamic law on people.
Well, can you find me any Catholic canon courts that are backed by alleged terrorist organizations?
Yes.
Okay, so
yes. In fact, I can because the one that I was at was backed by the IRA for 30 years.
Oh well, cool. That's a foreign terrorist organization. We should get rid of that one as well. I mean, I'll be.
So Gibbs, the claim that CARE is linked to the Muslim Brotherhood is bullshit. That's been debunked for fucking decades now. It's bullshit.
Not been debunked.
Okay, then why haven't they been charged with anything? Why aren't they listed as a foreign terrorist organization or labeled? Wait, no, tell me, why haven't they been labeled a foreign terrorist organization?
Probably because they have political donors.
Because there's no evidence. That is bullshit.
There's evidence. There's plenty of evidence.
Where? Then why haven't they been charged?
Let me ask you a question.
I actually really like this line of reasoning.
How come every time we go to talk to a terrorist organization, the two countries are Qatar and the UAE? Are you telling me the UAE doesn't know which groups are attached to what terror organization?
That's where the manufacturing facilities are for terrorists. It's in Qatar. It's in the UAE.
So these guys have the embassies for every terrorist organization there. They talk to all of them, but somehow these guys also simultaneously don't know who's in a terrorist group. Yeah, that makes sense. Cool. Good.
I mean, we haven't labeled them. We don't agree. They said it is. We don't agree.
Yeah, there was a lawsuit over this. Hold on, there was a lawsuit over this, right? And they were not charged in that lawsuit because there was absolutely no evidence that they were linked to the Muslim Brotherhood.
And the UAE hasn't rescinded what they claim either.
Yeah, I can't hear any of you guys.
Yeah. The Metropolitan Tribunal. This is the Metropolitan Tribunal of Boston. The Metropolitan Tribunal is the ecclesiastic court of the Archdiocese of Boston, and the Metropolitan Tribunal of Boston is charged with the administration of justice as a court of first instance and as an appellate court for matters of the public good brought before the church. Although most cases brought before the tribunal involves questions of marital nullity, the court also acts as the competent forum for other issues, including penal matters. That's I searched Boston Catholic Court, and that's why the first thing I got there. So it seems like these things exist. I don't know the extent of their powers. I'm just listening to everyone else to understand the extent of their powers. But yeah, it's a thing.
Not only Doobie, by the way,
I
you are like also just unequivocally lying when you say it's been disproven. Like I looked up
Right.
just now, CARE, and I'll post the articles. Had its terrorist ties. Newsweek and the National Review both have articles detailing numerous alleged ties to terrorist groups with the Muslim
Alleged.
Brotherhood, to Al Qaeda.
Alleged.
Yeah, cool.
Alleged.
So we have a foreign group with alleged terrorist ties sitting here.
Alleged.
Hold on,
Alleged.
alleged. A foreign group with alleged terrorist ties by the country that handles all the terrorist negotiations of making a master plan community. Yeah, that's basically the IRA. All right, we mentioned the IRA earlier. That's basically
because
the IRA.
are actually terrorists, not alleged terrorists.
Cool. This is like the IRA hiring Westboro Baptist Church. That's what they did. We have the Muslim
That's so
Westboro
silly.
Baptist Church. It's malcontents in a little town that's basically a bastion of liberaldom in Texas, and they're sitting here being activists backed by terrorist
Muslim town you guys are hearing of? Like,
No,
you
so
Gibbs. So essentially, you're saying, hey, somebody makes an allegation that they're linked to a terrorist group, and that's enough for you to say they're a terrorist group. Like that's ridiculous.
Well, whenever we see they funded,
like obviously, if there's an allegation, I encourage them to take it to court and prove it, and then designate these people as like terrorists, and then you get rid of them. No, that's not true. No, that's not true.
Let's go to our friend Scott.
It's absolutely true.
Yeah, so I think the problem with this conversation is that you have to start with what something Tyler said, right? Which, he brought up this idea of like Shiloh Hendricks versus Carmelo Anthony. And there is a shift in the culture war. There is a shift of white guilt going away. I think we see this with Shiloh Hendricks. And so I agree, from a libertarian perspective, I don't think Republicans really have a good leg to stand on in getting rid of these communities because of like whatever bullshit claims they come to. But we have to understand the politics involved here. And one of the things is that for the last 30, 40, maybe 50 years, we in the West have operated on a lie that everybody in every culture is equal. And Islam is not equal. Islam is a force of great evil. I can bring like we saw. No, hold on. I didn't interrupt you guys. So there was another thing that you said, Tyler. You said, I want little Chinatowns. I want little Muslim towns. I want all these little towns.
He said he doesn't want those. He said he doesn't want those.
I want acclamation.
Right. Okay. So, but here's the thing is that we can have a little Chinatown and I can bring in 1 million Chinese immigrants and I'm not worried about churches being burnt down or Muslim grooming gangs, girls being raped, the police hiding, massive grooming gangs. I'm not worried about sexual abuse that is targeting white people specifically. I'm not worried about other countries, funding churches, which is something that has happened a ton, especially in England, where mosques have received foreign terrorist funding. And I'm not worried about the culture of liberalism, feminism, and lefties doing everything they can to bend over to allow people carte blanche to rape, abuse systems, abuse people, get away with crimes. And that is the crux of what is occurring here. And you see it with the Shiloh Hendricks donations and things of that nature, is that there is a large population of white people that are like, if you're going to play the collectivist game, I'll play it too. And that's happening because the left has allowed Islam to violate human rights throughout Western civilization over the last 20, 30 years with massive immigration. There are no Chinese no-go zones in the West. There are no, right? That doesn't exist, right? But there are Muslim no-go zones. There are areas where if you let enough Islamic people gather together, they will indeed oppress women. They will violently attack people. They will rape girls. Name a country in Europe, literally, dude. Name a country. Name a country in Europe.
China is worse than Muslims. I'm more scared of Chinese nationals than I am of Muslims coming in. Biden expelled over 1,000.
I absolutely agree.
There are some great quotes from this fucking
conversation. That China is a problem, and that I don't want China buying up a bunch of property or starting these towns. But the thing is that it's very simple. Name a demographic, name a religion, or name a country with power and bring 1 million of those immigrants and put them in an area. And you tell me which one you don't fucking want. And if any of you don't say it's Islam, you're fucking lying. You're just lying. No one
Why?
wants a million Muslims imported somewhere
Well,
because it
Ollie's
will
okay
destroy
with
that
Why
area.
not? That's
Come-
ridiculous.
perfectly
You
fine
can say
with
this
it.
about any
He-
religious group, right? I'd assume that there's going to be some
I can bring
impact.
in a million Jews
impact-
and import
no,
them in Virginia
no
right
bullshit.
now, and we're
What are
not
you
going to have
talking about?
grooming gangs.
What are you
We're not
talking?
gonna
Hold on,
have
there's
no-go
some. Hold on, there are ultra orthodox sections of New York that women can't walk through without being called fucking whores and spit on. Like, what are you talking about?
Oh,
So yeah, so within every religious
areas,
within every
where
religious
women-
group,
where
there are going to be
women
some
are
people
attacked
who are on the
verbally.
extreme ends of what we are okay with culturally, right? So obviously,
we're under the synagogue. They were
Are there grooming
in New
gangs?
York.
I'm sorry, what was
Name,
that?
are there grooming gangs?
Yes. What are you talking about?
There are Orthodox grooming gangs. That go out
Yes.
and find
Yes,
other
there
people.
are some
Can you
Christian
send me
grooming
those?
gangs in the U.S. too. The Mormon Church and the Catholic Church had massive issues with this. Like, what are you talking about?
That is not
Hold on, there are Mormon groups
saying
all
that
over.
any institution.
No,
has
don't do
people
this
that
any
rape.
institution.
It's
No,
not
I'm
the
talking about
same thing.
specific Mormon groups that were raping children, right? That were for decades.
That
was
happens
covered
in public
up.
schools. That happens in the Catholic
Exactly,
Church. That
Scott.
happens everywhere.
Exactly,
That is not
Scott.
the
This
same
isn't a
thing.
Muslim issue,
That is
Scott.
not the same thing.
This is exactly
It
what I'm talking
absolutely
about.
a Muslim issue.
It's
You
not-
No,
lie,
okay,
and you
then
know
why
it.
the
white-
fuck are
is it a
Mormons
white-
and Catholics and
is that an
Jews raping
island?
people?
We have gangs.
This
You have
isn't a-
islands. Is
Dude,
that like is that
literally
going to be the
people-
comparison? You have an
No,
island made for raping
I'm
little
not
kids.
in
What's
no
the
way,
issue?
in no way, shape, no, in no way, shape, or form. You're not engaging with the actual argument. You're just trying to dismiss from what is reality. Okay, yes.
I think
any
you're trying to dismiss
demographic
what's reality
rapes.
by trying to focus
Duh.
on one individual group.
Any
This is the
demographic,
group that's bad.
Yeah, I'm focusing on the one that's been a fucking problem for the last 20 years, and that feminists and leftists have done everything they could to cover up.
I'm sorry. The Epstein Island thing wasn't a problem for 20 years. This was an island,
You're
not
absolutely
a gang.
right.
It was an island. It was large groups. It was individuals. It was Christians. It was
This,
white
this
people. Right? Like,
whataboutism is not addressing the reality that if you import a large amount of Muslims and you give them and you do not assimilate them and you give them the
God
ability
forbid I
to
affect
police
your narrative
themselves,
building.
that they
Hold
will
on,
have grooming
Scott,
gangs, that they will attack people, that they will oppress women.
Hold on, Scott.
That's just a reality.
Scott, I am extremely critical of religion in general. And I think you've been here long enough for me to have heard that about me, right? I don't talk about it often. But yeah, but I'm extremely
So
critical.
am
Okay, yeah, fair enough.
Obviously.
Right? We're on the same level. We're on the same wavelength here. And so, which is why I think I'm a little confused here, right? And I'm trying to attack you. I'm just trying to understand. Like you're saying that the Muslims are a specific problem because of this grooming. Islam is a specific problem because of this grooming issue. Okay, all right. You're saying that within there are individuals, maybe groups, who specifically groom. Okay, but and I won't push back against you. But when Doopy brings up, well, this isn't a Islam specific thing. I don't understand your pushback when he brings up the Catholic Church, which has been doing this thing for centuries. For centuries, they've been doing this. So I don't.
Right. So there's a mechanism, right? So let's discuss the mechanism under Catholicism. Why was sexual abuse so prevalent with Catholic priests as a mechanism, right? Let's set aside the conspiracy theories that may or may not be true, like lavender mafia and shit like that.
Yeah.
And let's just focus on what we know. And what we know is that you have celibacy is a unique problem. You have individuals that have, respect and power within a community. And those two things of the power, access to children, celibacy, the fact that, the types of person is it self-selects for pedophiles. It's not that Catholicism is trying to catch pedophiles and bring them into the church, but when you have a position of power that gives you power over children and at the same time requires that you be celibate, it is a position that is attractive to pedophiles because pedophiles will go wherever there is power in an area.
But just to be clear, they did protect those pedophiles, right?
Absolutely. Right. I'm not giving some carte blanche pass to fucking the Catholic Church.
I just don't understand
what
why
I'm
you're
saying,
making a distinction. Go ahead, please.
What I'm saying is that Islam has a unique thing here, which is twofold. Number one is that it has a system of law. And so its ability to be able to assimilate to another culture is all the more difficult than every other religion. Right? Christianity
Wrong.
has some rules you're supposed to follow, but it is, render unto Caesar what is Caesar, render unto God what is God's, right? There is the kingdom of heaven, and then there's the world in which you live in. And this is similarly true, but to a lesser extent, of Judaism. Now, certain sects, as Doobie mentioned, Orthodox Jews, but like not rabbinical Judaism, like your standard fucking like Jew that usually ends up growing up to be like, I'm an atheist, right? They don't have these things. But Islam not only has a system of laws that you are supposed to follow and rules such as a woman's value and testimony in court is worth half that of a man's, and that a woman can't be trusted as a witness unless there's at least two of them when compared to a man's testimony. They have punishments that are both in the Hadith as well as the Quran for apostasy. There are instances in which that you're telling me that both the Hadith and the Quran don't say that you're supposed to punish apostates.
So I think to be clear, every bit of what you said was incorrect. Yeah, to be clear, every bit of what you said was incorrect. So Christianity and Judaism also have laws. Right, not just in their like in the religious verses, right? The New Testament, Old Testament, Talmud, for example. But I mean, the Torah. But like in their tradition, right? They have what the Jews call a halakhic law, I think it is, something like this. Echo, I'm sure you can correct me if I'm being correct. And Christianity also has laws that have come down through the centuries, through like different church leaders, fathers, etc. And Christians and Jews and Muslims are meant to live by these laws to the best of their ability, right? However, I think it's even true within Islam that if you're in a secular society, you're not expected to break the laws of that society to follow these laws, unless the laws of the society are like totally immoral in some way, right? But there's no like what's the quote from the Quran? It was just
Can you explain to me the Muslim
wait 1 second
in New York City?
Well, 1 second. It said there's no so I think you know what I'm talking about, Ali. It's there's no coercion in faith, something like this. There's no coercion.
You can't coerce people to follow. Like it is against the religion to coerce. So when you see people that are doing coercion, it is a cultural issue.
It's
tax?
Yeah,
it's a tax.
Yeah, so racial tax that's specific.
No, not racial.
If you don't want to be Muslim, you can live in the country, but you pay a tax. It's like
so Scott, in the way that Christians are meant to give tithes, right? Hold on. In the way that Christians are meant to give tithes within Christianity. No, listen. Let me finish.
You cannot say
no. Listen, you're not letting me finish before you're freaking out.
There are Jewish police. There are Jewish police in New York too.
We gotta get order here, right? Okay, all right.
This is insane.
So one second. So Grid had been trying to get in for a while. So we're gonna go to Grid, Gibbs, and Lactoid. But I'm gonna let and Nico. I'll let Doobie finish what he was just saying, and then Grid, Gibbs, Lactoid, and Ico.
Okay, so the tithes thing, because I know you guys got upset about that. So in the way that Christians are meant to give tithes to the church, right? Muslims are meant to do something similar. I think it might even be called the same thing. I can't remember off the top of my head. They have a specific set of rules and a specific amount. I think it might be like exactly 10% off the top of my head that they're meant to give as part of their religion, right? Non-Muslims don't have to do that. They don't have to pay that thing. They have a separate thing that they're supposed to pay, right? And yes, you can say, oh, this is like obviously some kind of like discrimination because they're meant to pay a thing because they're not Muslims. Sure, I agree this is bad. I don't agree with this. I'm not a Muslim. I don't like religion generally, right? But to say that it's not like or that it's like especially bad is, I think, a bit silly, right? So
hold on.
I don't know. It's just they have their rules for like I'd compare it to like the Noahide laws, for example, that Jews had, right? They're laws for Jews. They're laws for non-Jews, and as long as non-Jews are following those laws, they're fine.
No. It is absolutely valid. It is absolutely valid to to critique the jizya, which is an
I agree.
anti-Muslim, like anyone, like to say that it's like it's just an extra tax that we extort once the caliphate is established against all non-Muslims. But it's just like tithing, you know what I mean? Like you give up some of your stuff to the church to help out the church. It's the same thing as saying the whites that aren't Muslim need to pay an extra tax or else.
No, what are you talking about? Who the fuck is talking about imposing a jizya in the United States or in the UK? This doesn't happen.
That's Islam. That is what Islam is.
No, this is not. So, for example, Jews have the Noahide laws, which are meant for non-Jews, right? So as long as non-Jews are following those laws, which they do have on a piece of paper saying, hey, non-Jews are supposed to do these things, then they're fine. But Jews have their own set of laws.
Not the same
right?
thing.
That Jews are meant to follow. It's just different religious groups have rules for people within and without the group. That's all it is. There's nothing like malicious about that. I disagree with it because I'm not religious.
The Jewish empire outside.
We gotta move on. So let's go to Grid. Gibbs, Lactoid,
please. Thank you. Yeah, I'm not really sure what tithing has to do with the city in Texas being planned specifically for a specific group of people. But okay. All right, I like a good red herring bullshit galloping away like anyone else. Let me ask you guys a question, because this is actually something that's a fair question, I think. So if the town incorporates and the town sets the town codes, hires a police force, builds a hospital, when a young girl goes in to that hospital that is run by Muslims and cannot get the health care that she wants or needs because it's against their religion and policy, where will your outrage be?
Don't Republicans literally support this with fucking
Where's your outrage for
Catholic
Jehovah's
hospitals
or Catholic hospitals?
Catholic
What are you
hospitals
talking
do this. What?
I can only listen to one, so not really
Catholic
sure.
hospitals do exactly what you're talking about.
Sure, but they're not the only hospital in town, and they're never.
Oftentimes they are.
Catholic hospitals. Catholic hospitals are
sometimes they are.
not.
We've run across this.
Sometimes they are, because Catholic hospitals, they form hospital networks, and they've been buying more and more hospitals, right? And so they're all part of these networks. And so it could be in your locality, the only hospital is a Catholic hospital. So if they don't want to do a procedure, or they want to force a procedure on you in terms of like when you give birth to a child, they want to like circumcise the baby, right? Well, then that baby's got to get circumcised, or you got to find somewhere else, drive very far away. Exactly, that happens.
I don't know. I've never been to a Catholic hospital I'm aware of.
I mean,
there's a lot of Catholic hospitals.
There's a lot of Catholic
yeah,
hospitals.
You keep referring to your anecdote,
which is fine.
This was a major topic of debate with like birth control, for example.
None of that answers the fucking question of what about that specific incident. You're just saying, well, these guys over here do it. Yeah, okay. Bad people do bad things. I will grant that. They're bad actors in every way. But you're talking about people who are setting out. You're setting out to establish an entire community that's exclusive of others from the word go.
Not true.
From the word go.
Of others.
Yeah, it's not exclusive. Well, I'm going to use my logic. Can I answer the question?
Can't build a town that's exclusive to others.
Let me answer Grid's question. What are you going to do? Well, I, especially following the Masterpiece Cake Shop decision, in which I don't think Christian bakers should be forced to bake a cake for a gay couple. I also don't think a Muslim doctor. I don't think a Muslim doctor should be forced to do whatever procedure you're referring to, because I don't actually know which procedure.
I didn't say you should be forced to. I said.
What's the procedure that can't be done at a Muslim hospital?
They can leave. They can go somewhere else, just like the bakers, or just like the gay couple.
Okay.
Sure, yes.
And you're all going to be okay with it.
Yeah,
I am okay with this. I have been very consistent on this.
To be clear,
I know you. I kind of figured you would be.
As Grid, I'm not okay with it. I want to force it on them. Fuck that. I've been very clear. I've been very consistent on this. Fuck that. If you are here, right, you need to be following our laws, and you should be providing a minimum set of services if you're going to be called hospital, especially if you're going to
Prime calls that abortion, just to be clear. So, according to Prime, it's abortion.
I would force them to do abortions, right? Or you don't get to be a hospital. Or we put some other sanction on them. So that's what I would do.
Not to report SA because they don't believe it is SA.
They'd be breaking the law.
Covering up a crime or something, then they should suffer consequences.
The mandatory reporters, that's already a law.
No, no, Grid just wants you to be like, well, look, the Muslims are doing it. We should be extra mad because the Muslims are doing it. Kind of as Scott points earlier. All these groups of people do it. You want me to be extra mad here?
There is something very specific to the culture, and you know it.
No, that's not true. Why do you think Muslims are okay with raping people? Like, where the fuck does that come from?
Can you tell me the quote where it says like it's okay to rape?
Where
Muhammad's wife, Ali.
I can tell you in the Bible where it says it's okay.
That was a special 9-year-old lactate, to be clear.
Let's go to our friend Gibbs, who's been waiting very patiently.
First of all, I mean, that's a bad faith question you just asked. I mean, like Fabian already kind of alluded to this earlier. There's a reason why certain minority groups in Europe are having way more sexual assault cases. I don't know if it's inherently because they're Muslim, but at least somebody's culture is leading to that. Now, I mean, whether or not y'all think that's true, I mean, the stats back that. Now, here's another thing. Doobie also lied. Yeah, Doobie, you also lied earlier, by the way, when you said they weren't attached to a terrorist organization. I posted 5 different sources where they're linked to 2 separate terrorist organizations, one being Hamas, one being the Muslim Brotherhood, right? Now, so interesting that the FBI, one of the sources of the FBI, and the justice, I leaked the actual case in there, where they said, we have noticed financial discrepancies linking them directly to Hamas. That's a terrorist organization. So basically what we got is Hamas, a terrorist organization, equal to the IRA, like you mentioned, basically getting a malcontent, a Westboro Baptist Church, the Muslim Brotherhood little group here, I don't know what they're called, the East Islamic Center or something. They're a malcontent. They're a little activist group. And now they're sitting here planning this. What's next? Are we going to start getting Hamas soldiers? Are they going to start launching rockets out of this community at us? That's the next thing that's going to happen. I'm not even joking.
Wait, hold on. I need to respond to this.
We're basically letting a Hamas terrorist center be founded in the middle of Texas. That's what y'all want. That's, I mean, it's founded directly by them.
Yeah, so Gibbs, so what you're referring to is the Holy Land Foundation case, right? So if you were to look into this more deeply, I know that people in your chat posted it, whatever, and you thought you could just open it up and own me or whatever the fuck. If you look into it a little more deeply, so initially they named Kerr an unindicted co-conspirator. This was shut down by a federal judge because of this. The judge said this violated their due process rights by just naming them like publicly an unindicted co-conspirator. So the DOJ removed that designation, right? So they're not they no longer call them an unindicted co-conspirator. No, hold on. Further. There has been, again, I've said, this is what I said before. I understand there are allegations. There's absolutely no legal, financial, any link to any of these terrorist organizations that you're referring to that's been established anywhere. So there are allegations, no established link whatsoever, just allegations for decades now, right? So if I'm assuming, right, there is an interest in labeling this group a terror group because there are a lot of bigots who dislike Muslims in this country. Multiple Republican representatives who are elected, right, have pushed to designate them a terrorist group, to investigate this group, and many investigations have happened, and so far, no link has been established. It's just allegations, just bullshit. Now, if you were to look into CARE, if you were to look into CARE and then look into the Muslim Brotherhood, for example, CARE is all about what they are basically. They're a group that rose up in response to Islamophobia that was happening in the U.S. or anti-Muslim bigotry, whatever the fuck you want to call it. They are all for equal rights. They're all for constitutional protections, all for interfaith dialogue and interfaith interaction, which is exactly what this community is, by the way. They're not going to keep other faiths out. They just want a faith-based community where many people of many faiths can come together. So the Muslim Brotherhood is not that. They aren't for interfaith communication. They aren't for civil rights and things like this. They have a totally different ideology. So I'm sorry, you're reaching for a link that just isn't there.
I'll say just one thing quickly. This is the image of Texas that he wants, it burning as the rockets come falling.
I'll say one thing. I haven't, unfortunately, Gibbs, because I'm running the panel, I haven't been able to really dig into your sources, right?
There's a lot of them.
I just haven't been able to do that. But the only one I clicked on was the Newsweek one, right? So it's a Newsweek article saying CARE not only inspires terrorists, it's historically linked to them. It's an opinion piece, right? By Rabbi Yaakov Menken, right?
Sure.
And he's a managing director for the Coalition for Jewish Values. Okay, so I searched for the Coalition of Jewish Values.
What were they linked to?
And Yakov Menken shows up right at the top. He is like the whole thing is a pro-Zionist group, right? And their mission, right, according to Yakov Menken, right, in a separate article, he's bragging, right, he's talking about a mission to champion Torah values in American public policy. So it sounds like this is a group that is actually pushing to change the laws of the United States, right, to become a religious extremist laws, right, to match the laws of a specific religion. So that would be like Muslims like pushing Sharia law, right? But they're just doing it for the Torah.
Okay, good. So you're against it. You're against the Muslims doing that.
I'm against all of them. I'm against Christians doing it, when Muslims do it, and Jews do it.
I think they're both terrorist groups. Sounds good to me.
Okay, then why do you go to terrorist group?
Everyone's a terrorist group.
Hold on. If the cartel goes, hey, I know that. So say I'm part of like, I don't know, the New Generation cartel, and I go, the Zetas do these practices every time we fight them. Do you think I can trust them to be experts on what their enemies do?
So you're gonna quote one terrorist group against another? I mean, it's fine. Okay, it's okay.
A lot of Catholics in those terror groups. At the border, a lot of them.
But it's not. Hold on, Prime. It's not just that. I also linked the actual evidence. Like
I said,
so
I clicked on one.
They're all pretty damning. It's pretty clear these magic.
And I apologize at the beginning because I didn't get the chance to look at them all. So if I can, I'll try to evaluate them.
But I trust Rabbi, whatever his name is. He sounds like he knows what he's talking about.
Yeah. You want?
I'm just
him and Rabbi
found the sources online that the FBI and the government couldn't have enough evidence to link them, but Gibbs has the evidence.
You want a Torah-centered America? Makes sense. That sounds like Gibbs.
It's
very clear.
It's when I'd be
It's very clear it's the Westboro Baptist of the Islam, and that's what we got going on over here. I mean, that's great. They both have some kind of problem with dead bodies.
Torah-centered Islam. I don't got to worry about my blonde daughter.
We don't know what the problem is.
Can we like explore the rape things? I feel like you guys are just throwing that around.
We don't know what the problem is. We can explore. We don't know what they do with dead bodies either.
I had a bunch of Orthodox Jews just like threatening to rape a woman on camera, right? Like a group of 100 of them. I just threatened to rape a woman. So that's the thing that happened.
We had an island in the ocean where we would send our politicians.
Who's they?
Who's they? Us, the Americas, Epstein, whoever you want to call it.
Just curious if you can say it.
Let's go to Lactoid.
Okay, I'm gonna say.
We know what you're saying, though.
I respect TOS though.
I wink. I got you.
I'm gonna say. Hopefully it's coherent. So. I guess maybe it has to do with the wool being pulled out like above my eyes as to my exploration of the Russian-Ukraine conflict and the realization that the neocons have been lying for so long, and the realization that so much of the framing of these issues is really being dictated by U.S. foreign policy and media organizations that are funded through USAID and the CIA and all these other organizations that are really intended at curating a particular position in the United States. And when I hear, they're terrorists, and you start looking into the organizations that are saying this, and they're Zionist organizations, explicitly Zionist organizations that you pointed out, I think there's enough to be like a little bit skeptical, right? I think there's enough to be a little bit, hold on a second. So there's not a lot of evidence here that they're actually terrorists. We just, and they're not designated as a terror organization. That's not by the United States. Okay,
not by us.
I understand, but there is a country that does.
The country that we negotiate with all that other territory.
Oh, sure. Okay. Yes. The UAE, the pinnacle of human rights countries.
What are the laws like in the UAE?
We should, of course, respect their opinions.
Why is human rights an issue in the UAE?
Hold on. If the UAE is slaves, hold on. If the UAE
literally have slaves, it's not a good.
Maybe something about their religion or culture that makes them abusive of human rights.
Hold on. I'm going to address this as well.
If the UAE is that bad, right, and they're also the same one that
this negotiates. This is a horrible argument.
Hold on. If they're that bad,
they would know it's bad.
Hold on. If they're that bad, and they're also the one that we use to negotiate to specifically Muslim terror groups, and they go, hey, these guys are a Muslim terror group, do you think A, we should trust them because they probably know the clientele, or B, nah, we're gonna not trust the FBI.
Probably know the clientele.
We're not gonna trust the FBI. We're not gonna trust the UAE, and we're not gonna trust the Zionists.
All
I guess
Muslims know each other.
You know what? I guess this is why we can't tell what a woman is.
Skip.
I read
the whole Wikipedia while you were yapping about this. Okay, I read the whole Wikipedia. The evidence is tenuous at best. I'm skeptical. I think that a lot of, again, like framing and collective consciousness meddling is occurring here, just like it's happening in other geopolitical conflicts that are happening in the world, right? And I think the U.S. State Department absolutely has their hands in this and is lying about a whole bunch of things. And I don't think it's a coincidence, okay, that you have Abbott here, who is literally pulling out anything he can get his hands on to demonize this, right? You didn't have a license. You didn't have a license for the funeral home, right? This is the depravity that they're reduced to because they have nothing else.
It's pretty sus.
Like there are, whatever you think about Muslims, okay, some very interesting things.
Hold on, it's not sus. They take care of their bodies more than anybody else.
I bet they do.
Hold on.
Pretty big against Muslims.
Whatever you say about Muslims, whatever you think about Muslims, okay. I do think it's interesting how in the United States we have plenty of relatively isolated communities that have extreme religious beliefs, like Orthodox Jewish community that Doobie was referring to. There's also various, Catholic communities that have hospitals that have limited services, or Catholic restaurants or facilities or whatever. And from my own point of view, I don't think that these people should be forced to provide services to people they don't want to provide services to. I think people that they should be able to congregate if they want to. They should be able to form communities if they want to. And this proposal seems very milquetoast, right? It's like we're going to have like a fucking town that's like, yeah, it's going to be like Muslim oriented, but anyone can live here. And like we're just going to do our own thing. First of all, if you're afraid of these people, wouldn't you want them going to their own town? First of all. Second of all, is what they're proposing actually a big deal?
What city do you live near? Let's put that town right next to yours, and then you can have the Hamas rockets fly into your house. That's what I think.
No Hamas rockets flying out of Dearborn or Tampa.
I'm sorry. And this is like, I think just I don't want to we don't have to get into this, okay? But like the neighborhoods that are very dangerous close to me, it's not the fucking Hamas rockets. It is like a gangbanger that's going to shoot my brains out. Okay.
Well, guess what? You're not going to have that problem.
That's the reality of most violent crime in America.
You won't have that problem no more. Listen, you're not going to have that problem anymore because Hamas is going to shoot them for you.
Why haven't they shot? Wait. We have a Muslim community in Dearborn, Michigan that exists. We have them in Tampa, Florida. We have them in Texas. We have them in California. How come the Hamas rockets haven't? How come the Hamas rockets are going to leave from this one?
They've been landing in Detroit. We know that.
Because Dearborn voted for Trump. Because those aren't backed by terror orgs. This one is.
Dearborn's Lebanese. If you guys want to do that, Fortson High School was called Hezbollah High for a deal of time.
Well,
let's go to our friend Iko and then our friend Scott.
Because it was alleged.
So the conversation has moved away from this, but I still think it's relevant, which is to say that if we're objecting to all of these things, because Muslims are doing it, then we need to look and see that this is not just something that Muslims do. Somebody mentioned earlier that Christianity somehow had church-state separation or secularism embedded within it for the last 2,000 years. In point of fact, up until Vatican II, which was in the 50s, the church still condemned as heresy modernism, by which it meant secularism, separation of church and state, all of these ideas that we're talking about. Only very recently has the Catholic Church even recognized a right to conscience. In fact, if you look, sometimes John Paul II was the last person to do this. There's an emblem that he would wear when he walked around. It's two keys that are crossed over like this, right? And those were the two keys of the power of the papacy. And one of those keys is faith and morals, which we all understand is the claim that the church makes to power. But the other one is temporal power, which is to say that the church makes this claim over temporal, that is to say political, worldly power, which is an equal claim as to its authority through the magisterium over faith and morals. So that is a claim that Christians have made over the last 2,000 years, particularly after it took over the Roman Empire with Constantine and all the way until like the mid 20th century. You guys remember divine right of kings? That wasn't secularism. That was kings making religious claims. Literally, the Pope was putting crowns on the heads of like every monarch for centuries. It was Dante that first argued for church-state separation, but he was met with a lot of resistance there, and it was centuries before that actually became a reality. It's not just Catholics. You look at the Anglicans. Literally, their Pope is the King of England. Okay, here in America, Massachusetts Bay Colony, the Puritans, like we have that tradition here too, and it lasted a long time, even though. Tyler's right that the American experiment was an extraordinary one. We basically invented secularism in a practical sense. It took a while for it to take root, but it finally did here. But that was from leaving Christianity, not from honoring it. What I'm saying is that connection that you guys are attributing to Islam, that they make claims on temporal power that Christianity doesn't. It's only very recently where the Catholic Church stopped making those claims, and there's still a lot of dominionists to this day that want to make those claims, who think that Trump is himself on par with God.
So we're gonna go to Scott and Tyler. Thank you for talking about the key symbol. I've seen that key symbol. First of all, it's really cool. Like, always look really cool. I love that symbol.
Yeah.
Thank you for explaining that the meaning behind that. That's really fascinating. I go always elevating these conversations. Let's go to friend Scott and then Tyler.
The keys of Peter is literally what.
Well, yeah. This city's Pope, to be clear, would be Osama. I'm just saying.
Oh, okay.
So
it might be a person. I'm going to Osama.
Either that or the Prophet Khomeini or whatever the Ayatollah is. I mean, either way, somebody's getting blown up. And it's going to be Texas.
Something Muslim sounding. Okay,
I'm just waiting for that.
You're just saying nonsense. You're just saying a lot of nonsense. Thank you.
I'm just waiting for an LGBTQ person to move there, and we have a first
Tony to nonsense. Let's go to our friend Scott, please.
But then they're going to play Texas racist, and it was just going to be the Muslims.
Scott.
Yeah. So I'm mostly being patient because I know that everything I'm saying here tonight is extremely inflammatory, so I'm not trying to also be super interruptive. But so I think, listen, you are absolutely correct that historically and even within certain segments, ICAL, that there are, segments of oh my God, why am I blanking on the word? There's segments of each faith that is, clearly concerned with temporal and political concerns. And you will see this you'll see it from the Ortho Bros that are coming in, right? They very much want to establish Christian nationalism. You see it with a lot of different religious groups. My issue specifically is with Islam. I want to separate it because I'm trying to thread a needle here of understanding of why we are at this place. Because more often than not, I think what we end up doing is we start having like this debate about our currently held beliefs as opposed to why we are where we are. And the thing is that it seems like a lot of people have drunk the Kool-Aid of liberalism in this idea. It's like I'm hearing like, no gun zones, so there won't be guns. It's like, what is occurring is that I totally agree that if some group wants to have their own community and that they don't violate people's rights and they don't violate those laws, that they absolutely should be able to do that. My concern is twofold. Number one is that when you say it is an Islamic community, all we got to do is look at what Islam says, and Islam is a violent religion that calls for coercion of people. You can't deny that there are things that are against human rights that are dictated by God according to them. And yes, there is some ability to reinterpret things through the hadith, and I hope that happens to Islam, that like more people kind of like reinterpret things from the Quran, towards a way that actually is commiserate with human rights. But things like a commandment to go out and force on all non-Muslims your power until they either submit to Islam or pay the jizya is a commandment for war against
what
those
percentage of
that are
people do you think
non-Islamic.
Follow the religion to the T in any group of like religious people?
I would say it's a small percentage and much smaller in America, right? Like America is much more commonly like well, see that's
even
the thing.
even in
And that's where it
Islam,
gets
the
my second
majority
point.
of people are not
This is where-
fundamentalist religions.
this
They
is
are just
where-
culturally religious. They kind of just exist. They do their
But
five pillars.
another one
yeah.
about it is,
Christopher
again,
Hitchens,
it's
Christopher
just a
Hitchens
few
called it
people,
cafeteria
so
religion.
It's not a big
right?
deal. Don't
So it's
worry
like
about it.
Christopher Hitchens called it cafeteria religion, which is like they pick and choose what they like from their religion that like fits in their life, and they
The
don't actually
majority of
follow the
people.
religion to a T. I agree.
This is
and
our
it's
religious
even,
group
and it's
stuff.
even so
everyone.
yes, yes, I'm agreeing with all of these things. These aren't actually arguments in any way towards what it is that my claims are. So here's the second problem, and the reason that we are at the place that we are at is that we have had for decades now, we have had this idea of liberalism that like everybody's equal and we don't want to oppress, minority groups and things of this nature. And what this has caused, we just know this to be true, is the combination of immigration and the way in which we have treated and failed to assimilate Muslim immigrants in many places in Europe has led to extreme problems of grooming gangs, of violence, of no-go zones. And what is occurring now is that you have white people in America, but also in other countries that are looking at this and saying no more. And if we don't understand that as a problem,
ridiculous.
If we don't
The problem in
understand
the
why
UK and
that's
the problem in
occurring,
America are two different things. The problem in the UK is you have mass
problem
refugees.
the problem is
couldn't put it, and you're expecting these people to just assimilate as soon as you drop them into a nation. When most of their kids, assimilate at first generation. After the first generation, they assimilate pretty well.
not
But
in the UK.
In the UK, they don't in the UK. Yes,
No, they don't.
No,
they don't. And because they are isolated in specific towns.
Or they still go to school and live in
sounds like
communities and grow up in a different. They're not
sounds like
growing
these
up in
specific
Pakistan and
towns. No,
Afghanistan.
for example, like the specific towns have in the southern UK have the highest rates of incest of almost anywhere in the world. Why? Because they don't go out of their communities and form relationships with other people, because it's higher than it is in the areas of Pakistan, which and part of the reason is because cousin marriage is seen as acceptable under Islam. But it's even worse in places like the UK, where they're isolated and taken together because they don't assimilate. They're like the idea that Tommy Robinson
people you put there
as a phenomenon
group
existed for no fucking reason is crazy. Okay, like we have to acknowledge the fact that we are seeing a reactionary swing from the right that is going to be fascistic because of the failures of the left to just accept isolation, lack of assimilation of barbaric religions in the West.
So I want to go to Tyler, and after that I'm going to go Duke, because I know Duke's got a lot to say as well. I just got to quickly say that like it's nonsense, right? Like it's crazy, right? I think we are swinging a vicious swing to the right, but that doesn't like. Immigration will always be a pressure, especially in a country that has always, at different points in time, made the other a threat, right? That's what we've always done here. This is nothing new, right? Like it wasn't. Oh, we were looking out into Europe, right? And Europe is having these issues with their Muslim population. Well, that Muslim population got there after the September 11th attacks, right? When we destabilized the region and then forced a lot of that migration in there, right? But while that was happening, before this whole situation happened in Europe, there was still a lot of hate against Muslims, right? As soon as the September 11th attacks happened, right, like all those arguments you're saying now were being said before. So let's not say because the Muslims just can't integrate. That was happening.
Talking about hate. I'm not talking about hate. Previously. I'm talking about specific crimes from these communities. That comes from a lack of assimilation.
You're saying though that the reasoning why we're having this swing is because there's been a failure to assimilate in these other places, and then Americans viewing this, right, they're reacting to that and saying, well, we don't want to see that here. I'm saying that far before this moment in time, far before the immigration crisis in Europe that we caused with our own war, that we saw that happening here. That in the United States, that's why I want to talk about the 9/11 mosque, right? Related to this, because this all has happened previously. But I'm going to give.
But you recognize there's been a shift, right? You recognize that there's been a shift. Like I agree. Like we could go back to the fucking Crusades. Like Christian nations have obviously had an ire and hatred towards Islamic nations and vice versa for a very long time. What I'm saying is that you are seeing a shift due to the failures of assimilation and immigration that have occurred in Europe, and that these are problems specific to
why did
Islam
that happen?
because of substantive differences.
We'll
never address why they didn't assimilate. We just say that they won't.
I'll give it to Tyler. Doobie and Admiral Gibbs are seeing the shift because of lack of material needs being met.
Because I don't like to interrupt, I've got 4 points to address. Grid, who also has his hand up, Gibbs and Scott mostly are going to be addressing these. It's 4 points Scott made, and then Grid and Gibbs will be part of 2 of those 4. So this conversation has made me convert to Islam. I am now the Ayatollah of the areola, and under my Sharitard law, I will pay you guys my jizya. So I want to combat this narrative that is deeply Islamophobic to my people now, that 52% of the murders are come from 13% of one religion. I think it's just kind of grouping based off the same thing we see in the United States. And one of my first videos when I started my YouTube channel, which I kind of abandoned for now because I'm working on higher level content, was to try to debunk that 52 for 13 thing for black people in the United States. So I kind of want to, when we look at our beautiful child of Islam, my good friend Ali up here, what a gem of a human being he is, we see a wonderful, great guy who probably has never been violent in his life. And when we take that microcosm and look at it into the greater, what we see is for every one violent person of Islam, you have probably 40, 50,000. Well, actually, I have the statistics more for Black Americans. For every violent Black American, there's 40,000 that were not violent. For every one Muslim in the world, there's probably vastly more that are not violent, that don't support this. When you look at the data, only a tiny percent of people that are Islamic are actually violent, and it comes from certain regions. If you take a look at those regions, remember 2012 with the Christian army that was under Joseph Kony, they were wiping out villages, kidnapping children, FGMing or selling the women into prostitution and turning the men into child soldiers, and this was a Christian army. It's not a problem of the religion as a whole. It's a part of the region and the isolation that they experience as to not having the opposing views. So, like, even now, like, the Vatican is currently pushing an open border policy that Biden bid on in his last few days in office. That's something that they want, that we say, hey, that doesn't abide by our law. I trust the government. This is more to go to Scott's European argument. I trust the government and our public institutions to handle the vetting of immigration properly. And the 99% of good Muslims that aren't violent that are out there will be brought into our country. What we're seeing in the EU is a different story because we had a lot of refugees go there. Refugees are a different category. Mm-hmm. They're not coming through the proper immigration channels. They are unvetted. They're being brought in for different purposes. It's supposed to be temporary. And it caused all sorts of issues because these people were unvetted, because you were getting those violent people that do exist in a lot of these Middle Eastern, and I think it's Upper Eastern part of Africa. There's just a lot of violence in that region. And the people of that region are more prone to it. But if you go to any other nation with Islam, you don't see nearly the violence. A lot of them I've been to Turkey, I've been to Qatar. They're not amazing in terms of human rights and everything like that, but you don't see mass amounts of violence to this extent that
they're not amazing in terms of human rights, but that's okay.
Well, America just got decent at human rights like 2 hours ago. Relax.
I'm trying to just pull down the violence rhetoric, is what I'm saying. You're right.
Okay, let me respond to that.
Hold on,
I made a lot of comments directed at me, so I'll respond.
I got one more real quick. I just want to get out, and then I'm all done. So now I do want to separate myself from Prime a little bit here as well. This is the last thing I got. Prime was saying he wants to force you have to do X, Y, and Z or you're not a hospital. When you start doing that, you start diminishing clinics and things of that nature. We have people that go out there and give vaccines or give little minor treatments that you need a lot of, like STD tests and things like that. When you start saying you have to hit X, Y, and Z criteria, you're going to start hurting those bottom lines that go out and do good, cheap things.
I would agree with you there. But you could also just make it a distinction: hospital and clinic, like they have different levels of care that they're. Sure. Okay, yeah, all right, fair enough.
So let me respond to you, Tyler, because I do think it's a fair comparison to talk about black crime in America, right? So, do you believe that black crime in America is higher because blacks have a inferiority in their genetics or because of some environmental conditions and culture?
I would say it's closer to the second, but it has way more components like isolation inside of an inner city where you see most crime come from. You put a black.
So that would be environment. That would be environment.
Yeah.
That would be the second category.
Exactly.
Right. So it's environment. It's environment and culture. These are the domains in which are the reasons that we would see higher black crime, not because blacks have some fucking debunked warrior gene or some dumb shit like that.
Yeah.
Okay, so that is my argument about Islam. That is my exact same argument, is that there is a cultural problem here. I am not saying that I think Ali is like inherently some bad guy because he was born to a Muslim family. In no way, shape, or form am I saying that. What I'm saying is that there are instances of cultural clash, right? When you talked about violent areas and non-violent areas of the Muslim world, where do you see the most violence in the Islamic world? Where you see it is when there are other religious and ethnic groups in that area. That is when we see violent clashes. When you have a mostly homogenous environment where there aren't Sunnis, Shias, and Kurds or Jews or Christians being forced to live in the same area, you see way less violence. What I'm saying is that Islam has a specific cultural problem. And if we as a nation start letting Islamic communities isolate themselves and start creating their own roles and start having and sharing their own value in their own homogenous society and not integrating into the Western world, you're going to see problems just like you see when we have had the immigration problems.
But we have that.
In
we
the
have
UK.
Turkish groups and things like that. It's not just the religion, it's the area too. If we get people from the Congo, doesn't matter if they're Christian or Muslim, they're more likely to be violent than a Muslim from Turkey.
So I would like to we're gonna go to I gotta get the order right. So it'll be Doobie, Gibbs, Grid, and Lactoid. And I wanted to, just before Doobie goes, is a super chat from our friend Alexander Wynn, $5, says either you will integrate immigrants into your culture or they will eventually try to bring the one they left. I totally agree. Yeah. I think America is the best, as far as I can tell, at integration. I think we've proven it again and again, despite ourselves. Despite ourselves.
People
I think
want to integrate when they get here.
Yeah, and maybe we'll want to. But then in any case, America tends to be really, really good at this in a way that European countries fail at this. I agree, continuously. Yeah. So I was going to push back against that a little bit because I don't think that's a one-to-one comparison. But if you agree, then there's nothing to push back against. Let's go to our friend Doobie.
Yeah, no,
let me get in after Lactoid Prime.
Doobie?
I'm sorry, was Scott saying something?
No.
No, I was just saying I agree.
So I mean, I guess we could look to like current examples we have of like communities with very high Muslim populations and just see if they have like a massive grooming problem. Right, so I think Dearborn has the highest Muslim population. They have an all-Muslim city council, a Muslim mayor. They don't have Sharia. They don't have a massive issue of grooming gangs. They don't have like child rapists and shit being just set free because they don't believe that it's okay. It's an issue to rape children. Like it seems like they're fine, right? They're doing perfectly well. So, and you guys keep saying that these are gonna it's like a homogenous society and they're not gonna assimilate things like this. I don't think the plan even calls for that. They want a community that is going to be centered around a mosque. That doesn't mean non-Muslims can't live there. It doesn't mean other faiths can't be there. It just means that they're going to build a mosque and they're going to build a community around this mosque. That's it. That's not that crazy. They're not talking about changing the laws in this community. No, it's not naive. Give me an example. No, don't say I'm lying. Hold on. If you're going to say that I'm naive,
the idea that
give me an example.
That they're creating
give me an
Muslim
example
area
of what you're claiming will happen.
Muslims to do there, and they want a religious institution that's based upon.
We're talking about American Muslims.
Mosque there. Like the idea that this
we're talking about American Muslims, Scott. We're not talking about fucking Middle Eastern fundamentalist Muslims. We're talking about American Muslims who live in America, have American values, consider themselves American citizens who live. No, it's not dumb. Why do you speak? Why do you speak as if these people who live in the United States just fine, totally Americanized, are going to like throw that out the window and want to live under Sharia and impose Sharia on everybody? Like, where the fuck is that coming from?
Totally Americanized.
You keep comparing this to the UK, where they had an issue of Grid. Please shut up. Grid, please shut up. Grid, you're ridiculous. Shut up. Please be quiet.
they go to Sharia court, which they do have.
Hey, Grid, we already went through the Sharia court thing, Grid. We already went through the Sharia court thing, Grid. If you're still stuck on that point, you're not learning anything
today. You're a liar. You're a little liar.
Okay. Yeah, Grid, you're totally fine with the Catholic courts, but the Sharia courts are a step too far for you.
That's not
how courts work. You keep comparing this. You keep comparing this to the UK.
How Sharia courts work.
I don't think you know anything about how Sharia courts work.
No,
I'm talking to Scott, Grid, not you. So you keep comparing this to the UK. The UK had a massive issue with millions of refugees coming from areas where they weren't able to assimilate. They didn't have the time to assimilate. They came in too quickly. So obviously, this is going to create a massive cultural clash, which it did, and the result of this was over time many of these people had to leave or be moved out. Many of them stood, and they're fine. Right? When you keep referring to the grooming gangs and shit like this, when that was happening, right, the height of that thing, the 500 mosques within the UK did like organized sermons against grooming, against abusing children, because religiously it's a bad thing to abuse children. It's actually bad. They don't get to rape people in Islam. Right? So the religious leaders came together. 500 mosques said, "Hey, you can't do this." Right? They made it a religious. They made it a religious affair to speak out against this thing as a community. Right? So I don't know where the fuck you're drawing this idea that if we allow them to build this community, they're going to be raping children, having grooming gangs, or imposing Sharia law on people, and et cetera, et cetera. Like, you have no reason to believe this.
I love that you straw man. So we'll go through these piece by piece. So first of all, in terms of the Sharia courts, how do the Sharia courts actually work? No, nobody is killing apostates. Nobody is imposing laws that go against Britain, even in the UK in those Sharia courts. The way that those Sharia courts work is that individuals that are in homogenous Muslim communities they're pressured by their entire family, all of their friends, everyone that they know that are all Muslim because they have not integrated, into going through any forms of divorce court, or especially when it comes to handling parents like that have died without a will, and whether or not where that money goes, right? And so
they voluntarily choose to go to a religious court, which has no legal power. Yes, just like the Catholics do, just like the Jews do, just like other groups do. Why the fuck is it so scary to you? They're voluntarily choosing to do this thing.
Hey, pussy, shut the fuck up, bitch.
Okay, explain why you are okay with the Catholics and Christians and the Jews doing it, but not the Muslims.
You fucking coward. All right?
As if there's no peer pressure within any of these other religious groups that do this.
That's all you got. You lying, shifting sack of shit.
Oh, God.
Shut up.
You're so boring with these silly insults.
No,
at the end of this, I want to hear some kind of justification as to why you're okay with the Christians and the Catholics and the Jews, but not the Muslims.
Control the conversation by.
I want you to justify the fear mongering that you're doing.
There's no fear mongering.
I'm losing.
I'm being descriptive about
so be
what
clear.
is occurring.
By the end of your screed, I want you to justify the fear mongering.
What fear mongering? What fear mongering?
I want you to justify this fear mongering you're doing about Sharia courts, that you don't appear to have the same fear about Catholic courts, about rabbinic courts, about Christian courts, about even like Buddhist mediation groups that exist.
What fear mongering have I said?
I just explained it to you.
No, you didn't. You just said that I'm spreading it. You just restated your position.
You're speaking of these Sharia courts as if there's some special evil that where these little girls are going to be forced to go to this court against their will by their family pressuring them. As if you're not describing all the other religious courts that you're okay with. That currently exist, you're apparently okay with.
Nobody said no. Again, you're just throwing. I like this. I like to call this the spaghetti argument. Right?
That's the narrative you're painting, Scott.
People just start throwing random accusations at the wall, seeing what sticks.
It's not at all random.
Interrupt me, and then you just start accusing me of things, and then you can't actually back it up. So you give me more straw mans of what you're saying I'm fear mongering against. I'm describing what is occurring, and you can't let that occur. So
go for it. Please describe it.
Yes. So what I am saying is that anytime that you have a cultural homogenous group where there is another group with more power, the critical mass in an area changes the culture. When you have one Muslim living amongst a million Christians, what does that Muslim do? Well, he doesn't establish Sharia. There's only one of them. What happens when there's 100? What happens when there's 1,000? Things change when you have a population that becomes more isolated and becomes the dominant culture within a region. So we are seeing in the UK, we are seeing where before there were no Sharia courts. This was not occurring at all. There were none of it. 10, 15 years ago, there was like one Sharia court and then like the government shut it down. It was illegal in the UK for them to do property disputes, for them to do will disputes, for them to do disputes over divorce. None of those things were illegal, but were legal. And then what ends up happening is you have more and more capitulation from lefties being like, oh, these poor people, they need to have their own situations. You have more and more Muslim power in local councils, in the parliament, the mayor of London. You have a growing population, and what ends up happening is now there are Sharia courts, and now those Sharia courts pressure family members to like kick them out of the community or no longer be a part of their family and disown them in many ways if they don't participate in things that go against liberal values in that region.
That
when
would happen
you
if Sharia
keep
was illegal?
isolating groups, no, I'm saying when you keep communities isolated and you allow them to have isolated people by religion, isolated people by ethnicity, isolated people by region that they came from, they begin to form and coalesce their own power and their own culture. And I don't want to fucking import Muslim culture. I don't want to fucking import the Muslim world. What I want, if we're going to have people here, is I want them to assimilate into our culture. And so when you start talking about people,
So you force them to
about
buy separate housing. Like, what do you do to do this? People
What
are going to
I'm
move
saying-
here. They're going to build. They're going to buy the house they want to buy. They're going to live in the neighborhood they want to live. If they're going to isolate, it's because they want to like remain within their culture. They do want to keep some part of their culture alive.
What I'm saying is that you
Gibbs.
can't deny cultural problems in a society where everyone is forced to live together.
We gotta,
and when you start having these isolated communities that then
when you say
interact
forced,
with us,
to
be clear, Scott never addressed what I asked him. Right, which is why
because
this is some special evil.
asked me
and
when I
all these
stopped
other
beating
groups
my
do
wife.
exactly the same thing. All these other groups do exactly the same thing. Why don't
Who
you
said
have
it
this
was a special evil? You did.
This is the implication of your entire
I
fucking
didn't.
argument. Then why the fuck are you
that's just
bitching
your
about
assumptions.
communities based centered around Christianity all over the fucking United States? Why the fuck are you bitching about this community? Not all the communities built around Catholic churches.
I never said that
move on.
Sharia law and other ethnic subgroups were special if they established those laws that are separate from the host nation. I said that Christianity as a whole and that Judaism as a whole can be interpreted as a faith, even at a fundamentalist level, of being one with those nation states. Islam can't.
So can Islam. That is how it exists for the majority of Muslims in the U.S. What are you talking about?
Okay. We gotta go to Gibbs.
That's just not true.
Gibbs, Grid, Lagtoid, Ali.
So
Nico.
the problem here is that there is a special evil with this, and it is the fact that they're backed by a terrorist group. I know y'all want to sit here and gloss over it and go, "Ha ha, we can't prove it," or "Oh, it's only alleged." There's evidence; it's credible enough. It's only alleged, but this is definitely where there's smoke, there's fire. We know it's a terrorist group that's backing them. We all know it. It's all true. We've seen the evidence. It's there. These are all like malcontents in El Paso. El Paso's
Gibbs lit the fire.
Hold on. El Paso's a known hotbed for like anti-everything Texan. Like that's what we know. It's a little Democrat bastion.
El Paso's a terrorist city.
Hold on. Hear me out. Here's what's gonna happen. There's a reason why it's a special evil. Like y'all are sitting here going, "Oh, nothing's bad," but Fabian is right. We're gonna have this group get in here. They're gonna peer pressure people into doing shit with this law. I just can't wait till the first time a Sharia law. Why hasn't it happened yet? Because there's other groups. Guess what? Dearborn isn't backed by Hamas. A little Hamas.
How do you know that?
How do you know that? Well, hey, if they are, then they're doing a better job hiding it.
Funding for years.
All right, well, they're doing a better job hiding it. These guys have clearly got their USAID money ready, and they're sitting here using it from Hamas. All right, and they're bringing it over here, and I just can't wait. Hold on. I just can't wait until the first time Sharia law comes down and kills a little girl or a a little boy and has an honor killing. Hold on, for them being for LGBTQ community member, and then our left is going to oh my god, they killed this little boy, this little girl because he was gay or trans, or what's going to happen when the prom queen fucks the prom king, and they have an honor killing for that, and we have a literal stoning out front, and when we try to go in there,
force women to wear scarves. When they force little girls to wear scarves, what are we going to do?
Hold on, I didn't interrupt y'all. And wait, just wait. What's next going to happen? We're going to go in there. We're going to try to stop one of these little honor killings. Oh, and suddenly it's going to be just like
going to drop.
Just like the genocide in Gaza. Look at the government being so evil, coming for these so saintly Hamas supporters. Oh, they're just so mean. Look at me, Trump. That's what this is. It's a planned organization to put sympathetic to terrorist group people in the same location, establish Sharia law, and just really try to fuck over America. And y'all are going, no, that's not what it is. And Doobie's willing to dismiss it just because he hates Zionists so much that he's willing to get in bed with these terrorist groups.
I do hate Zionists, to be clear.
I know you do. I know you do. That's fine. I don't have any particular love for Zionists. I don't have any particular love for Zionists either. But guess what? I don't like Israel. I don't like these guys. Guess what? They both can go fuck themselves. I don't want a Zionist group here. I don't want a little Hamas group here. They can both stay over there, or we can just move them. You know what? I got an idea. Let's take these guys and we can give them move them to Palestine, and we can help them make the Riviera MAGA. They can be part of the Gaza. How's that sound? We'll give them the location. Let's do that.
Thank you
they
for
want
the
to watch
insane
Rockets,
take.
they can do
Let's
it from
go
there.
to
No,
our friend.
it's not an insane take.
Yeah,
I
meant super sane take. I meant super sane.
I actually object to this because you're saying it's an insane take and you're being dismissive. But guess what? There's tons of Texans that feel this way. We don't want
I know.
I object to this because this is why the left lost. Y'all sit here and y'all want to dismiss whole segments of the population and say what we're thinking is insane. When you know what's insane? Hold on. I waited. I let everybody else go.
Climate change is caused by.
Hold on. I didn't interrupt y'all. Y'all cut me off all night. I've been waiting the whole time. I'm not going to let you sit here. Hold on. No, I wasn't done. I've been sitting here listening to y'all go. Every time I start talking, I get halfway through y'all sitting here going, oh, it's an insane take. It's not an insane take. You know it's an insane take? The left going, hey, we're so uppity and so smart that whenever we see terrorist connections to a group, these guys are insane for thinking they don't want that shit here. And then we're going to just dismiss them. This is why y'all lost. And this is why you're going to keep losing.
Because you're terrorists, indeed.
Yeah, it is. It is your terrorist
agreed. We lost lots of pieces, apparently. Okay, let's go to our friend Grid. I'm hoping, Grid, please don't disappoint me that you are slightly more coherent than that. Thank you. Please go, Grid.
It's absolutely coherent. You just don't want to admit the evidence that goes against what you want to hear.
I guess I'm going to go back to what Scott was saying, that it's just Islam, guys. It's not that hard to understand.
Yeah,
it really is.
Oh God.
It's really not that hard to understand.
Lactoid?
I mean, come on. The Libyans, the slave markets are back open in the Middle East, in Syria and Libya.
I wonder who did that.
Yeah.
What happened there?
Yeah, I wonder who brought that back to Libya.
Well, it's the Muslims and Hillary
I wonder if Christianity or Judaism also have slavery. I wonder if that was the thing about those religions.
Who currently has an open slave market for young women? Open.
I wonder how many Muslims live in countries where slavery is actually not allowed, and they don't do slavery. That'd be interesting to see.
Which ones?
I'm sorry, Ali, how many slaves do you have?
I didn't know he lived in a country
No. This is not a Muslim country.
Good one.
What are you talking
about? What I asked is, how many Muslims live in countries where slavery is not allowed and they don't have slaves?
I'm asking you,
Ali, how many Mexicans you got working on your ranch? How many Mexicans you got out there? You got like a bunch of people.
Like, hold on, like realistically, like I point to Ali, but like realistically, this is the kind of Muslim we're talking about. An Americanized Western Muslim, right? Like he's not scary, he's not fucking a goat or a child, he's a nice guy, not a big deal.
Yeah, because he's Americanized.
Exactly.
That's why we don't want fucking Muslim towns.
Wait. I was Americanized. My parents weren't necessarily Americanized. I was born, and the first generation of kids typically integrate to the country that they're living because they go to school. Because
how
they
do
grow
you
up with
integrate when you go to a Muslim fucking run city that is?
Oh my God! I lived in a Muslim run city.
Based.
Hold up, are you guys retarded? I went to a Muslim majority school. It was 95% Muslim. White kids would fast with us. I integrated just fine.
That is.
Wait,
not the same thing as a specific town designed to be a Muslim city. It
you support illegal alien slavery, though, so I guess nothing's really changed with the Dems.
Let's go to our friend Let's go to a friend
I
Lactoid.
do have one last thing to say is that I'm not Tyler. I'm not red pill, man. I'm actually pretty anti-red pill. I give those guys hell all the time.
All the Christian
Scott, man, I don't understand how your arguments here are falling on such deaf ears. Literally, if we were talking about Christian nationalism or white nationalism, if we were talking about Nazis setting up a town, you guys would be in literal
Nazism
right now.
Yeah, you let the Klan build a town.
I lived in a Catholic town.
So we're gonna
this is the Klan, but it's the Muslims.
The guys who literally are selling
wants to build a
women
town.
into slavery right now.
We have Al Qaeda building a town in Texas.
I'm glad you said that. That actually segments exactly something I wanted to ask Lactoid, but it seems like he's already answered the question. Okay.
Absolutely. And I'll expound upon my answer.
Yes.
I think I'm up next too.
So. Yeah, sure. Yeah, and I'll
tell
ask
us
the
why you
question.
allow
And
Al Qaeda to build a town,
because
Lactoid.
what I was going to ask, and it sounds like you already own that wavelength. I was going to ask if you agree with our friend Scott, because Scott's saying something different from what you've said in the past. IP proud? What? I don't know.
No, keep going.
Would you let Osama buy land in Texas?
It sounds like hold on.
Depends which Osama you're talking about.
What Scott was saying is that like it's a problem when there's different groups that isolate themselves, right? That make a town around their specific belief or ideology or whatever, right? That makes it a problem, and then that makes friction with the larger host nation. I think that's a fair assessment of what Scott was saying. And so I was going to ask you if you agree with that, because I feel like we've talked about this. And I was going to ask if, there was a whites-only town or a town centered around like white supremacy specifically, like as an ideology. Like,
we have a town here that's literally called White Settlement, and that's what it was.
What are your thoughts?
It's still called that, by the way.
I mean,
I live in
South Africa. I mean, there's a lot of history there with that.
Yeah,
I've seen a Klan march.
So do you?
I understand this.
So you disagree with Scott then?
No, I agree with Scott.
That's
no,
not my
I'm talking to
argument, to be
Lactoid.
fair.
I think what
okay.
Scott's doing, and correct me if I'm wrong, but this is what I think is happening. Scott does agree that communities should be able to form their own communities because of the freedom of association and the freedom of isolation, etc. Scott just doesn't like it, and he's just making that known to you guys. Am I wrong?
That's not what I said. No, but I mean,
okay.
You can say just
maybe...
doesn't like it. I said Islam specifically is violative at a fundamental level of the non-aggression principle. That is the issue with an Islamic specific town, is that an Islamic specific town is a threat to everyone around them.
So they are
explicitly
okay.
saying
Let me. All right. I don't know. Okay.
Okay, all right, fine.
I think Nazism would be the same thing, though.
Yeah.
But no, Primecast, I think a Nazi town would be the same thing, because Nazism as an ideology is specifically violative of the non-aggression principle. Okay. But if it was just like black people or white people coming together that just said, we like white blonde babies, and we think blacks are icky, like I wouldn't want to hang out there, but that wouldn't be violative of the non-aggression principle. But if their ideology at its core is explicitly against allowing people to voluntarily associate, then they don't get to have their cake and eat it too. They don't get to say,
wait,
voluntarily associating.
Hold on. Let me.
Then I think you have to play that to Christianity too.
Let me just ask one quick question, Scott. Do you think that if somebody
I think Christianity can be
hold on, Scott, do you think that if somebody holds a belief that is antithetical to the non-aggression principle, does that justify action against them now?
So if you have not committed actions,
right,
then all you need to do is recant. But if you are a status, for example, you've already agreed to all violence. We've already agreed to all violence. You've already communicated a threat. All Democrats, all Republicans.
Even me, right?
You. Yeah. Like it would be I don't think it would be morally good, but I could not if
everyone's
you and me are in a room,
target.
Hold on. Anyway, if you and me were in a room and then another person said recant on taxation and theft and they held a gun to your head, it would be against natural law. I would be evil to stop them from killing you because you have agreed to that. But if you recanted, then obviously I would do everything that I could to stop them. Now, I'm not saying you ought to go out and engage in that violence because I don't think that's moral.
You just shouldn't stop people who do it.
Well, no, that would be immoral. It would be immoral. So like if someone says I'm a Muslim or I support taxation, right? and then there was another person that was going to engage in violence against you, it would be immoral for me to stop that from occurring.
Wait, we can take this like one little bit further. Because in America, anarcho-capitalists are like a tiny percentage of the overall population. When you see somebody about to kill somebody else, you can generally assume that it'd be immoral for you to stop them.
Well, so I can generally assume when I see violence against one person or another person, nothing is being communicated in that moment other than one person is aggressing upon another person. Now, if that person said, "Don't attack me, I'm a communist," and then the other person said, "That's why I'm attacking you because taxation is theft," it would be immoral for me to step in and stop that person from attacking.
No, I'm not talking about like motivation. What? I'm saying that, like, let's say you had somebody who had like a Democrat sticker on their shirt or whatever, and then you saw somebody attack them. Like stopping that you're saying stopping the attack would be immoral because they consented to violence or whatever, right?
I'm saying that unless if that person says, "Please, somebody help me," in that moment they are recanting all support for the Democratic Party. If someone, but if some no, listen. Here's what it's saying. When you say taxation is justified, when you say that the state is justified, or when you say I am a Muslim, right? These are all similar things in that what you are saying is violence and power is all that matters, and the law of the jungle is supreme, and I do not believe in ethics. That is, those are the exact same thing.
What?
No, logically speaking, that is what that means. When you say that it is
justified, that's the most libertarian thing I've ever heard in my life.
But it's just a fact. If you say taxation is good,
thing I've ever heard in my life.
No, if you say taxation is good or the state is justified, you are effectively saying slavery is justified, violence is justified. You are consenting. You are consenting to a power game, and you are no longer an ethical person. You are no longer saying ethics is something that I believe in. But if you beg for help and you don't say anything else, and I don't have any actions to prove that you are a violent person, then in that moment I can jump in. I can say, like, "Oh my God, this person's
renounce being a Democrat," and then the person will jump back to being Democrat as soon as the danger's over.
Hey, the chat has.
This is the difference between actions versus.
I wanted to. So before we get.
The chat wants to know real quick. What if it's a nun saying she's going to blow herself up in the name of the Pope? What about that situation? What are you going to do then, Scott? Are you going to make her renounce Christianity?
What? Like this is such a wild example. I don't like if I see someone about to do a suicide bombing, I don't even care why they're doing the suicide bombing. I'm going to attempt to stop that suicide bombing because they're obviously an aggressive actor.
What if they're doing it like get away from the suicide bombing?
What if everyone in the blast radius believes in taxation?
You're not a hero.
We got to.
I don't want to fucking fight a bomb. I'm not EOD, man. Like I'm gonna probably run if I can.
We're a little bit off. This is insanity, by the way.
It's not insanity. It's logic. Unfortunately, the rest of you have been programmed into being believing that A.
This is a new one.
I just want
to. I want to answer the question.
And you will go straight to you. Just got to quickly read the super chat. $5 from or is it $6? It's hard to see. $6 from PDX. He says we make a distinction between fundamentalist types as extreme versus Muslims here. It seems like Hamas lives rent free in Gibbs's head. Don't tell the IDF. Don't tell the IDF. They will bomb. So bomb and starve.
Maybe we should tell them. They'll get rid of this group.
Thank you for that. Let's go.
The IDF and Hamas are just two criminal organizations fighting each other.
They are criminal organizations. I would agree with that. I'll take that one.
I'll agree with that.
Yeah.
All right. So to answer the question before, yes, I do think that if the Klan or some white nationalist organization or some black separatist organization, the Black Panthers, or I guess the new Black Panthers, et cetera, if they got together and they're like, look, we're going to form our own town, I think they should be allowed to do that. If they wanted to say something, make it maybe even in a more extreme position, if they said like, hey, I bought a bunch of private property and I want to let only black people onto my plot of land where I've got a bunch of houses and a church and everything, that should also be allowed. What we're talking about here, isn't even that though. They're not saying like, okay, you have to be a Muslim to live here because that'd be against federal law. They were saying, this is just, we're just going to have like a mosque and a community center, but non-Muslims can live here. I guess my question Let's take a group that's like objectively more dangerous than Muslims.
Taliban.
Right?
You support the Taliban?
Feminist
What about
Democrats.
MS-13
Okay.
in
No,
apartment buildings?
feminist
You
Democrats.
support the Taliban's rule
We're
of
going
law?
no, hold on. We're going way beyond the Taliban. Feminist Democrats. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Let's say a bunch of
Feminist
feminist
Democrats,
Democrats.
there
They
we
all
go.
got together. They all got together, and they're like, "We want to form our own town, out in the middle of nowhere. There's going to be a fucking Universalist church there. There's going to be a library that has like all the books in there. It's going to be crazy, and we're all going to go live in it." I mean, I think this would be okay. In fact, I would prefer it, honestly. Right? Like,
They don't have
would you
Hamas
guys
bombs,
really?
though.
Would you guys really be like? Would you have this reaction to that? Is my question.
They're gonna call the town awful because it's all adult white female liberals.
No. I don't disagree. I wouldn't want to live there, but that's not the metric we're talking about.
Are they funded by a terrorist
No,
group?
it was just a joke.
Oh my god.
I mean, they're funded by the DNC, kind of.
No. I mean,
DNC?
the DNC is not recognized as one, but Hamas is, so I would say no, let them. But like,
No,
listen,
this CARES is not recognized as a terrorist group.
Listen, I don't want the Taliban having a town here. I don't want the Klan having a town here. I don't want fucking the IRA having a town here. These are terrorist groups. They don't need to get a town in our fucking states. It's that simple. Just because they have 2 shell companies removed doesn't mean they're not the terrorist group. Like, just because they got good at hiding their shit doesn't mean it's not the terrorist. Like, wow, we have plausible deniability, bro. Like, I guess the glove didn't really fit on OJ either. Like, come on. Like, we know the guy did it. We know these guys are terrorists. It's that simple. It's that we actually don't know OJ. But these guys.
No, OJ definitely fucking did it.
So then you know it's a terrorist group. Then you know it's a terrorist group.
We'll have to ask
give me a
Fanatic
break.
about that one.
Yeah, I know. Fanatic is very, very educated on the subject. Yes.
Let's.
No, I don't know. I find this, but just to be clear, I find this to be like all meaning aside, like. When I actually read this story, I was surprised. Maybe I shouldn't have been following. I mean, right after 9/11, I guess I can get it. I can get why people are so uppity about the idea of putting a mosque at ground zero. I get that. This is some fucking piece of land in Texas. I could not care less if people wanted to build a city here. That's fine.
It is next to me. It is next to me. It's literally next to me.
Nobody wants to hear.
And I'm fine with it.
Okay.
Nobody wants to hear.
Wait, you're the one who proposed it. I'm accepting. It's right next to me. Let's do it. Yeah, I agree with you. Let's put it next to me.
He is an immigrant plant. He's an immigrant plant. From
It's not an immigrant plant.
This is
ultimate
NIMBYism, by the way.
We're gonna move on.
This is mega NIMBYism. This is like not only not in my backyard.
Catholics
this
and
is, like,
Muslims have a lot of
my zip
I don't want it
code.
in my state. I don't want it in that
We're
country.
gonna move on to Ali and Aiko.
I want the KKK doing it.
And but we got 2 super chats. One from Alexander Wynn, who continues to be like the MVP. Like, thank you, Alexander Wynn. Thank you so much.
He'll keep being problematic, so he'll keep paying.
Oh, do that. And on that note, he says Fabian taking absolutist hyperbole to an extreme. Nice for $10. Thank you.
It's called principles.
So much. And then we have Eddie Bombay sending 10. Is this Australian? I'm not sure, right? Make believe money, but I appreciate it nonetheless. Whatever it is. I didn't know that when my parents made me eat my broccoli before I could get dessert was basically the same as enduring slavery. I should have defended myself against them. I appreciate that, Eddie. That was an aggression against you. I think we can all agree on that. And
force feeding children broccoli may be a violation of the non-aggression principle. Hey, have you guys heard of plant defense chemicals? No, I'm kidding.
What about force feeding adulterous women stones? Like, is that?
Our friend Ali.
That sounds like a fantasy of yours, there, buddy. Like, what's going on?
I was just using this. I'm just like prescribing the treatment they give women that are adulterous in Saudi
Why don't we do
Ali? Some of these backers might be from.
Aiko, and then we'll wrap up with Doobie. Doobie seems really passionate. I love when I get to Doobie to passion and can get like a lot of words out of him. So Ali, Aiko, and Doobie. We'll wrap it up with them.
Yeah. So like the Destiny Andrew Wilson tactic of attacking Muslims online and then having the influx of people coming and kind of fueling your page, right? Whatever it may be, you're getting all the stream is coming right to you because online Muslims are kind of some of the most annoying people on fucking earth. The anonymity is crazy. They love to message. But even with the memes, my issue is I hear about anti-Semitism all the time, how it starts with a dislike of the people, then it's a narrative building, and then all of a sudden you're rounding them up, you're kicking them out of the country. A Holocaust happens eventually at some point. That's kind of what I brought this up a few weeks ago to DB and Prime when we talked after a panel. That's the kind of same rhetoric that's happening with the Muslims right now, right? It's these people, they come to our lands, they don't assimilate, they speak a weird language, they have a weird religion. We can't have them living together. Trump is even saying like, hey, there's a problem. Islam has a problem with America, right? And so we're doing all this, we're drumming, and now we're getting into like homegrown terrorists. What are we gonna do with them? Once again, I've said this before. I'm pretty sure we're gonna gear up towards some type of like mass rounding up of people, and it's not going to be based on criminality. It's going to be based on ideology. We're gonna round up a group of people who aren't American, right? We're trying to define what an American culture is, right? We have it now that like English is officially the national language, which when it wasn't before. We have now there are. Yeah, I don't think so. Now we have what drivers are. They're not allowed to drive if they don't full speak English, whatever it may be. We're getting to this nationalistic point where anyone that isn't in this like specific ideology need not be here. And if you guys are okay with that, that's fine. Like I'm okay with people like admitting it and being open to it. But like I kind of see too many parallels and similarities, and maybe tell me if I'm wrong.
No, you're 100% right. This is what happens.
We're pre-Nazi journey just for Muslims.
No,
it's not base. It's just this is what happens. This is just what happens. We've seen it over and over and over again in history, right? That like the pendulum swings, right? Like and we can see it in Canada, for example, right? Like throughout the last 60, 70, 80 years, we've always seen that the progressives have been the younger generation, and the older generation has been more conservative, more right-leaning, more private property focused, more capitalistic, more,
nationalistic.
Right. Yeah. All of the things that you tend to associate with like the right. Right. And then what do we see in this last prime minister election? We saw that the boomers were elbows up, got to stop Trump. Trans rights are human rights. And they all voted for Carney. And the younger generation voted for the conservatives. They voted for Pierre Poilievre. They voted because like we're seeing the pendulum swing in voting, in demographics. And this is what happens is that rationality doesn't enter into fucking politics and politicians at a national level. Like that doesn't.
Okay.
So yeah, I agree. Like I think we're probably going to see minority groups and people that seem subversive to, the WASP narrative and things like that be punished unjustly. And it sucks. I don't want to see anybody punished in that way.
But your narrative and the way that you speak is kind of indicative of the fact that you are okay with it happening because this group is particularly evil, and we must not have evil near us. And so if we get the only thing we can do is kind of prevent for these people from coming in or eventually kicking these people out. So like the argument is that like kind of you would have just been a Nazi in Germany. Because
no,
like,
this
you agree with the fact that I'm not doing it to be an asshole. I'm not doing it to be like I'm not doing it to be a gotcha.
No. I'm with you. Right? I'm with you. And I'm trying to be honest here, right? Like
yeah.
Just because I hate the Bolsheviks doesn't mean that I support the Nazis that came in to get rid of the Bolsheviks. Right? Like that's like I can hate the ideology of Islam. I hate the ideology of Islam.
Yeah, and that fuels what would happen.
But I'm not a consequentialist. I'm not a consequentialist that says that I need to side. No, but you're saying the narrative I'm building. The narrative that I'm building is one of individual liberty, property rights, and not violating the non-aggression principle. Islam is against those things, and so I'm against Islam.
So therefore, Muslims are against these things, right?
But I'm not worried. I'm not worried. My actions. I don't temper my truth or the truth of what it is that I'm saying because I'm worried that I might be supporting a narrative that's worse or better in some degree. I'm not a consequentialist. What I'm saying is truth is paramount above all, and that is the non-aggression principle. Like that is libertarianism, and after that, my opinion tends to swing mostly towards objectivism. Again. Just because I don't like the Bolsheviks doesn't mean I would have supported the Nazis. I don't support Greg Abbott. I don't support the conservatives here. What I'm saying is that this is a bad idea.
I got to drive to the end. We can tackle that later. I
absolutely have to respond to this. I have to. I'm sorry. You got me on this because this is bullshit. This is what this framing is.
You can make it very quick.
Yeah, it's going to be real quick. I'll do it right now. It's like Pablo Escobar.
built a bunch of churches and a bunch of schools, all sorts of stuff. That's the equivalent of what this terrorist group is doing here. They're trying to build churches. They're trying to take over land so they can push their lessons and their political agenda. And they are.
No, but they're doing over this your fucking head, this is just a
Mexicans
aren't Pablo Escobar, right?
This is
when you're painting the narrative of Mexicans are building a town, and you'll know this is funded by Pablo Escobar. Mexicans are all terrorists.
This is just a terrorist group trying to get political influence in the United States and possibly a money laundering operation. That's what they're doing. They're going to funnel money back over to these groups, or they're going to use the USAID money that they stole from Biden and bring it back over here and they can like fund their groups further. It's all bullshit. And I know you're just saying true, but we already know that they have funding ties to these groups.
We don't. You think you do. We don't.
Admiral Gibbs, what you're saying is bullshit, but at the same time,
it's absolutely true.
It's like statistically might just be true.
Okay, let's go to Aiko and Aiko. I gotta drive to the end. Aiko and Doobie.
I need proof, but
we already posted.
Yeah, I think I'm the only person on this panel who's been to the area that's going to become Epic City. But not just that, like we have 100,000 Muslims in the Dallas area. And then I taught in the school district where we were right next to the largest mosque in the Southwest. About 30% of my students were Muslim, and I do not recognize any of the stuff that you guys are describing in the families of the people that I taught. And I didn't just know the students, but I also had dinner with their families and stuff like that. I was because I was a debate coach, I was more involved in their lives than maybe an average teacher would be. And this group of kids that are all living in community all went to the same mosque. They had actually specific speech and debate stuff that they were doing within Muslim circuits and stuff like that I was also coaching them for. They also that was probably as close to Epic City as you're going to get in Texas because there was such a large Muslim community in that area. Like I said, there's 100,000 of them here. And something else too, which I don't quite get. But cities tend to be more progressive and rural areas tend to be more conservative. And one of the explanations for that you often get is that people have to live in community in cities. They're sort of densely populated and you meet all kinds of people who are not like you. And that tends to make people more liberal, more progressive. And if you live in rural areas, it tends to be a monoculture where you don't meet a lot of people who are different from you. And so the risk that people are talking about here is that Muslims, if they all live together, they might become conservative too. And that's the real danger, right? Is that they might be too conservative. After all, Dearborn voted for Trump, right? Yeah. That's the real danger.
I like this reasoning. It makes sense to me. We should dismantle the suburbs. I've been talking about that for years.
I like gaslighting too. I love the gaslighting.
Let's dismantle the suburbs, right? Let's pull in Israel and ethnically cleanse the rural areas, put them into cities. Sounds like a good idea, I think. Thanks so much for that. Let's go to our friend Doobie.
I don't know what else there is to say, to be honest with you. I think this conversation has demonstrated that what Lactoid, Ali, and Aiko and I said at the start is true, right? A lot of this is just bigotry directed at Islam, misunderstandings of Islam, treating Islam as some special evil or some special, especially bad religion that doesn't have the characteristics of other religions that exist here in the United States. Despite having an example of a Muslim, an Americanized Western Muslim here in the U.S., on the panel with us right now, and him not being all the things that you guys are saying that these Muslims are going to be. So it just seems like you have this caricature of these evil terrorist Muslims with bombs under their fucking rags on their head, just like wandering around with a sword looking for children, white women to rape, specifically white women to rape. They have this image, and it was probably beat into you after 9/11. You've been exposed to a ton of video games and shit that have reinforced this image, and that's all it is.
Oh, so, district I worked for?
I'm just saying.
That was the district that hosted Clock Kid. If you remember Clock Kid.
Oh yeah, I remember
I'm
that.
just saying,
Yeah.
like recently,
remember
I've
this.
seen like it used to be the Abrahamic religions were the three: Islam, Christianity, religion, and Judaism. All of a sudden, I've seen Islam be ousted, and now it's Hinduism, Judaism, and
Hinduism, yeah.
Christianity. And I just don't know how that ended up being the mix.
Let's all right, so we'll end it here.
These are real chill people, you
way
know?
over time, but I thank you guys for staying around. This was a very spirited conversation. So let's go down the line and quickly say thank you to everyone. Thank you to our friend Lactoid, who's been fantastic. I appreciated your our earlier discussion on Trump and the law and everything, even though we always find ourselves in the opposite ends of these things. I feel like I value our conversations every time we have them.
Yeah, no, thank you so much for having me on. I can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube.
Okay. Our friend Scott. Oh, before I do that, to the rest of y'all, hey, if you've enjoyed this content, consider following the channel. If you haven't done so yet, subscribe to the channel. We do this all the time. We have great conversations, right? Like this was a lot of fun. If you enjoyed that, then be sure to come back. Hit the follow button or the subscribe button on YouTube. Hit the bell so you know when we're going live. And consider a sub to the channel, gifting bits or gifting subs. And just in case, like, I don't want them to leave if before I say it, thank you again to our super chatters who've made this a success. The super chatters are freaking amazing. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Alexander Rin. I've been saying it wrong the entire time. But Rin is what it is. You sponsored all of this, so I really appreciate your kindness. All right, sorry, Scott, I do appreciate you as well. We know each other many times, but still, you're a valued member of this community.
Yep, you can find me Fabian Liberty on predominantly on X and YouTube for right now. Yeah, I if you want to get a bunch of super chats, then just bring me on a topic where I can talk shit on Christianity or Islam. Because then under circumstances, I'm just a middle of the road libertarian. I'm radical, but I don't really. I'm not the big right left divide. But I'll piss off people and get them to put in more super chats if you give me an opportunity to shit on Islam or Christianity. It was fun.
Yeah, thank you so much. Let's go to our friend Gibbs. Gibbs, despite everything, I still love you. Well, put that out there.
I love you too, Prime. I hate like two groups of people. I hate terrorists and I hate slave owners, and the Dims are both of those. So I just not a big fan of that. They support them both. They love open air slavery in Libya. They love illegal immigrants being slaves here. No surprise. But yeah, if you like what I have to say or you hate what I have to say, you find me over as Admiral Gibbs. I got content going every day this week. It's gonna be exciting. I'm excited. Thanks for having me.
Let's go to our friend Aiko. Thank you for your insights you brought into all this. Bring great Catholic lore that I'm not sure anyone else here knew. Thanks so much.
Yeah, sure. My favorite part was Gibbs conceding that one of us on the panel should live next door to this place.
Yeah, not in Texas though.
Itself an endorsement of locating
you don't get to say
them exactly where they are. So
I'm overruling you. I'm overruling you,
yeah.
Mike Al. You don't get
my second favorite moment was Scott identifying large groups of people that can already be assumed to have violated the NAP, so that we don't have to worry about the NAP, right? Because the aggression's already happened.
Well, just the people that have self-identified that way,
which is almost everybody, right?
Every status and every Muslim, for starters.
Yeah,
every Nazi,
sure.
But
sure. Every
Islam is just another form of statism.
Every Democrat, every Republican.
Everyone
they're
who
Christian. They're Christian anarchists.
No, wait a minute. Jesus says to pay your taxes, right? Like render unto Caesar.
True.
So that as a class already we violated the NAP.
No, I disagree.
He also says don't
with
steal
that interpretation.
So.
I disagree with that interpretation. I would say that historically speaking, the drachma that he was handed was likely one that claimed that Caesar was God, and that comment was in tongue in cheek. That he was actually making fun of Caesar without specifically saying so.
Okay, but it doesn't matter. Right. But
violating
Christians themselves live under
Now
the authority of whatever their church is, and
Yeah, yeah.
that is
And
not an
most of them are
interpretation
following-
that churches follow.
Yeah.
They say
and
pay
most
tax-
of them are using letters from Paul to like justify taxation in the state.
Yeah,
But if they're
sure.
saying,
So
there's a viable. What I'm saying, there is a viable interpretation of Christianity that is libertarian. That cannot be said of Islam, because Islam specifically states and explicitly states that you must go and subjugate people.
I still think that it sounds like over 90% of the population has violated the NAP and therefore is a fair target for anyone.
So let's continue.
They haven't violated the NAP. They have just said that they would.
We can continue this later, but thank you, Aiko.
Okay,
they should repent.
Ali, thank you for hitting up with this great topic. I wasn't sure how explosive it would be. I wasn't sure what people would say on stream. I should not have underestimated this group of individuals. They're going to say the worst things, apparently. Ali,
I follow TOS.
Let's
Barely.
hope. We'll see. I'll
We'll find out.
I'll be the first one to find out if you didn't. Thank you, thank you, Ali, friend, for bringing this to me. It was a great topic, and Ali is constantly trying to help the channel. He does this on a regular basis, so I just want to give you your flowers.
Of course, I love being here, so anytime I can help would be amazing. I don't know if I want to say to the right. I don't know if I want to say to like afraid Christians or white communities, whatever it may be. I promise you, being antagonistic towards a community of people that want to come and build and buy land and do the whole thing and be Americans, right? They're being the best version of Americans. We can look at Muslim cities in America. They come, they own their own businesses. They wanted to vote Republican and conservative for the longest time, but you guys pushed them away. You guys continuously push them away, right? Which is why they keep going to the left, which is why they keep voting Democrat. It's your fault. It's your fault. And I think the issue is like people are getting mad that they're coming here and they're being better at being American than the Native American people, like the natives born. So, I mean, I think the issue is within. You should focus on your own communities, build your own communities up, make your communities stronger, lest you would have to worry about other communities coming and taking away from yours. You guys can find me at Sociologic and all things on the internet. Thank you, Prime.
Thank you. And yeah, Muslims are Republicans before 9/11. But I changed that. Let's go to our friend Doobie. Doobie, like you said a bunch of stuff, and I really liked hearing all your words. You said a lot of smart things and a lot of thought-provoking things. So I really appreciate that. We don't get to see you often because if you're busy with family stuff. But this is very, very, very enjoyable for me, Doobie.
Yeah, me too. I'm going to use my time actually to ask Aiko a question that I know he has the answer to. This is just me being curious. Isn't there like a passage or like a verse within the Bible that says something like, I'm going off my memory, something like all authority comes from God. So if an authority exists, it exists because God has granted them that authority. Like something to that effect. And I think that exists within Judaism and Islam too. Right? There's this idea that you need to be subservient to the authorities unless they're like acting in contradiction to like God's law. But their understanding is that all sovereignty comes from God in all three of these Abrahamic religions.
Yeah, let everyone be. I just looked it up while you were asking me that question. Let everyone be subject to the governing authorities, for there is no authority except that which God has established. The authorities that exist have been established by God. That's Romans 13, so that's Paul. It sounds like something Paul would say.
Yeah.
And my understanding is that Judaism and Islam also have similar verses or saying. So
right.
I think all
this idea. Yeah. I mean, there's this concept called presentism that people assume that because the Christianity that they know today sort of acknowledges like a right to conscience and a separation of church and state and all these other things. At least, I mean, not all Christianity does accept that even today. But honestly, like Vatican, at least in the Catholic Church, Vatican II is when that started. That was like, within the living memory of people who are alive today still. So, yeah, like Christianity definitely wanted religion to run things, just like any other religion did up until very recently.
Thank you for that. Let's go to our friend Tyler, who's always just a font of stability here, right? Well, we haven't yet gotten him to
to get him talking about Israel Palestine.
He hasn't cracked yet.
Yeah.
Get him talking about Israel Palestine.
Oh, really? Interesting. Can't wait for that in the future. That'll
Oh
be
man,
fun.
yeah, you two go up. Yeah.
Yeah.
We have Doobie and I have.
Well, I meant Prime, you and Prime, but
Yeah,
I can
it'll
see
be an
Doobie doing
explosive
the same thing.
conversation. But Tyler, go ahead. Outro.
All right, so I kind of like I was gonna get sociological's point. I want to talk about like if you look at like Black Americans and how they poll in terms of like their feelings on LGBT and blah blah blah, they're more based than Republicans in a lot of ways. If you look at Hispanics from the south of the border, they're more based than Republicans in a lot of ways. And if you look at Islam and how they poll on certain social issues, particularly, they're also more based. There's people right now in different like Muslims right now fighting against left wing things that you guys don't like. These are your natural allies. And all you have to do is stop saying, oh, they're slightly more violent than white people are. Like, it's not that much more. And when you start to really look into the numbers, again, it's like 1 in 50,000. Like you're throwing away a giant bathwater for a tiny baby when you really break it down. I really think you guys should reassess this because you're throwing away natural allies that side with you, and again, you're pushing them to the left. The same way you see, like Kyle Rittenhouse, who was told Steven Crowder I wasn't actually a right winger, but they pushed me to the right because no left winger would side with me. They're calling me a murderer. You want to stay away from that. Trust me on that. You're doing politics wrong. You got to do what Gibbs does to me. I'm not right wing. He is constantly trying to pull me over to vote MAGA, to be MAGA, because he knows politics is the art of the inclusion. Now, I have some really big news. My fiance just got approved in the U.S. Embassy to come over here and become a U.S. citizen. So
Hey.
I'll be kind of gone for the next
Big
3 weeks. We're going to start looking for a house when she gets here. So
Yeah.
you might not see me for a little while, but Friday nights, our Friday night show, he was there. Everyone's pretty much invited if you'd like to. It's just a debate review. We pull in clips. It's a lot like this. I tried to design it after what Prime does here, where we kind of let it be more of a discussion show than a debate show. It's fantastic. It's really fun. I'd advise checking it out.
Okay. Does that mean like whenever Scott shows up, you mute him a bunch of times? Is that what you do?
No libertarians allowed. I'm sorry.
Oh, well, even better, even better. So you've surpassed my show. Thank you, Tyler.
I'm just kidding. Scott's great.
And like congratulations to you and your family. I happy to see your lady making it here. I'm assuming it's a lady. But your lady making it here. Yeah, like I wish you both luck, and we can't wait to have you back in the future whenever you're free.
You'll meet her next time I'm here.
Oh, fantastic. Great. Right. Yeah, we're looking forward to that. Let's go to our friend Grid. Thank you, Grid. And thank you for taking the classically masculine stance and just like having a weapon on display at all points in time.
Only one I got.
Thank you, friend.
It's the only one I got. Actually, and it's not unusual for me and for Scott and I to agree and disagree at the same time. And he and I push back quite a bit. I'm actually a little shocked at Lactoid's take, and of course I knew Doobie was going to lie his way through this. I am a little bit surprised at iCal's gaslighting tonight, but hey, I'm good. I like gaslighting. It's okay. It's cool. You guys can find me at An Unreasonable Man on YouTube. I host a debate show now myself. I got kind of pushed into it. It is Tyler was there the other night as a judge, and it's a little different. It's a round robin, single elimination. You get 5 minutes. It's total blood sport. So you either man up or woman up, or get your testes out of there. So if you but at any rate, I'm always happy to be here. I don't mind the heat, and I don't mind sending out heat. I will admit that, and I will go along with what Scott said as my final kind of closing here. Individually, or when they have assimilated, I think Islamic folks are absolutely good citizens. The problem comes when they're isolated together and they start viewing everyone outside of their society as the enemy. There's a reason they call people infidel. There's a reason for these words. It has nothing to do with how good or bad they are individually. So that's you know, as much as I kind of push back at Christian nationalism, the same thing goes for Islam, for the idea of this Islamic nation. So that's where I'll leave it. Good discussion, good talk. I love throwing grenades. You guys have a great rest of your night.
Absolutely. All right, so I'm going to rate out to a lady who I've never rated out before, but the thumbnail seems pretty cute. So you know, that's as far as that has to go with me. And yeah, let's be supportive. Don't be dicks. And this is very slowly. The rate's going to happen very slowly, unfortunately.
Just go into the chat and immediately start arguing about Israel, Palestine, and the value of the Islamic faith in her chat.
If that's what you want to do.